there's a real straight shooter and kind of a larger-than-life character, a little bit of a blustery guy, but he could do psychokinesis. And
11:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday, June 16th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant. For a year, and in fact for longer than that, as I first reported the Everett Police Department in 2017. For each and every felony they've since made actionable. Aside from the one and only remaining felony, which they have been actively attempting to perpetrate now for weeks and months, and that is the attempted murder of me that was to take place concurrent with them kicking down the doors, cutting off video and audio footage, and then shooting me in the head so that it would be deemed a suicide, claiming in some way that, I don't know, I was asking for it, I suppose. I was able to seemingly send a report to Crime Stoppers today in the Department of Homeland Security. The Everett Police Department blocked all other attempts, from police reports to actual reports to Department of Homeland Security. I was only able to get a hold of Department of Homeland Security due to the fact that I was randomly selected to fill out a survey on their website.
So you were actually watching.
And the Crime Stoppers website I've never used before. And it appeared to function because it gave me like a claim number, and then it says that there's a two-way dialogue that's going on. But nobody's responding to me, and I've just got it open because there was a commotion upstairs, like they thought it did go through. Since then, they've calmed down, so maybe they're successfully hacked into it. I'm typing in the description, see full SOS on post section of this YouTube
sitting there watching it where
channel.
Nothing actually happened, and if it only turns when you intend it to turn,
missing.
You have an incredibly interesting synchronicity with microcurrents, or you have psychokinesis happen.
And you saw this with your own eyes?
Yes. And in
Paragraph
fact, the first time I visited his home, in Gainesville, he had a room upstairs where part of the room was cut off. He had built a wall with a big glass window. He had there was a door into that little room. He had a huge shelf with multiple targets set up of different types, different materials, different sizes. He had a pinwheel.
Anyways,
sitting there. He had
Unit 207 Everett Police Department blocked all of those things. For whatever reason, it appears that I was able to
he had sealed the windows in the room with paint.
Communicate with Crime Stoppers, but like I said, the two-way dialogue, I'm not receiving anything from them, so I don't know if that means that I'm still connected to their servers. If it means I'm disconnected from the servers. Unit 207 is actively attempting to hack into this YouTube video. Things aren't going the way that they had speculated it would be going as far as my YouTube videos go, and I'm not sure exactly what to do with.
And within a minute,
what that has to do with. I am putting here in the chat the portion of the SOS message that I couldn't fit in the description.
It wasn't spinning very fast, but it was spinning fast enough
that you can read in full
straight down instead of trailing behind it as it should
on the post section of this website.
And when you inquired, Martin, and I'm sure you did, how he mentally was approaching this, he told you that it's a visualization process?
Yes. In fact, he kept a journal of how he learned to do it a few years before when he was challenged by another science fiction writer, Harry Stein, to do this. And he spent 3 weeks doing what we would normally think of doing, which is, yelling at the thing, pushing with their minds, concentrating.
Oh, yeah. I've been going about it all the wrong way, sitting there going...
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's exactly the opposite. It's think of it as a blank stare. You become a Vulcan, you become Mr. Spock, and it basically turns because of your intention, not because of any strong emotions you've got.
Wow.
Yeah, in fact, it's kind of like what people did and I've done these myself more recently, the spoon bending parties that Jack Hout did and other folks did back in the early 80s, where you actually get a bunch of people kind of, it's more chaotic, of course. You have them yelling at their spoons to bend, and you'd see people after a little visualization induction that he did, and I do this now with groups, you'd see these people get blank stares. Their faces go blank. They go into light altered state. And sometimes, a lot of times they're using their strength to actually bend these things, kind of like a shock movement. But you end up with people twisting and tying very cheap spoons and other metal rods and other things into odd shapes that would normally snap. And I know this because we test those things first.
Sure.
But look at watching people do this. It's really interesting because their faces go blank. And it's almost as if they're watching their hands do things on their own. There's an altered state involved, and that light altered state, it's kind of like being in the zone. What athletes talk about this being in the zone.
Oh, I know all about being in the zone. It's not just athletes that get in a zone.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, let me double check that this video is sent to you public.
I know, Lloyd, when I'm in the zone, it's a feeling that
normally I'd go through and read the SOS message, but I've been reading it, and I'm not even confident that these YouTube videos are visible to anyone outside of my network at this point in time, i.e. myself in the Everett Police Department.
That's the zone, whether it's athletics.
So perhaps I'll do that in the morning.
It's
artistic.
Yes, whatever it is.
It is available for reading in the description, and you can click on the preceding live stream and listen to me read it aloud if you don't want to read.
Right. It is. It's just.
It just is. That's correct.
It just is.
That's just the way PK.
And the missing paragraph from the description section is available on the right-hand side of this chat.
And it's time for me to give it another shot. And that's probably what this program is going to get me to do. All these years and all that pushing for nothing. So I understand the concept of the zone, and you're saying you've got to kind of get there in terms of the kind of visualization you're doing. But when you get that feeling, that zone feeling, then you're close to being able to do it.
Right.
Okay, so have you ever seen, those are all micro demonstrations in terms of the...
Well, they're not big things, that's correct.
They're not big things, although it doesn't matter. If it's real, it's real.
Right.
Now, have there been demonstrations in the U.S. or Russia of things larger, heavier, bigger?
Well, the interesting thing is that we do set limits on what we even believe we can possibly witness. There was a researcher named Kenneth Bachelor who many, many decades back in the 60s, he came up with two things that really prevent us from doing big things.
All right, hold that thought. We have a break. Okay, so I want to underscore that lumen spot. I really do. I've had a whole bunch of people who've emailed me. They all know how bad my back has been. And all I can tell you is it works. Honestly, for me, it worked. It's the only thing in all these years that has worked for my back. So this LED therapy is amazing stuff. So what I would suggest to you is look into it. I can't absolutely say it's going to work for everybody. I can only tell you that in a world of tried everything all my life, it's the only thing that actually ever worked. Lloyd, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
okay,
all
looks
these
like it's
things,
recording.
Are very, very important to me because, again, they all go toward us being more.
Remember,
than we
if this
are,
video
one way or
ends
the
for
other.
any reason
Up
without
to
me
the
orally and
question
explicitly
of,
telling you the end time the Everett
existence
Police
after
Department
death.
ended it, they're
And
very likely
I
to
would
have
love to
broken into my
see
house and shot me in the fucking
a
head.
demonstration of psychokinetic ability. I would think that if you could do
The one and
a
only
little,
felony reported in 2017.
then that's where
that
we're
may
kind of going. You could do, ultimately, if you kept at it, perhaps a lot.
Unless you had your own belief system that prevented you from thinking, it's kind of like, again, with The Empire Strikes Back, with Luke Skywalker not being able to raise the big object because he felt it was impossible to do that. And this is where the psychology of this performing PK or doing this stuff really gets in the way. Even Martin Caden, because of his background in aviation, he felt that anything that had friction to it and drag, which you deal with when you're flying an airplane, would prevent you from easily moving the object. And I kept on telling him that wasn't the case, but that is something that we know from, again, the psychology of PK, which is why the big stuff happens with poltergeist cases, which are unconscious movements by PK of objects by living people.
And there are big things do move. Maybe you should have said, use the zone, Luke. Use the
right.
Anyway, so with a poltergeist, funny, I just watched Poltergeist 2015, incidentally.
Mm.
In my busy life as a military veteran, a wife, a mother, and a full-time employee, Sophia helped me reach my goals. Sophia allowed me to complete my courses whenever I had available time. Having Sophia be as affordable as it was definitely an exciting factor in me being able to go back to college at this point in time. Before Sophia, time constraints were a concern because I'm a mom and I work full time. My focus isn't always on me. Definitely having a high school senior factored into me wanting to go back and finish my degree. I definitely want to be a role model for my daughter. So what drew me to Sophia was the ability to complete the courses that I needed for my degree on my own schedule, in my own time, as quickly or as slowly as I wanted. And Sophia made it possible for me to get my college degree.
Mr. Wonderful here. My friend Howard Marks is the co-founder of Activision, the gaming giant that was just acquired for an impressive $68.7 billion. Now Howard and I have teamed up on his latest company, Start Engine, which is changing the face of finance as we know it. Start Engine just opened its latest funding round to the public, and now you can invest alongside me. Join me and invest in Start Engine today.
Oh God! I hear the groan in the so you watch these movies, right?
Some of them are just to me almost going to be a waste of. I'm not a big horror fan, except for the old school stuff and more horror comedy. So I don't always watch them, but I certainly will probably watch Poltergeist just because it is what it is.
Well, there's a great recommendation. I'll watch it because it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I do try to keep up on pop culture, teaching a course on pop culture and psychic phenomena. So it's something I do keep up on. It's just if I can avoid some of the things that I see are just for shock value and they really have no resemblance. Even from the trailers, it's easy to see they have no relationship.
Oh, I know. All right, but with a poltergeist, now you're talking about. Is it fair to say an angry spirit?
No.
No?
No. The original use of the term poltergeist, which some of the historians in my field have tracked back at least as far as the 16th century in Germany. It was a term covering what they thought were ghosts. Now remember, in the 16th century, people thought all sorts of things that were not true, as we have learned in science. And one of the things they thought is there were spirits responsible for the movement of objects, which was very chaotic and physical. So unlike your typical ghost case where some people might see or experience things, and not everybody does, in poltergeist cases, it's purely physical. There's almost never a sighting of a ghost or hearing.
How about a playful spirit?
Well, again, there's no indication that there's a spirit there at all. There is movement of objects, but what we have learned, and especially over the last 100 years, and especially in the last 75 years, thanks to the late Bill Roll, is that it's a living agent. It's a living person's unconscious that is causing these things.
Oh, they're unconscious.
If they're unconscious. It's not a conscious thing that's happening. And it can happen either because of stress-related things that are stressful in their life, kind of a telekinetic temper tantrum. That's kind of what it is. Or in a percentage of the cases, it seems to be related to a neurological state. And there has been a tie to some of the poltergeist agents having epilepsy or epileptiform activity. And that the poltergeist activity itself may, in fact, be the seizure.
So this is not a spirit at all?
The term poltergeist, the way we use it, it's not. It's not. It's pretty rare, actually, for ghosts to move things, and they certainly are not the chaotic stuff that we see in poltergeist cases. And again, with rarest of exceptions, ghosts are not seen in poltergeist cases. They're not experienced at all. And mediums don't pick anything up. Psychics don't pick anything up. It all seems to come from a living person.
Okay, so if there's something going on in your house, the first people you ought to look at are the ones around you, and or in the mirror.
Yourself.
In the mirror.
Yeah, the way I can put it is, we have all, when we're under stress, had issues with our technology.
Uh-huh.
Whether it's the printer not working, or especially, and when I talk to college students, there always has not. They're under stress, they're under deadline, they have to print out their paper to take right in because they're already late for class, and something screws up.
Okay, all right. Here's a key question for you, Lloyd. Have you ever shot a computer or a monitor or a keyboard? And when I say shot,
are you being literal?
Yes, absolutely literal. Take it out, set it up, put a round in the chamber, and blow its little. You get the.
World champ Lolo Jones has dominated the track and conquered the bobsled. Now she's ready to take on pickleball, puppy yoga, and hiking. Hurry up! This offseason, she's discovering new ways to get moving, with help from Sierra's amazing brands at incredible prices.
Best workout ever.
Sierra, let's get moving.
Luxury meets your lifestyle. Lease the 2025 Mazda CX-50 for $395 a month. Elevate your drive with Walker's Rent and Mazda. Real value, real people, real simple.
Get the idea.
I have wanted to, but I have never done that.
I've done it once.
What I find is that I'm stressed out. My things just don't work right, and it's my little poltergeist thing that's happening at that moment.
I'm probably fully capable of a telekinetic temper tantrum. If I could do it.
Which everybody is in our society today.
Now that you've taught me how to do it, look out. I'm kidding, kind of. I think it's very interesting. I think the whole thing is interesting. I always thought that there really were poltergeists in the way I thought of them, and you've completely turned me around on that. So it's generally somebody in the family, somebody around you, or yourself. And
right.
And it's not conscious thought doing it.
No, but we've had, in our relatively recent history over the last 40 years, we've had very few poltergeist agents who, when they were identified and worked with by the researcher, they were able to consciously to shift the activity over to more conscious activity for a time. It kind of burned itself out usually, but it was still possible to get, if they gained acceptance and took responsibility for it and kind of played with it, they could do it consciously, and the unconscious stuff stopped.
All right. It is generally thought, Lloyd, that young teenage girls just coming into it have more capabilities in these areas, conscious or unconscious. Generally, more of this stuff happens around them. True or false?
Well, I think we can thank Stephen King for creating that stereotype. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. It is true that the majority of poltergeist agents are between the ages of probably 11 or 12 and early 20s. So it is in adolescence, and puberty is right in the center of that. It is not true that it's predominantly females. It really follows the population statistics, actually. And it really is, part of this has to do with whether individuals, or if you look at boys and girls and who has the physical outlet. Today we're having certainly less female poltergeist activity than even before, because girls are actually out there playing soccer and field hockey and all sorts of stuff. And with that, it's always been that the poltergeist agents have not been physically active people. They've been kind of, they have no other outlet for their stress. And that's the same thing goes for adults. I mean, it's 60% in the adolescent range, but we have 40% that go beyond that. And I actually had a poltergeist agent who was 80 years old years ago.
So there's hope for me.
Yeah.
Not that I really want to be a poltergeist.
I'll get something to you, Art. Kind of Martin Caden's method. I'll get something to you on that.
I am very interested. And I particularly like the visualization part. For a generally lazy person, the visualization part seems so much easier than all that grunting and pushing and trying to tip. And I really did work at it.
So much of that is Hollywood, unfortunately. It's that throbbing vein in the head, which makes it look like your head's about to explode, like in the movie Scanners or something.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
it's not the way when people really do PK. You see the same when you see psychic healers, and healing is energy healing in the form of PK. There's a more serene, less concentrated look on their faces. Meditators, it's the same thing. So it's not about that, in the head. It's more about a calm and seeing what needs to happen at that point.
Well, I have to start from the beginning. All right. So,
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle. That's why we're proud to say you get more from less.
the Russians, and I presume we, the U.S., certainly looked into the existence of ESP. We did so officially. We did it with government programs.
Right.
How much do you know about how much they know?
Well,
our
government programs, we had different programs in the 50s, the 40s, the 50s. We had the MK Ultra programs, which were more directed at mind control, although they had an interest in somehow doing telepathy. And that was akin to what the Russians were interested in, which was telepathic mind control, which never really worked on either side, as it happens. And the Russians got, really concerned about what we were doing because of an experiment in apparent telepathic communication with a U.S. submarine when that was leaked, and probably purposefully leaked to the Russians.
Really?
Yeah. Back in the late 50s. It's hard to communicate with deep submarines because you got all that water in the way. So if you could telepathically communicate, that'd be a major advantage. And the Russians felt that we must be spending lots of money on it. So they decided to really start spending on this. And they were encouraged, the scientists were encouraged in many different directions to create some sort of mind control. A man named L.L. Vasiliev did quite a bit of work in writing, which we have access to here in the States, and his books are still in print, of telepathic hypnosis, which did require the person being hypnotized first, given a post-hypnotic suggestion, and you could trigger it telepathically, apparently, but you couldn't do mind control without first hypnotizing them. So that kind
why would that matter to our government, who's experimented on people with LSD and all? God, they've done all kinds of things. So hypnotizing somebody, no problem.
Yeah, the Russians were, if you remember, seeing, and you can still see footage of a very famous Russian psychic, Nina Kolagina, moving objects, doing PK. If you do Russian telekinesis, you'll typically see on YouTube, Nina Kolagina moving objects, and the Russians actually figured out how she was doing it, which was really interesting. That was one of the things that when I was going through the material that we had gotten from our Russian sources, that really just jumped out. It was almost a minor piece in the books, in the material we got from them. And it was very interesting because Kolagina was doing something. This is back to what you said about us being more than we think we are.
Yes.
And that's what keeps me in the field, honestly. It's that idea that we set limits on ourselves, and we are more than we think we are. So here's Nina Kolagina, moving objects, including non-metallic objects. And what they find out is that she was stressing so much that she sweat a lot. And in her sweat, when they analyzed her sweat, was contained histamines, as in the stuff that we take antihistamines for.
I know what those are.
And histamines do react to electrostatic fields. So she's picking up an object, putting it back down, her sweat's getting on them. She's then generating an electrostatic field of enough magnitude, which our bodies can generate biologically, to actually move the objects. So,
well, even that's impressive.
Now, here's the thing. I have my co-author, Ed May, does not really believe in psychokinesis. He fully believes in precognition and remote viewing, because that's what he did and continues to do. But he said, well, there you go. There's an explanation. That's not psychokinesis. But if we define psychokinesis as mind over matter, she certainly didn't know how her body could generate histamines or an electrostatic field. She just knew she wanted to move the object.
Did they actually measure the electrostatic field? Because
yes, apparently they did. At least that's the information we got from General Seven and General Ratnikov.
All right, that's really something. Electrostatic field. I've got to think about that. That'd be quite a bit of voltage from the body, right? Lloyd Auerbach is here, and he's a really, really interesting guy. Anything at all in, the genre, he apparently is prepared to talk about. And I've got somebody, I get messages as I do the show. And Monrovia sends me I have to be so careful how I say this, sends me a wormhole message about shadow people. And what does Lloyd believe about shadow people? What is the nature of this phenomenon? Do you know anything about shadow people at all?
Well, we have cases which may not fit into this. Certain authors have kind of defined that there are multiple types of shadow people. The ones that we deal with, the shadows that we deal with in parapsychology, tend to be, you might say, not well-received signals from a ghost, or from the background residual memory that's in the place. Sometimes people pick up kind of a fuzzy image and it gets seen as a shadow. The cases we have where people see dark shadows, they tend to eventually resolve themselves into looking more human, or can be identified by other people. One person may see a shadow, the other person may see an actual fully formed apparition, another person may just hear something. So it seems to be about we're the receivers, we're the TV sets, and the signal's there, and it's right. It's just there's something wrong with how we receive or process the image.
Mm-hmm. All right, Lloyd, because I haven't listened every night, you can't know this. Several years ago, many years ago, on the other show, I talked about this because people called in about it. And I found it interesting, and then I suddenly found it fascinating because people were sending photographs and talking all about it. I had never heard of shadow people. Mm-hmm. And so many years went by, and before I started doing this program, I don't know, a couple weeks before, at least, maybe 3 weeks before.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month. Find your courses. Complete them at your own pace, anytime, anywhere. Submit to your school for credits. Keep going. Keep pushing. Keep learning. With Sophia, you got this.
Ashley Sleep offers mattresses for every level of comfort, with affordable options that meet every style of sleeper, from cozy to cooling to contouring support. So shop Ashley Sleep today and get your best rest for less, exclusively at Ashley.
I was sitting at my computer. I was starting to do prep and reading for the show, and spending a lot of time on the computer very late at night. And I saw one, Lloyd. Here's what happened. I had been hours and hours on the computer, and I saw something to my right. And I looked over, and there was like a human form there. Mm-hmm. Not arms outstretched or anything, arms down, I guess, but a human form of some kind. And then I went, well, I sort of went into shock for a second. I turned around, it was gone. I looked back behind me, it was there. And at this point, I'm really, really freaking out. And I swung back toward the computer, and then it was on my left. And oh my God, I told the audience about this. I went around the house, checking windows, doors. I actually got a gun. It really scared me, Lloyd. Whatever it was, it scared me. And here's my theory, for what it's worth, which ain't much. And that is that staring at a computer for hours and hours and hours begins to adjust your brain to the refresh rate of the computer, whatever that happens to be. And then you might start to see things that you don't normally see. And that's an out the window theory, but I had talked to other people who had seen things after staring at a computer screen monitor for a long time. And that's the only thing I can come up with, but it sure scared me.
And it scared you because it was an intruder, or it scared you because it was a dark shadow?
Yes, to both.
To both, okay.
I mean, I don't know what it was. It scared me because I didn't know what it was.
Well, yeah. I mean, what gets reported to us normally, which we look into when we can look into it. In a situation like your case, there's not much we can do.
No, of course not.
To take that, right?
It's like a UFO sighting,
Right. Yeah. With repeated sightings of things, we can actually go in and see if there's any. Even with psychics or with sensitives, and see whether or not there's anything that they're picking up. And what we tend to find in these cases with shadows is that, like I said before, they tend to resolve themselves into either what we would call a ghost, or sometimes into a person picking up imprints or you might say images of the past, which seem to be in the location.
Images of the past. That's interesting.
Yeah, and the whole idea, we make a difference between hauntings and ghosts, or apparitions and hauntings. And a haunting is related to a place, sometimes to an object, and it has to do with a replay. People experience a replay of, think of it as a tape loop, of a video loop of an event that happened in the past, which is not necessarily of dead people. It can be of living people as well. And it can be also very historical, like the battlefield at Gettysburg, where you have a running loop for some people many people pick up the battle itself, but it's not about ghosts. There aren't actual conscious beings there. It is a recording that people are tapping into. And people can get a feeling, in fact, probably the most common type of haunting, or this type of experience people have. You walk into a house, if you're house hunting, and you feel weird vibes.
In what medium is this recording, or whatever it is, maintained? In other words, where does it?
Well, we're trying to figure that out. This is something that it would be great to have some funding in parapsychology to be able to look more further into this from a physics perspective. It seems to be partly geophysical. We do find a connection to the local geomagnetic field of the Earth, which may or may not be holding the information, or may just be triggering us being psychic and picking that information up. This is why when you see ghost hunters running around on TV using electromagnetic field detectors,
yes,
the reason they started doing that is because we were doing that in the early 80s and even before that, and finding a correlation between the residual or imprint hauntings, the spots that people said, that's where I see the thing happening, and higher than background magnetic fields that didn't seem to have any.
Using what? Magnetometers?
Yeah, we use various types of magnetometers, yeah.
And you're looking for very, very small variations, I would assume.
Sometimes. That's the thing, is we hope that there's more than just a small variation. But even finding any variation in a consistent manner, if the corner of one room in a house is where people are feeling they have a bad feeling there, or they are seeing visually in their minds, or even what they think is their eyes, they're visually seeing something, somebody killing someone, which has happened in a few cases. That kind of thing, which is historically accurate, by the way, is recorded into the environment somehow. And we have a couple of possible ideas about how this may be happening, and even a couple potential experiments which we're trying to get some funding for. But
Really?
It's there's some ideas that are floating around right now. But the reason we're using magnetometers was to originally see if this correlation held up, and whether or not there's anything in the environment that may actually connect to the psychic experience.
People have suggested that windows or glass could well have memory of a sort.
Yeah. Well, liquid is often thought of as having memory. We store information in an electromagnetic field. Magnetic memory is what videotape is, what audio tape is. It's kind of what flash drives are.
And thank God that beds don't remember. All right.
Sometimes the waves are calling your name. Other times you think the waves are calling your name, but actually it's the kids. Stay 3 nights this summer at Best Western and get $50 off a future stay.
Just found this unbelievable sequin dress on eBay from a seller who's probably a Vegas showgirl. So many good deals. Had to get these vintage disco pants too. Then I was craving something sporty. Found these in a sick cherry red, authenticated and everything. Thanks, Ken. I'm obsessed. Then I sold a pair of velvet flares to like a desert goth in Nevada. Because last year I was a Victorian vampire. But now I'm all grunge and glitter. Yeah, eBay. It's the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. A devastating storm ripped through the southwest, causing flash floods from Los Angeles to Utah. Particularly hard hit was Utah-Arizona border town of Hilldale, the home base of Warren Jeff's polygamous sect, the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the FLDS. Reports confirm that 13 were killed in the flash flood that, according to eyewitness Chris Weiler, only seemed to last about a half an hour or 45 minutes. According to Utah officials in the city of Hilldale and the Washington County Emergency Services, among the dead are at least 3 women and 6 children, ranging in age from 4 years old to teenagers. Hilldale Assistant Fire Chief Kevin Barlow said water rises 1 to 1.5 feet at normal flood stage. A river gauge on Short Creek at Colorado City measured a nearly 3.5-foot rise in just 19 minutes due to the first wave of flooding around 3:18 that afternoon, and then a second wave about 90 minutes later produced a rise of nearly 5.5 feet in 17 minutes. By late Monday, the water had mostly receded, but as of Tuesday evening, storms threatened yet another round of flooding. Authorities say that around 150 people from county, state, and federal agencies, 500 community volunteers, and 6 or 7 search dogs are working at search and rescue efforts in Hilldale and its sister town across the Arizona border, Colorado City. Wild weather patterns aside, the Southwest is very familiar with flash flooding, even if some of its inhabitants have forgotten, and remembering to give rising water levels of wide girth is rule number 1. A flash flood can happen in a matter of minutes, sweeping away cars and, in some extreme cases, entire houses. Do you think these are the same weather systems that wreaked havoc across Europe earlier this month? Check out the full article from Kingslayer and let us know your thoughts at darkmatternews.com. A new NASA-sponsored competition hopes to unlock the secrets of space colonization through user-submitted design proposals. Called the 3D Printed Habitat Challenge, NASA hopes that the competition will help to develop the fundamental technologies necessary to manufacture an off-world habitat using mission-recycled materials and/or local indigenous materials. They say the vision is that autonomous habitat manufacturing machines will someday be deployed to the moon or Mars to construct shelters for human habitation. A lot of fancy speech for a simple idea. Using 3D printers to build structures using materials which already exist on the planet. NASA goes so far as to speculate that the same concept, if such an idea is feasible enough, could be applied to life here on planet Earth. There are several designs that have so far made it to the finalist round. You can check out many of them in an extensive article from Kingslayer on darkmatternews.com. The world of the paranormal has experienced a great loss in the passing of Jim O'Connell. He was the founder of Experiencers.com, a group whose purpose was to lend support to anyone who had experienced alleged contact with extraterrestrials. Jim O'Connell was a UFO and alien researcher for over 20 years. He mysteriously passed away in his sleep in his Connecticut home on September 9th. He was the founder and lead investigator of the new television show Experiencers. In his show, a team of investigative researchers travel around the United States to personally interview people who had alleged direct contact with extraterrestrial beings. This year, they were focusing on the American Southwest. They plan to include other regions as the seasons of the show progressed. Dark Matter News staff writer Alana Fox Stark has prepared an extensive biography and article highlighting the life of Jim O'Connell and his work at darkmatternews.com. I'm Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News.
Kind of what we're talking about, right? Time after time after time. Some sort of tape loop going in the universe that occasionally gets seen again and again.
I know what justice is. I know what it looks like. Every day I wake up and I try to honor that promise that I made to this city and the people who live here. That's who I am. At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle.
And again, maybe it goes on forever. Who knows? Lloyd Auerbach is my guest. Welcome back, Lloyd.
Thank you, Art.
Okay. So kind of like that, huh? Kind of like a tape loop, something that imprinted somehow on something and it just keeps repeating.
It keeps repeating, or, that's kind of how we know it's not evidence for survival, that it's not a conscious entity. There's no reaction. When you talk about ghosts, one of the more important things for us when we're trying to classify a case or even deal with the situation is interaction, or at least an awareness by that being that we're here and that there's some consciousness behind them, as opposed to a hologram that just doesn't react.
So then you've got to wonder sometimes when you're in contact with something that you think might be on the other side, whether you're really in contact with something on the other side in contemporary time, or you're in contact with what was and still is if you seek it. Does that make sense? Put it that way?
Yeah, I think so. We do wonder with any of the cases whether or not it's our own ESP picking up on something through time, and are we picking up on something that happened here? Is it really, in reality, we don't know if it's an imprint or that spot, for whatever reason, allows us to peer into the past. That's another way of looking at it. And, we can certainly tell the future. We're not people who certainly can look at the past.
Okay, listen, a lot of people want to talk to you, and I've talked to you far too long. So with this many lines ringing, I better do something. Trish Ray, hello? Hello, Trish. All that time and she's not there. All that waiting, that's crazy. Okay, let's go to the phones. Portland, Oregon, I believe. You're on the air with Lloyd.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, this is Josh from Malala, Oregon.
Okay.
And fun thing is, I was listening, your radio show's on, and you said something about the end of the world, how people have been raving about that.
Well, I read it.
Thing, like this September, like what's going to happen in September.
Yeah.
And I ended up having a dream this morning. Was about like an apocalyptic storm, tornado. I don't dream that often.
Right.
And I want to know also, because I've personally had dreams that actually happen later in the future, but apocalyptic, that's kind of got my attention, kind of thing.
Well, you may be a victim.
What's your outlook on that September, people raving about that, Planet X thing?
Yeah. Lloyd, you know what? I'll let you handle that one.
Okay. Well, we at least today we do associate, and there was last week some concern about some terrorist attacks on the anniversary of September 11th. So September does have an association with certainly the end of the world, and our world changed on September 11, 2001. We did have an end of the world. We had an ending to kind of the way that we view the world.
Well, it ended for some people, and our model of the world certainly changed, but not really.
And personally, I don't subscribe to the apocalyptic ending idea. And even when you're talking about dreams, the caller said that he doesn't dream. That he remembered this dream is important, certainly to him, and there's something perhaps in that. But he does dream. We all dream, unless you have a really bizarre sleep pattern. We may not remember our dreams, but we all dream. And there may have been something very negative in that, and maybe because it was spurred on by all this talk of something bad happening could have created that dream, or he may actually have had a dream of something negative about to happen in his world, not necessarily to the whole world.
Well, there's a little bit of me that does worry when people are having these mass thoughts that the end is coming. And I know it happens, every few years. It comes along again and again and again, and the world never ends. However, one of these days, they could be right.
Someone to push the button.
Push the button. There's a million ways we could go. Little things, biological warfares, that sort of thing, take us all out. There's just lots of ways, an asteroid could come.
I personally choose to live and, to not live in the idea that there is the sword of Damocles is floating over our heads. So
I think it's overexposure to the internet.
As a new mom of two, I'm so glad that I found the world's first 3-in-1 child shield by Energizer. It's the only coin lithium battery with 3 safety features designed to keep our kids safe.
Yeah.
Personally, that's just me.
And just, just news media in general has been this way. People don't care for good news. It doesn't get good ratings. People get, disasters make good ratings, and can even preparing for disasters like the Y2K issue.
Oh, yes.
Can really generate a lot of income for people too.
Well, actually, the Y2K thing was real. I mean, there were a lot of computers that would have been in trouble if we hadn't warned. Anyway,
we did a lot of stuff there that was potentially real. It may or may not. We don't even actually know what would have happened if we hadn't done anything, except that stuff would have happened. We just don't know what would have happened.
That's right. I hear something in the background. Is that a kitty cat or is that a child?
Yeah, you did hear a cat in the background, yeah.
I thought it might have been a cat. All right, Scott on Skype. You're on the air with Lloyd. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Lloyd.
Hi.
I've wondered about this for decades, 30 years at least. I am pretty good at psychometry, holding something, an object, and getting impressions from it about the person or the object or the history.
Yeah.
Am I getting the information from the person or from the object, or is it both? Because the first few times it freaked me out, but like you were talking earlier, there's no strain or grunting or anything with it. It's just a matter of holding it, relaxing it, and going with whatever impressions I pick up.
Well, psychometry is actually fairly easy. It's of all the psychic abilities, it's one of the easier ones, I should say, for people to at least tap into a little bit. And when I was talking about hauntings a few minutes ago, if you think about a house is just a big object. So when people are having these experiences, they're kind of doing psychometry on the house or parts of the house. What you're picking up on, we're not sure. This is where we get these models of what's going on with hauntings too. We're not sure if the information is imprinted in the object that you're holding, or if the object is some kind of focal point. It's a focus. It's kind of like the coordinates in a remote viewing experiment that lets you zero in on the target, which is the person or the history of that object. So it's still kind of up in the air for either one of those things, but people do amazing things with psychometry. That's how some police psychics actually work too. And archaeological psychics have worked with psychometry quite a bit.
Well, Jet is flying over, sorry. I found it to be very impressive and very detailed. I mean, I did once, reading once for someone who said the hair on the back of her neck stood up because I was describing events about places and people I'd never met or never been to.
Sir, next time you call, make sure you turn down your jet.
Okay, I promise I will. Well, they're flying a different pattern because of the rain tonight in San Diego.
Okay. Anyway, it's very interesting. He's right. If you hold an object, you can get a kind of I don't know what the right word is, a story, a sense, a feeling. What is it, Boyd? What do you call it?
It's, you're free to associate. You open your mind. You just start talking about what this is literally what remote viewing is. Also, you're kind of using a focus. In this case, it could be the information that's imprinted. When you're telling stories, doing psychometric reading, and telling stories about the person's past, the question would then be, was this object actually in the location at the time of those stories, which would indicate that possibly the object did absorb the information, or if the object just simply belonged to the person, but that person didn't have it at those locations, then you really are using it as a focal point.
Well, this one particular one that was really impressive, the item my wife had at the time had belonged to her mother, and it was about events happening to her mother's siblings when they were children. And it just blew us both away. It was really incredible. But thanks for the information. I'm going to do more research.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. Fascinating stuff, no question. Let's go outside the country to Charles, who is calling, I think, from Bangkok, Thailand.
Yes, exactly. How copy?
5x5.
Excellent. I'm so excited about today's guest and today's topics because I've personally experienced witnessed a remote viewing episode and several others that no one was around to watch. But it's very difficult to live in America and pursue paranormal experiences and research and so on because of the massive rejection. So I've, on many reasons, moved to Thailand. And here, of course, spirits are everywhere. And nobody is going to put you down for any of these, what Americans would call stupid stuff. And I have one suggestion that could explain how a person could read something about the past or even something about the future, which Tibetan Buddhism answers. It's remarkable how close Tibetan Buddhism for centuries has been to answering many of these questions and many of these experiences because Tibetan Buddhism also anticipates quantum mechanics. It's really something to read. So I suggest that time is continuous. It always has been, it always will be, and the present, the past, and the future are always right there. If we can overcome our fear or in some ways be triggered to cross the disbelief barrier.
Hello, Moto.
And reach those moments in especially the past. But they're always there. That's the thing. They're not being recalled. They're just being tapped. What do you think, guest?
Well, that is one theory, one model of time is that time is simultaneous, that all moments in time exist at the same moment. It's really our consciousness that shapes the direction of what we're doing. And, that's one concept. There are those people who subscribe to the idea that there is actually no time at all, that it's really all consciousness. And then there are those that say the past has happened and the moments are gone, but the future is something that is about to happen, so we can kind of pick up a probable future. It's hard to say. I mean, there's even the idea that every moment in the past is actually becomes a parallel universe or a different way, a different access point in the multiverse that's there. And I'm not actually sure myself which is which. I do see what happens with these hauntings where people seem to pick up on what looks to be a very programmed recording. And yet there are also stories of what are called time slips.
Oh, you know what? We just lost him. We just lost him. There's this, just as he was mentioning time slips, boom, it was gone, just like that. You know, one thing, this phone that I have literally has everything that a person could want. I mean, there is a button on here for everything. And there are buttons on here for things that I don't even know, frankly, what they are. We lost them, so we'll just pick up a couple lines till the break. We'll get them back at the break. Weird stuff. Hello there. You're on the air.
Hello, Art. This is Plasma Clariton in Richmond, Virginia, listening on WTWW shortwave.
Yes, sir.
85 kilohertz. Getting a good signal tonight. Sorry we lost him right then because I had a really good question for him.
Really good? Okay, I will write it down.
Well, it's a little complicated, but basically, I called you before one time when you were talking about these dark shadows. We built a box that would allow 3D visualizations, which would interact with your brainwaves. And I took this to the Richmond, Virginia Department of Ophthalmology.
I'm already confused. Hold on a moment, please. You built a box which would allow visualization of 3D brainwaves?
It would interact with your brainwaves and make you see a whole other visual field, okay? And it used something called pattern light. And I took it to the experts at the Medical College of Virginia and showed all the neuro-ophthalmologists one night, and they couldn't explain it either. But
was it, well, I know the brain, of course, responds to electrical stimuli. Is that what you were doing?
It's essentially pattern light stimuli with certain, pulse width modulated patterns impressed on light. Then later, after the neuro-ophthalmology, I had sessions with people where I had 6 visual field helmets that you could wear that would, everybody would have the same visions at the same time. And at a certain point in the frequency tuning, everybody would suddenly see that the inside their own eye, there's a retina vein that pops into place. You can see your own veins in your eye at that point, at that frequency range. And it happened to everybody all at once. And it struck me as odd that we're so wired the same way that everybody sees their own veins in their eye at the same frequency point. And so later I took this and added the ability to put musical inputs into it to vary the images you see. We held a concert in Northern California. I only had 6 headset units, and the band was playing, and everybody was grooving to the 3D visuals they were seeing in their mind's eye. But what would happen when you hit that trip point where you see the veins in your eyes, other people in the room in the concert, about 200 people, only 6 were wearing the units, and they would see the images too at that point. Which made me think, okay, there's some kind of transmission going on between people's brains where they're synchronizing and seeing this vein pattern at each individual vein in each eye.
Again, I want to understand how you are transmitting this information to these people, through what process?
That's what I was going to ask Lloyd.
What do you mean you don't know?
I've never been able to figure it out why people who weren't wearing the visual helmets were able to somehow transmit to the others in the audience, from the people that were, and they see the image too, especially when you hit that certain frequency where you see the veins in your eyes. After that, they synchronize, and they start to see the visions that the 6 people in the room wearing the helmets were getting off the band music.
Yeah, but okay, but well, who built these? And when they built them, they must have had a goal in mind electronically, what they were going to do, right?
Well, I built it. I'm kind of an electrical engineer. I was contracted to the Science Museum of Virginia to do a project where we were building a rocket launching system. I got these huge LED displays, and I was pulsing vacuum just to make them look brighter than mine, you know, and it turns out the pulse would hit on a certain frequency. And I was standing back looking at my work, watching the countdown timer for this rocket launcher, and suddenly I realized I'm seeing speckles in the image on these big readouts as if it was a laser source. But where was the coherence coming from? As I investigated...
Okay, listen, all right, listen to me. Listen to me, sir. Listen to me, sir. Stop.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You win. I'm going to hold you over. I'm going to try and get my guest back. I could never possibly describe all of this to him, so I'm going to let you do it, okay?
Yeah, it's hard to write that.
All right, that's all right. Hold on, please. Thank you.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
All right. I think we've straightened it all out. Lloyd, are you there?
I am.
Okay. So I had a caller on. I don't know if you continued to listen to the show. I'm going to have to find the caller among all these calls because I had to put everybody on hold to try and get you back. So hello there. Were you the caller that was...
the caller back.
Yeah, good shot. First time. All right.
First time, sure.
So Lloyd is here. Try and describe, if you will, what you did to me in a short time and see if we can make sense of it.
All right, well, Lloyd, did you hear any of what was on the air that I said earlier?
I did not.
Okay. Try to make it really succinct here. I had developed this pattern light thing that's like a 3D visor that you can wear. And it's sort of accidental while I was working on another project. I found out the light that was being emitted from some LEDs was actually because I was pulsing and was interacting somehow to make it look like speckles like you'd see from a laser. And I determined that, in fact, there was no speckles in the light I was looking at. What was happening is the coherence that you'd normally expect to come from a laser beam was occurring in the neural network in the down brain, okay? And that's where the coherence was coming from. I tried magnifying it, didn't obey the laws of optics, and finally I said, this has got to be in my brain. So I further researched, and I found out that I could make a dream machine where I could basically dial up 3D images in my mind's eye, separate from my regular visual field. And that was pretty cool. I showed it to the neuro-ophthalmology department at a local medical school, and they thought it was fascinating. You couldn't explain it either. And then I added an audio input and went out and did a concert in Northern California where there were a band, and there's 6 people wearing these visor helmet kind of things that were grooving to the musical patterns in their mind's eye. The rest of the people in the audience was about 200. At some point when a certain frequency hit and it clicked on, so that everybody with the visor saw the vein in their own retina. At that point, which is normally blanked out in your regular vision, your brain is blocking that out so that it doesn't interfere with the visual field. Well, everybody else, when you hit that frequency where you see your retina vein, started picking up on the images too, even though they weren't wearing the visor.
So a transference of a generated vision or whatever it was.
Right.
So okay, I get it.
It was a group of 6 who were actively seeing the vision, and the other ones started picking up on it. The other 100 and some people.
Right. Okay. I think we've got it. Lloyd.
I don't know what to make of it. I mean, that's something that really should be taken a look at a little bit further because there's my colleague Ed May, who again the main author on ESP Wars. If you approach psychic ability from the perspective he is, which is that it's really an issue for physics and neuroscience, that technically we might be able to develop a psychic chip for artificial intelligence. We might be able to duplicate it. And that's kind of the way he's approaching it because he's coming from a very materialist perspective. And, I'm sure if what you're describing could be replicated and studied further, there might be something really interesting here, certainly.
So, all right, let's say he wants to contact you and have you look into this. How do we contact you?
Well, my website is mindreader.com. That's easy to remember.
Ooh, good one.
Yeah, and my email is profparanormal. That's as in Professor Paranormal at gmail.com.
Mindreader.com. I really like that one.
Yeah, a buddy of mine snagged that back in the mid-'90s.
Way to go. Okay, Jonathan, welcome to the show. You're on the air on Skype.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
It's great to meet you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lloyd. Great to meet you as well. I got several of your books. I read several of them. I just had a question regarding an experience I had several years ago. I'm not sure if you encountered it in your research or not. If you can roll out the normal, any normal circumstances, I was wondering, let me get to it. So I was sitting watching TV with my family, and I got up, and on my way out from the room, I noticed that there was this, how would you describe, it looked like a wavery effect in the environment, and around it was like this white mist, but it was very thin, and it started to move towards the center of the room. So at first I thought it was my eyes, but I noticed at the same time my mom, she screamed like, "Oh my God!" And even I said like, "Oh my gosh!" Like what was this? And I was wondering if, like in your book, it was related to like recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, or it was some type of apparition materializing. But like in the house, we don't have any paranormal, any paranormal activity.
Well, what you described sounded like an apparition to me.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could have been. People tend to think that the houses, that they're stuck in houses, and they're not. We have kind of stories and cases even of apparitions kind of like wandering throughout a neighborhood until somebody could see them. And it may just be that this person, whoever was walking around or moving around through your house at that moment, did not have a good signal. Was not putting out a good enough signal for you to see who they were. The kind of effect in the air, almost like a heat effect off the road. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, he's not here, but yes.
He's not here, but yeah, I'm assuming that's what he's talking about. That's something that people have reported with apparitions, and sometimes if they do stick around, then people do eventually learn to see them, and actually can see them kind of fully.
I don't know if that's a talent I want to acquire at all.
Well, I think the worst thing about ghosts that could be in your house is that it's the invasion of privacy, and you never know if somebody's watching you or not.
Well, there is that. But
yeah, I've never been worried about being injured, hurt, or otherwise affected by any of the cases or ghosts that I've dealt with. But there's always that wondering, who's watching me now?
That's right. All right, let's go to the next call. Hi.
Hi, Art. Thank you for taking my call. This is the person who was calling about simulation yesterday. I just have a couple questions and one quick comment. My quick comment first was for the people speculating about the end of the world. I think it's just sufficient to say that we're probably living through it right now with global warming. And I appreciate what we talk about with what we do to the planet.
Yeah, I'm going to have a serious guest on that subject, by the way.
I appreciate it. It's a topic that I'm very interested in.
I'm really tired of the oil company followers who are putting out this tripe when real science will tell you what's going on, and that's where we're going, real science.
Me too. I think it's disgusting what they suppress. They suppress, electric vehicles. They prevent research and development in other areas. And
well, it's worse than that. They lie. They say that global warming is all a lie, that the climate change is all a lie, and that oil renews itself. And I could go on and on and on, and I won't right now, but it's coming. Anyway.
Well, thank you. And my quick questions to the guest. I'm sure you remember a couple weeks ago you had on a guest that spoke about people disappearing in the woods. And my question deals with what Lloyd was talking about with, shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there might be any correlation or whether there's any similarities between either, these people that talk, like children who talk about being fuzzy net in the woods with no eyes, or whether they talk about Slender Man or some voodoo type stuff. And then my final question deals, because I am interested in simulation, whether the people in the woods, like the different ghosts who are repeating and repeating, whether this might be an instance of not quite frame drag, but sort of a glitch in the system where there's this sort of remembrance in the, I guess you could say, like the DNA of the area. And a quick shout out to the Facebook group Midnight in the Desert, and thank you very much, Hart. I appreciate it.
Sure. That's a lot to cover. So the shadow people thing, so tomorrow night we're going to have a guest specifically on shadow people. I shouldn't be giving that away, but I don't care. If you want to expand on that, Lloyd, you're welcome to, or you can move on to, like Bigfoot and that kind of thing that are seen. He asked about that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Well, what about voodoo? I mean, voodoo is a religion that does use magic. At least, there's variations of it, and it's based in West African beliefs, and there's nothing inherent in voodoo that's any different than any other religion, really, other than they do use psychic ability from time to time, and that's certainly nothing inherently bad about voodoo that's there.
Okay. What about these creatures that are seen? The Bigfoot, you name it. There's all kinds of monsters, but Bigfoot is one of the very common ones seen in the woods again and again.
I don't really get into cryptids too much, although I do have a background in anthropology from undergrad, and was always interested in Bigfoot and some of the other things. And I mean, my professors, the physical anthro professors that I was talked to at Northwestern about it, because back in my college days, I was into a lot of different things, seem to have no problem with there being a giant ape running around.
Yeah. Well, there's a paranormal aspect to it, or there could be.
Yeah. There could very, very well be, and it's like, I went to school at Northwestern when J. Allen Hynek was there, and he was the chairman of our astronomy department, and I interacted with Hynek quite a bit. Yeah. And he had always told me, because he was very knowledgeable about parapsychology, and I actually know Jacques Vallée, and there's this issue of whether some of these things, whether they're, some UFOs certainly seem to be nuts and bolts hardware, but then there's some stuff that may be, as Hynek put it, psychic projections, kind of what even Jung talked about.
There you go.
And it may be that we may have real giant apes running around, but then we also may have psychic projections because we believe in giant apes running around, and there may be something else going on too. It's kind of it is a mystery, and mysteries are always good. It's just unfortunate that mainstream science doesn't want to look at these mysteries.
All right, I am going to answer this call, even though the person calling himself Quick Guy is sitting in a chair with a weird expression on his face and a glass of booze in his hand. It doesn't encourage me to answer the call, but I'm gonna. Quick Guy, hello.
You got me down to a T, buddy. How am I sounding?
So far, okay.
All right, much obliged. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I got a question for your guest, Lloyd. Lloyd, hello.
Yeah, hi.
My question relates to sort of when that segment of the show when we were talking about the zone and how to use psychokinesis. I'm a bit of a history student myself, specifically in Asian history, and a previous caller had mentioned Buddhism. Mm-hmm. I wanted to touch on Shaolin and the amazing physical abilities that these Shaolin Buddhist monks have been able to achieve in their temples and the like, in terms of being able to change their body temperatures, meditate for days on end without food and such. I would figure these guys would be the masters of being able to do this sort of psychokinesis, to have this nirvana, this zone, this in the head. And yet, through all the studies that I've done amateurly and as a history student, and among other fellow historians, there's just no correlation between their prowess of the mind and dominating the body and then being able to do psychokinesis. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, in China, I've been working with a Chinese researcher, and they often talk about using qi actually outside the body. And this is not necessarily the Shaolin, but it's other people who, and I've met other martial artists who supposedly could throw qi energy and affect things at a distance. And in fact, when in my very first job in parapsychology was working at the American Society for Psychical Research, and we had a martial artist come in from Ohio who was trained by a Shaolin, a monk actually years before, and he was able to break a photoelectric beam from the other side of the room by just simply making a motion and he said throwing chi, and also do some other physical things as well outside his body. And this was on top of all the physical things he could do. He ended up actually being one of the people who taught the men who stare at ghosts, as it turned out. And he also taught some Delta Force guys and some other the Army Rangers and other folks to do some pretty amazing things, which I've seen on video. I have to say that many martial artists have really interesting things going on. My dad was a producer for NBC Sports, and when I was much younger, I got to see a film of someone breaking a brick, some brick surface, actually was multi-layers with their hand, which is, something that martial artists can do, but it was shot at 1,000 frames per second. And I've seen it talked about in other places as well. The film did exist at NBC, at least during the 70s, early 70s. And you see the stone breaking before the hand actually hits it.
Oh, that's fascinating, actually. Thank you very much for that answer. Thank you for having me on, Art.
All right.
And much obliged. Excellent talk tonight. Thanks, guys.
Right, thank you. Here's a second caller referring to the East, the other caller from Bangkok. Why is it, Lloyd, that people, actually, you know what? We're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we come back, if you wouldn't mind, I want to talk about that. Why people in other parts of the world, I've spent a great deal of time myself in the Far East, and they have extremely different attitudes about the kind of things that we're talking about tonight. Maybe we get on that when we get back. Stay right where you are. You're listening to Midnight in the Desert. My guest is Lloyd Auerbach. And here's kind of a chilling wormhole message. It's from Raymond, and he says, I was told by a priest that if you code and your brain shows no activity when you return, and you remember being surrounded by darkness and silence, then you have reached the true hell. Imagine being in nothing forever, no stimulus at all, no sound, and conscious of the fact. Lloyd?
Yeah, that's actually also similar to a description of the bardo, which is the in-between place that Tibetans and other people talk about before you get reincarnated.
Yes. Well, that is strange stuff. So anyway, back to other parts of the world, and it certainly is true. In the East, there's an entirely different attitude about spirits and so forth.
Well, in different countries, you go to Australia and look at the beliefs of the Aborigines about psychic abilities.
Sure.
If you go to South America, you have a completely different view of spirits, even amongst the Catholics in Brazil. And Brazil is the most populated Catholic country where almost every other person is a medium, spirit medium as well. So, yeah, it's cultural traditions, it's religion, it's different. There is a difference in psychology. People always often talk about East-West psychology. There's a difference in history, and we tend to be a little bit more on the strict, probably since the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution, the strict materialist reductionist belief system, which is fortunately getting hammered away by some people.
Well, why such differences? I guess just cultural differences, right?
Yeah, the cultural differences. There's a long history in parts of the world for the way that they believe in certain things.
Mm-hmm. Well, certainly far more acceptance in the East than here in the West, and I guess it's just pretty much religion-based. I don't know. Anne, you're on the air on Skype. Hi.
Hi. I was calling about something that you had said about the early in the broadcast about people remembering and not being able to remember their near-death experiences.
Right.
And I wanted to throw in, there's a drug called Versed that is given to most surgery patients, and I wondered how many people actually had near-death experiences and didn't remember it because they were given that drug.
That's an interesting question. I don't know of any research on that. The drug itself doesn't sound familiar to me, but that's something that would be very interesting to look into. Of course, people have near-death experiences also out when they're in crisis outside the hospital too. And then some people have, they're declared dead by paramedics or other folks. Of course, they're not checking their brain activity at that point, but they certainly coded in other ways, and they don't have the near-death experience when they're resuscitated. So it's not, it may be related to the drug and it may not be, but it'd be interesting to look into that, certainly.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Anything else, Ann?
No, that was it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let me bring up a subject with you that you may or may not wish to talk about, and that is drugs. There are drugs, Lloyd, that are well documented in producing, what's the right word? I hesitate to even say hallucinations, but they allow self-examination in a strange way. The DMTs, those types of things. And I wonder if, as part of your examination of paranormal, if you have looked into any of this.
The drug thing, certainly folks in my field have done that. Certainly we're doing that when it was okay to do so. Andrew Buharich, who wrote the book The Sacred Mushroom back so long ago, was doing research in telepathy using the psilocybin mushroom in very small amounts. Some of the researchers were using LSD before it was illegal. And I know there have been some other experiments done, perhaps maybe on the side with marijuana and some other things. Parapsychology is incredibly underfunded. So trying to do a drug trial or something with drugs today requires incredible oversight at any university or any laboratory these days.
Sure.
And there's just no money to do it. So we have to go on the secondhand or even firsthand observations, anecdotal stories that people tell us when they have these experiences. And it seems that it's not just drugs, food stuff. Food is a drug.
Sure.
And you can play with food and have people's states of consciousness affected. And we do know that changing a person's state of consciousness can make them more or less psychic, depending on the person and the state of consciousness they go into. The biggest problem with hallucinogens is being able to separate the psychic imagery from the hallucinatory imagery.
Yes, I guess the big question is whether there even is truly a separation, and it may be. There may not be. It may be that it actually does open doors. I won't encourage anybody to experiment with drugs, but it may be.
One of the effects that's reported with hallucinogens is synesthesia.
Mm-hmm.
That people will suddenly see the music in color.
That's right.
As it's playing.
That's right.
It's a switching of sensory input and perception. That's what synesthesia is. And there is now some study going on. My colleague Ed May, actually, with his colleague in India, Sonali Marwaha, and Christine Simmons-Moore at the University of West Georgia are all doing research on synesthesia, and that people with some degree of synesthesia may actually be psychic. That may be an indicator of psychic ability. As it turns out, Joe McMoneagle, who was viewer number one for the Stargate program, for the U.S. Army remote viewing program, and Angela Ford, who pretty wasn't designated as number two, but was one of the better viewers, are both synesthetes. They both have some degree of synesthesia. About 4% of the population has synesthesia to some degree or another. And right now there's some plan to get some research money to look into this question and also do some genetic testing on the people who have shown that they have these abilities and see if you can identify genetically the synesthesia connection to this too.
By the way, Joe McMoneagle, I don't know if you know this or not. I'm sure you very well must, but he had an NDE. He definitely flatlined, and oh, what a story!
Yeah.
What a story he tells.
Well, his story is actually in ESP Wars because Joe is one of our major contributors to the book.
Uh-huh.
As it happens, and so his full story of his NDEs, he actually had a couple of them, are in this book. And I'm in contact with Joe every now and then. Of course, Ed May is in touch with him and still does research with him. They still do remote viewing research.
Well, we were doing a show on remote viewing, and we somehow stumbled into the NDE that he had, and he began to tell that story, and oh my God, that was some serious NDE. Yes, very.
Yeah.
And I only got part of it. I need to get him back, and I need to hear that story in detail because it's really something.
Yeah, it is. It's an amazing story, and again, you'll find it. You've got a copy of the book, Art, so it's in there.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Hold tight right where you are. We've got our last break coming up, and then we will continue to take your calls. You still can get a call in.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. Our newest staff writer and comedic artist, Ryan Cook, brings us our next article and a super comic book page titled Man-Eaters of the Himalayas. Excellently done. You should check this out on our website, darkmatternews.com. Would you expect a fuzzy kitty to have a body count greater than the likes of Freddy, Jason, and Leatherface combined? The infamous Pinar leopard is one of the several big cats throughout history who made bloody names for themselves by picking off Hindu pilgrims traveling the winding, isolated roads of the Himalayas. During attacks, the leopards lunge for the throat or nape of the neck, aiming to sever as many veins as possible. Homicide skeletons found in Africa and dating back to millions of years are said to show puncture marks from leopard teeth. As human settlement swells into previously wild areas, will the number of attacks increase? These cases are certainly a shock to any armchair outdoorsman thinking they are at the top of the food chain. Did you know that back in 2012, there were rumors going around that the Large Hadron Collider machine at CERN managed to open a portal? This is obviously according to a rumor, but it has been said that the LHC machine managed to open up a doorway to another dimension where giants, known as Nephilim, were witnessed, leading to the machine to be shut down immediately, apparently to be revised and reset for late September 2015. There are many doomsday theories going around these days, stating that the end of the world is coming late September. Of course, we're skeptical like the rest of you, and we've lived to survive another day, though many D-Day theories have come and gone. But one thing is for sure, it is happening towards the end of September 2015. The LHC machine at CERN is being fired up again, and reality is that the scientists at CERN are indeed looking to discover a parallel universe. The scientists at CERN have admitted the risks of hunting for extra dimensions and have confirmed that part of the universe we live in could possibly lead into a parallel universe if discovered. Got news, tips, or other information you'd like to share? Hit the tip line at darkmatternews.com. A story has been making the rounds on the web as of late, discussing what is being called the alternative. It refers to a less than lethal attachment for law enforcement and government officials that can be placed on the muzzle of a semi-automatic pistol without interfering with the pistol's sights or underbarrel rail, and acts to reduce the velocity of a standard round to make it less lethal. Developed by Alternative Ballistics in California, they claim it comes in a belt-clippable pouch designed to offer one-handed access of the attachment as well as one-handed security to the pistol itself, all without taking your eyes off of the suspect. The attachment catches a live bullet fired from a gun, and like an airbag for a bullet, it slows the round down to 1/5 of the speed while retaining the blunt impact force to knock a suspect down, effectively lessening the lethal potential of the fired bullet. It's a one-use piece of equipment, allowing for near-instant release from a pistol's muzzle to both allow for immediate follow-up of a lethal round if necessary, while allowing the majority of the attachment itself to be saved for future use. The alternative's first real-world application, as reported by the Washington Post, was actually during the Ferguson riots earlier this year. The city's assistant police chief said it gives another option. You're always looking to save a life, not to take a life. Alternative Ballistics said this technology represents a critical missing link between lethal force and less lethal force. I'm Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News.
From Tim through the wormhole, Tim says, Art, what's the chance that a shadow person may be a remote viewer? I had heard this is a possibility. God, that's awful to even imagine for me. Could a shadow person, could that be, Lloyd?
Well, that would fall into the idea of bilocation and out-of-body experience, which is different experientially for people, certainly.
Yes.
And remote viewing. Remote viewing, they're fully aware and they're in the location. They don't actually go. They don't even send their mind to the location. They just get information from the location.
Okay. I guess. I mean, we think we know that, right? There aren't so few
Well, that
absolutes.
certainly is the experience of remote viewers. There are instances where people. We did out-of-body experience research with a guy named Alex Tennis, a very talented psychic and researcher and teacher back at the American Society for Psychical Research. I was marginally on the outside of that research when I was working there. I actually put up a video about that experiment, in fact, on my YouTube channel. If you just go to YouTube and look for ASPR OBE experiment, you can find it. And Alex had experiences where he had an out-of-body experience, traveled in his out-of-body state, he reported, and was seen at the other end.
Oh, boy.
And, those kinds of experiences go back hundreds of years, actually. We have crisis apparitions where people are in crisis and they seem to project themselves to loved ones to try to get help. And apparitions of living people from time to time, when people are having an out-of-body experience in their dreams, they can sometimes be seen as ghosts. So it's possible that some of the shadow people, I wouldn't say remote viewers, but there might be somebody.
That's disturbing to me. Because the whole shadow person thing just absolutely, I'm going to be honest, it scared the hell out of me. It really did.
And there's that group of shadow people that apparently wear fedora hats or something.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It's one of those phenomena that we're not really sure. And frankly, in parapsychology, we only touch them. First of all, they don't get reported to us that often. And when we look into them, they tend to be in the ghost. The ones that work seem to be in the ghostly category.
All the things that I would have, shadow person. Wheeling, Illinois, I think it is. Hello.
All right.
Yes.
Finally, get on. I have a question about near-death experiences.
Yes.
I've always been fascinated by this, but my problem with it, and truly believing in it is if we do believe that there is a God, and I do myself, I'm a believer, why would he show us a glimpse of the afterlife, and why would he show some people a glimpse of the afterlife and not others? Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's a heck of a good question, Lloyd.
God's supposed to be unknowable, so I couldn't answer that question.
Well done. Because that's a tough question. I mean, if you...
how we're human. If there is a God, who are we to presume we know the mind of God?
Well done. I have no response to that.
Yeah, I just, that's...
But really, it is a pretty good question. Some people have these experiences, and then other people, nothing. I would hate to think that the person who sent the wormhole message is correct.
Well, some people die on the operating table.
They do.
So we don't know whether they may have had those experiences. The people who do have these near-death experiences sometimes say that there's a person there. And there have been cross-cultural studies, by the way. Some people meet relatives, some people meet religious figures, and it's based on the religion that you are. So in a cross-cultural study done by Carlos Osis and Earl Under Haraldson years ago, looking at Christians in the U.S. with near-death experiences and Hindus in India, the Christians tended to see either relatives or saints or Jesus or Christian figures. The Hindus saw Hindu gods.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on there?
I have no idea. That's an honest answer. All right, up to Bozeman, Montana. Hello.
Hi, Art. Wow, I actually managed to get you.
You did?
Then you as well. So many. I've been listening to you since I was 5 years old, back in the 80s.
And you're 80 now, right?
Yes, that's it.
I'm kidding.
Really glad that you're back on the air.
Thank you.
100%.
Thank you.
Lloyd, I was wondering what your thoughts on the possibility of all this PK activity being quantum in nature. Just thinking about quantum entanglement and quantum physics.
anything that you're close to, you might be able to affect with your mind just due to the very nature of particles.
Well, if we want to speculate from a science fiction perspective, we could possibly scale it up from the quantum level to the macro level. The biggest problem we've got is this scaling up. A big thing moves. Now, of course, that big thing, a chair or even a ball, is made up of quantum particles, and we might affect them. We'd have to affect them all, I guess, and maybe even affect gravity. Maybe we're affecting gravity.
Yeah. We're just, thinking about at some point if you'd be able to find a way to look at particles, that people move particles, is that much have to be easier than, moving bigger things.
Good point.
Yeah,
actually.
Point. And we're just, I think we're still scratching the surface in physics of a lot of what's going on in the quantum world and how it scales up, or does it even scale up?
There is, I get something called Science News, Lloyd, and there is something very interesting going on with quantum entanglement. They're determining that there is a way, perhaps, to use the entanglement aspect to communicate, to actually transmit information. They're right on the edge of this. I knew this was coming. I knew it had to come.
I knew it too. And of course, science fiction writers always talk about the Ansible, which is basically on that, on that principle. So, it's got to be coming. It's spooky action at a distance.
Yeah, big one. Speaking of distances, Andy, Jazz it is, down in Australia. Hello.
Hey, Art, how are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you.
That's good. I just wanted to know if Lloyd has had any experience with the phenomena of streetlights turning off or on as you drive by. Is this a phenomena, or is it just a case of you only noticing the few times that it does happen and not probably the million times that it doesn't? Similar to the 1111 phenomena.
Right. Also known as streetlight interference, or SLI, in my field. Well, we'd have to take each individual streetlight incident separately, because some streetlights do have photoelectric cells that, when a light beam hits them as if it's the sun hitting them, they can turn off. So a car driving by can reflect off something, can cause it to snap off. But that said, I've seen a few people, we've had a few people over the years who have said that they could turn off streetlights, and walking by on a quiet street, as they walk by the streetlights turned out. So that was pretty cool to see that happen. And of course, then you do have times that streetlights do cycle on and off. So it may just be that some of the streetlights that were even turning off for this guy could have been because of the cycle that was happening. But he seemed to be able to actually, his presence seemed to affect things in that way.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Great show, guys.
Thank you, Jazz. Take care.
I should mention, I'm trained as a magician and mentalist also.
Really?
So, kind of my parallel career, and it served me really well, not because I think people are typically lying or faking, but because we do perceive things in unusual, mysterious ways, and that's how magicians and mentalists can make people think things are happening. And so when we do investigations of people's experiences outside the laboratory where it's not controlled, we always have to look for alternative explanations, and sometimes you find multiple alternative explanations, and until you can rule them out, you don't really have psychic things happening.
Okay, let's try George out there somewhere. George, where are you?
I'm about 40 kilometers north of Hamburg, Germany.
Wow, okay.
Little farming village.
Alrighty.
I had an experience at 5 years old. I'm an American, by the way. I had my tonsils taken out.
Oh, yes.
And I always had a problem as a kid of sleeping or going to sleep easily. So, and at that time they used, I'm not sure, gas or something to put you out.
Mm-hmm, yes.
And when they put me out, I died on the table. And I didn't find this out until years later from my mother, that I had actually, and it was just for a very short time, like 20, 30 seconds. And but I distinctly remember today floating and noticing that my gown that I could see the color of it, the slight blue. Rather than seeing a bright light or a tunnel, I had like an illuminated screen in front of me.
Wow.
And I'm floating, and the screen was white. Everything else around me was kind of a gray, and I could hear them talking. The physician was my uncle. And I know they were concerned, and I was telling him, I'm right here, everything's okay, I'm fine. And next thing I know, I woke up in the bed, but I had no bed in the hospital, back in my room after the operation.
Boy, this sounds like a very, very strongly imprinted memory.
Yes, very strong. I'll never forget this. It's just like it was yesterday. And I'm 65, so that was 60 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Right. The effects, actually, of the gas they used back then, very weird. I had some too, nothing like you had, and I certainly died on nobody's table. But that's really something. NDEs absolutely fascinate me. George, I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate your call. Any comment, Lloyd?
Well, people, there are different images than the traditional tunnel and light. When I was over in Japan a number of years ago, I talked to a number of people. I was doing a show on near-death experiences and talked to a number of people who didn't see, they had near-death experiences. They all were classic effects post the experience and biologically had the effects, but they were crossing a bridge. They crossed a bridge. There was no tunnel. There was a bridge. And then there was a rose garden, a flower garden on a sunny day. And that's where they met their ancestor who told them it wasn't their time and sent them back. And we see this in different parts. And you talk about East-West psychology here. It seems like in China and Japan, I've talked to people from the Chinese community here in the Bay Area, and they too who've had near-death experiences did not experience the tunnel effect, which kind of contradicts some of the explanations that neurobiologists have come up with for what a near-death experience is. And it's always interesting that he remembers it so vividly is an earmark of a true NDE. That kind of imprinting and effect is absolutely an earmark of it.
There you go, George.
Yeah, that's kind of frightening. Yeah, right. It was like a movie screen lit up white, and I could see this screen, but I couldn't see them. And I had no one come and tell me that it wasn't my time to go. I don't think I realized that I was dead.
Maybe you weren't gone long enough for that. I really appreciate the call, George, all the way from Germany. Thank you. We're developing this very international audience. Let's go to Denver. You're on the air with Lloyd.
Hey, Art. This is Matt, your undefeated atheist from Friday night, part of the
5-0, Matt.
5-0, part of the DM Talk hashtag over at Twitter. But I got a real quick question. I know you're almost out of time.
I know you up. I saw you up there celebrating again and again, Matt.
Oh, I had to. So you got to do. You got to celebrate your victories.
Okay. Anyway.
All right. So real quick, I had a question. It was about his experiences where he said that he witnessed in a controlled environment, the spoon bending and the pencil rolling. My question is, I know you have a problem with funding, that if you've proven this in, like a vacuum kind of a scientific kind of element, why not take this to the $1 Million Skeptic or $1 Million Paranormal Challenge? Make the $1 million, prove it, legitimize it, and make grant money,
Well, I would encourage you to go to Randy's site, to randy.org, and actually read the application process and the rules, and you'll see why no one actually takes that research there.
I've seen people go on his things, but he only seems to get, kind of the kooky people. The people who are legitimate, people claim they really want it.
Yeah, people who really look at the rules and look at the challenge, it's not about whether they can do it or not. It's about who owns the rights to what.
It gives up patent rights or
There's so many things. First of all, there's a lot of hurdles because, and frankly, it's not going to be set up fairly. The test itself may be fair, the controls, but people who have gone through or gotten up to that, there have been enough changes and tweaks to the challenge over the years. It's really about the rules. And if you really read the rules, and then also you might read an analysis of it on the Daily Grail, Greg Taylor's blog. He did a really great study of the $1 Million Challenge a few years ago. And it's not something that an athlete's manager, a professional athlete, would not be allowed by his manager to take the challenge if it was a challenge for athletic performance.
Okay, I can see on that. I just love that. Rand Hooley, Yuri Geller and Peter Popoff were on there, and he didn't expect them to be on there. And he kind of showed him how the spoon bending worked. And he even said,
"Oh, you can take it. Are you kidding?" And the spoon bending, I have to say, the spoon bending has not been done under control conditions. But there have been analyses of the spoons after they've been bent. There's some interesting things that are going on there. The fact is that you can take any of this stuff.
All right, Matt, I'm going to have to go. Show is ending.
Thanks, Art.
You bet. Take care, buddy. And boy, Lloyd, what a show. Thank you so very much. Your book is ESP Wars, and it is out now, right?
I've got a couple of online courses coming up if people want to check those out too.
So online courses as well. Okay.
Yeah. And those if they go to the Rhine Center's site, which is rhine.org, they can click on education, the Education Center, and find out about the courses.
Well, it has been an astoundingly good show. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye-bye. That's Lloyd Arrow. Very, very good guest. We probably touched on just about everything, I think, and a little beyond. So tomorrow night, I kind of gave it away. Unless I'm wrong, I believe it is Shadow People, and it's going to be a very unsettling show for me in view of what's happened recently. But unsettling, that's what we do. Good night, all. All right, a little bit of news before we, and by the way, we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson here tonight, probably the world's premier astrophysicist. The world's, actually. So anyway, a little news first. The big blimp, right? Everybody's seen it now, the one that drifted into Pennsylvania and then deflated into a tree. Well, the news is there is no news. In other words, they don't know what happened. I have my own theory. Remember when you were a kid and mom gave you a balloon and you held on to it? Mom said, don't let go. You held on to it, you held on to it. But finally you couldn't stand it. You just let it go. Whee! Remember that? Well, I think probably some airman was sitting there bored to death, tired of seeing that thing in the same old place and went, whee! I don't know. Anyway, that's the blimp, such as we don't know anything. So let's see, what do we know? What happened today? Quite a bit, actually. The Senate marched Thursday toward a final vote on a 2-year budget debt deal. It's not such a good deal, really, because the president can spend as much money as he wants. Maybe he'll spend a little on space. It's kind of scary. We don't like the government shutting down, but it allows for virtually unlimited spending and in the hands of the wrong person. Actually, that's the whole government we're talking about. The success or failure of the Syrian peace talks this week, fat chance, is tied to the fate of one man who's not even at the table, President Assad of Syria. So Iran, Saudi Arabia will be there at a table along with their powerful partners, Russia and the U.S. Again, I'm going to say this. I think the whole mess in Syria is the most dangerous damn thing anybody's ever seen in their life. It's a proxy war going on there. The Russians are bombing the rebels who want to overthrow Assad, and the Russians don't want Assad overthrown. We probably have mixed feelings on Assad now, but we're bombing ISIS. And today also the Pentagon said, by the way, that it's going to be boots on the ground, actual combat in Iraq. Deja vu, right? All over again. I'm very worried about that. One mistake, and we sort of do a reset on the planet. China has now made the decision to abolish the one-child policy. Now, this may have to do with their lack of growth recently. Not lack of growth, the slowing of growth. So I guess if you can have 2 children, you have more productivity, question mark? You feed a lot more people, certainly. I wonder if they did it because of growth. Okay, so George Bush emerged from the 3rd Republican debate in crisis. Supporters struggling to understand why they should keep giving him money. Trump, of course, said he was one of the winners. And one other item. Tonight, XDS, we feed XDS, it's a satellite service. And they tell me that there may be a brief interruption at some point in the show, in which case they'll just put up a backup show for about 2 or 3 minutes, whatever happens. So if that happens to you stations, blame AT&T. I know I blame them for mostly everything else. One last item, there was a 767 aircraft, another one in as many months, that caught on fire on the runway. It was not a pretty sight. Everybody got out, but there were about 15 injured. Some of those were actually pretty serious. So here we go again. Engine fires. All right, stay right where you are. Coming up in a moment, Neil deGrasse Tyson will honor the show with his presence. I'm Art Bell from the middle of the desert, just adjacent to Area 51. You hear that, Neil? This is Midnight in the Desert. Coming up now, Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson was born and raised in New York City, where he was educated in the public school system, clear through graduation from Bronx High School of Science. Tyson went on to earn his BA in physics from Harvard and his PhD in astrophysics from Columbia. Neil's professional research interests are very broad, but include star formation, exploding stars, dwarf galaxies, and the structure of the Milky Way. Neil is currently kicking off the 2nd season of National Geographic Channel's Emmy-nominated Star Talk on Sunday, October 25th at 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. He also hosted Nova's Science Now and Cosmos, a space-time odyssey. Neil is the 5th head of the world-renowned Hayden Planetarium in New York City, and the first occupant of its Frederick P. Rose directorship. He is also a research associate of the Department of Astrophysics at the American Museum of Natural History, and the man who was at the very least an accessory to the premeditated murder of the once glorious planet Pluto. Welcome to the show.
Okay.
How you doing?
It's like where you are on the Pluto debate.
Nowhere really. I just read that and I thought, cute.
Well, you antagonize well.
Yes, well, it is said. Since we have it as a subject, actually, I'm nowhere on the Pluto debate. I just thought it was cute. The question is, why did you think that Pluto should be demoted as it was?
Well, just to be clear, I got implicated going back now 15, 16 years. We were redesigning the Hayden Planetarium and the facility, the building that contained it. And in that redesign, we're creating an entire new modern astronomy museum. And in that museum, it's like, well, we're cutting metal, and we want to cut metal. If we're going to cut metal, we want, content of high shelf life. And so we looked at Pluto and said, Pluto looks more like these new things that have just been discovered, these Kuiper Belt icy bodies in the outer solar system. They look more like each other than either one of them looks like any of the other planets in the solar system. So all we did was group it with this new swath of this newly discovered real estate called the Kuiper Belt. We didn't demote it. We didn't give it a new name. That all came from other people. But this got noticed, and people said, how come you didn't group it with the rest of the planets? You must be anti-Pluto. And that's when all the hate mail started coming in from primarily third graders.
Really, third graders. Yes, indeed. Well, it's all over.
Years later, an official vote would be taken by the International Astronomical Union, formally sort of demoting it from its planet status to a dwarf planet, with new definitions of what that even means.
Well, it's all over the internet that you were part of that.
Okay, I'll admit to like driving the getaway car, but you had to have been the one who discovered these other objects in the outer solar system, which forced the conversation. I was an accessory for sure, but not more than that.
Okay, all right. Well, let me now ask that we've had a good look at Pluto and the amazing geography on Pluto, and the fact that it's a little bigger than we thought it was. Have you reversed your position?
Oh no! In fact, it's not a. It's not like it remains true no matter what that it and these other objects are more alike than any of them are like the rest of the 8. So and it was a little bit bigger, like by a few inches. You know, this is not like, oh, it's twice as big. No, it's like a little bit bigger.
Right.
And we were all delightfully surprised by how much surface how many surface features manifest in these high-resolution photos that have no real explanation beyond something happening from within. Many people expected it to be sort of its surface to be a victim of collisions, so it'll be cratered perhaps, or ice freezing and refreezing. But it's got like mountain ridges and valleys, and so fascinating features that deserve much more attention than Pluto has gotten in the past.
Since we thought it was basically, I think, pretty much a billiard ball, and we've now found out what it really is, does that say to you one of two things? Either Pluto came and got captured from elsewhere, where it really was active, or it really has a lot going on internally?
Okay, so I'm not the best expert on Pluto compared with my colleagues who study it professionally, but I can tell you that Pluto has a large moon of its own, a moon called Charon, large relative to it. And in fact, it has the largest moon relative to it as a host planet than any other planet in the solar system. Next comes Earth. Earth and its moon, we have a pretty big moon compared to us. And then on top of that, it's got like other moons in orbit. And it's hard to capture a rogue ball with all of its moons intact. It doesn't really work out that way dynamically. So unless there's some result I have yet to see, I don't know anyone who is thinking that this was just a captured object, and it works well just as having formed with everybody else. It orbits in the same direction around the sun as the rest of the rest of the objects in the plane of the solar system. And so, even though it's tipped pretty far out of, nearly 30 degrees out of the plane of the solar system, one of the oddball features of Pluto that left people suspicious of its planetary allegiance, going back 40 years, by the way. But generally, if you're captured, you have an orbit that's more weird than even Pluto's orbit.
Sure. So that means internal heat, volcanic stuff, radiation, something.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna make mountains, something's moving around on the surface of your object, and so no, it remains a frontier. And the data are coming back slowly because to get the spacecraft to Pluto as quickly as my colleagues managed to get it there, because the number one rule in all of science is you want your experiment to be finished before you die. So, and Pluto is really far away. So the way to accomplish this is you make the lightest possible space probe and you put it on your most powerful engines. And this gives you very high acceleration away from Earth. In fact, it passed the orbit of the moon in like 9 hours, something of that order, whereas it took the astronauts 3 days to get to the moon. That's how fast this thing was moving.
It was screaming.
But yes, so the reason why I'm dragging you through those details is that they could have given it multiple means of transmission and data taking and high bandwidth, but that would have cost weight, and then it would have taken much longer to arrive at its destination. So as it is, the transmission back to us and the data taking of Pluto itself happen through sort of the same channels within the electronics. And so it's a very slow going in the obtaining of the data from Pluto, and they'll continue to feed us for many, many months to come.
What's the baud rate coming back? Do you know? Probably about.
I don't know the exact rate.
Low.
I don't know it's high enough to, so you're not there forever. But the point is, it could not give us data simultaneously while it was flying by Pluto. So all of our knowledge of what it was doing was on sort of models of its trajectory and what we expected it should have been doing while we were not communicating with it, because it needed every bit of its electronics to obtain the data during that flyby. And there it is, traveling for 9 years, and then it's like a few hours in a flyby of Pluto before it emerges on the other side, headed for other destinations in the Kuiper Belt.
All right. Well, now I want to ask you about the really, really, really big story. I sort of broke this early on. Not the first, I'm sure, but probably the first big one. Was in the Washington Post. I'm talking about this star that has, and the headline was, serious scientists talking about an alien megastructure. I call it KIC 8462852, I believe. KIC seems like an easier. Yeah, that's right. Kepler, of course, is now conveniently disabled for the moment, so we can't continue to look with Kepler, but what they did find caused one scientist to really, open her eyes quickly, pass it on to a scientist, Jason Wright at Penn State, and he said the word aliens. I would think that before any scientist, any astrophysicist would utter that word, they would think about their career, their family, their life, everything ahead of them before they would even suggest that word. It is, though, a fascinating story, and I'd like your take on it.
Well, sure. So, we all love the aliens. Don't get us wrong here. The issue is if you come upon something that you do not understand, and you are a scientist, history of the exercise in coming upon things you don't understand tells us that, to echo a comment I first heard made by Carl Sagan, the most extraordinary explanation is not likely to be the most likely explanation. This is just simple. This is a simple recounting of the things scientists have come upon that they did not understand in the past. And so for them in a press release to say, we don't know what it is, could be aliens. No, we don't know what it is. It could be a new kind of star system that we haven't studied yet. It could be a new kind of orbital dynamics that we haven't learned yet. I would go through a list of maybe 150 things personally before I would land on aliens as a possible explanation for it.
All right. Well, I don't know if their list was that long, but they did say they virtually went through everything they could think of before they got to anywhere near that word. I guess the one standing item that still could be would be a comet swarm, they're suggesting, but the odds of that are very, very low.
Yeah, whatever those odds are, it is surely higher than it being an intelligent alien civilization. That's all I'm saying. And so you would invest just the history of this exercise. That's all I'm saying. You could spend your life as a scientist exploring the least statistically, when I say statistically likely, again, I'm basing it on the things that were mysteries in the past that got solved, okay? And we learned that they were not solved by aliens or new forces of nature or God or spirits, right? They were solved by known laws of physics in a new way that we had yet to explore. Given that track record, I'm simply saying that I would not lead with that explanation, and comets, I would make sure I could rule out comets. And then, by the way, I would still say, I just don't know what this is. And I would need better data before I'd start commenting that it might be intelligent aliens. By the way, I'm not faulting people for arriving at conclusions to interpret things you don't understand. We have an urge to need to have an answer to things. This is one of the greatest drivers of sort of religious text, because you go to your religious text because it has answers to things you don't know anything about, like what happens after you die and how did it all get here. And then you have an answer, and then there's comfort in having an answer. Whether or not you choose to investigate the answer to see if it's in fact held up by data, doesn't matter. You have an answer. The most successful scientists are not the ones who invoke answers that have no supportive evidence in the face of ignorance. They just say, I will pose more experiments until I have enough information to judge what it is I'm looking at or what it is I've tested.
Okay.
And that's what distinguishes successful scientists from not.
Well, I'll tell you this. It got everybody excited enough so that virtually every radio telescope on Earth right now is pointed at that, listening really closely.
Exactly, because we don't know what it is. Not because we think it's aliens. There's an important distinction there. We're perfectly content standing on the precipice of what is known, peering into the unknown and saying, I have no idea what's out there. And I have a hint that here's something in particular I don't know what it is. Let me design more experiments to find out. And then when I have something reliable, I'll report on it to you. You'll be the first to know. Or the second to know.
Oh, okay, those are what 1,500 light years away, something like that, right?
I forgot how far away it is. But
pretty close, way out there. So every radio telescope now pointed in that direction. And I don't think we're going to get a discrete signal, nothing in Morse code, nothing like that. But
well, keep in mind that the signal that was obtained, what Kepler telescope does, in case people haven't read up on it, it was a telescope. It's run its useful life now, by the way. It was conceived and designed for one purpose: to discover Earth-like planets around Sun-like stars.
Right.
And so it had a target list, and it focused in one direction in the sky. And because planets are so dim relative to their host stars, the way this was going to measure it was to look for what we call transits of the planet across the surface of the sun, and which would require, of course, that the star system you're observing is edge on to you, because if it were face on, then the planets wouldn't go in front of the star, and then you would see nothing. Right. There's nothing to notice.
Sure.
So if it passes in front of the star, and you're monitoring the intensity of the light carefully, you will see the light dip ever so slightly, because the planet is blocking out some of that light. And then the dip comes back up, right, as the planet moves off the sun's surface from transiting across. And then if you see this repeat, then you have things like the size of the planet, you have the orbital time, you can deduce a lot of information. And the Kepler telescope produced a catalog, released a catalog of 1,800 planet candidates. And by the way, there's more data in the pipeline still to come. But those are the ones that were like secure enough to actually put out a press release on. And in there is this one object that has this peculiar eclipsing pattern, this peculiar darkening of the star relative to all the other planets that have been discovered and any expectation we would have for what's going on around it. And we discover new stuff all the time in the universe. And for that reason, I think astronomers are some of the more humble among professions who are out there, because we are dumbfounded all the time. We discover black holes. Who ordered that? The expanding universe. Who ordered that? Dark matter, dark energy.
We'll get to all of those, but you've got to admit, 22% occlusion is just incredible. I mean, 10%, 12%, 22%.
It's a mystery.
It's
plenty
a
of
good
mysteries.
one. I mean, Venus would only dim it by what, 1%?
Yeah. It's 1/100th. It's less than that. It would dim it by, it would dim it by less than 1%. That's correct.
So something big is going on.
Yeah, but like 1/10 of 1%, Venus would dim our sun by if somebody else were looking at it from afar. So it's a huge thing. We don't know what it is. So it's cool. And by the way, anytime there's something that we don't know what it is, like you just noted, people bring all the armament to bear on it. Every possible telescope, even if you had a different observing plan set up for it, you will turn the telescope in that direction. And because we have more powerful telescopes on Earth than what Kepler was. Kepler is basically a discovery telescope, right? And so it's tuned for this one specific purpose. You take the big hammers down here on Earth and focus on that star. Now you have a pre-selected star where you know something interesting is already happening.
All right,
and
Doctor,
so
if the radio telescopes come up with nothing more than a rise in noise floor as they're aimed at this the star system, would that raise your curiosity level another notch? I mean, I don't imagine a single signal, but I do imagine the possibility of an industrial alien society using a lot of electromagnetic stuff.
So let's go there. So that's a good hypothesis. So Let's back up to the Kepler telescope, however, and let me just affirm for you that it was only using visible light. And that's how it noticed that the light of the host star dimmed. So now, if it is an alien, if it is something that we don't understand but could be have some intelligence, and if it has some intelligence, and it will also have to have technology, because presumably we counted ourselves as intelligent as a species long before we had technology, right? So it would have to have intelligence as we know it and technology. Technology communicating with itself, with others, then there'd be radio signals. So you take a largest radio telescope, aim it at this, and look to see if your radio signal goes up, whether or not you can interpret it.
That's right.
Like you said, it could be the noise level goes up. That means even though you don't know what it is and can't decode it, some extra stuff is happening there. And you compare the noise level to the noise level you'd expect just for the native emissions of the star, because you don't want to read something that is natural to what you already know it would be emitting. So it'd have to be above all of that. Then that would be interesting. Then, by the way, that could be just some new radio phenomenon, and that alone would not presume that it has intelligent aliens with technology.
No, I said raise the interest.
Kind of radio source.
Yeah, raise the interest level by a notch is what I said.
It would, definitely, that's the right way to say it. It would further raise the interest level. Now, if you take the radio telescopes and point it there, and there's no increase or blip going on. By the way, you'd have to do this at many frequencies. All right, it's not like, let's just listen.
Oh, they're going to many.
Yeah, of course. You spread it out, and if nothing's there, then we bring optical telescopes back to bear on it to see if we can try to get an image of it.
All right.
There's interferometry.
Doctor?
All the other secondary means.
Hold on for a sec. We're at a break point. It's the long one. Enjoy it. We'll be back.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. A Saudi blogger, Raif Badawi, convicted of insulting Islam, is expected to receive the second 50 lashes of a 1,000 lash sentence soon, according to reports. The lashings are to be carried out 50 at a time for 20 weeks in a row. According to The Atlantic, the 30-year-old founder of the website Liberal Saudi Network, which was dedicated to fostering open discussion of religion and politics in Saudi Arabia, was just awarded the Sakharov Human Rights Award by the EU Parliament. His sentence and punishment has been condemned by many prominent political figures, including several foreign governmental and UN leaders and 8 U.S. senators. Also, according to The Atlantic, flogging as a means of punishment is prohibited under the Convention Against Torture, an international treaty to which Saudi Arabia is party. The kingdom is also a member to the UN Human Rights Council, where it heads an influential panel. A plane has caught fire on a runway in Fort Lauderdale Thursday, just prior to takeoff. More than 100 passengers had to quickly evacuate the Boeing 747 using emergency slides. One person was seriously injured during the incident. Evolution may happen faster than we previously expected. A new study of chickens could overturn the popular assumption that evolution is only visible over a long time scale. For a long time, scientists have believed that the rate of change in the mitochondrial genome was never faster than about 2% per million years. The identification of these mutations shows that the rate of evolution in this pedigree is in fact 15 times faster. NASA's New Horizons spacecraft has successfully completed the third in a series of 4 maneuvers, propelling it toward an encounter with the ancient Kuiper Belt object 2014 MU69, a billion miles farther from the Sun than Pluto. The targeting maneuver, performed with the spacecraft's hydrazine-fueled thrusters, started at approximately 1:15 p.m. on Wednesday. It lasted for about 30 minutes, surpassing the October 25th propulsive maneuver as the largest ever conducted by New Horizons. The 4 maneuvers are scheduled to alter New Horizons' path to send it toward a close encounter with MU69 on January 1st, 2019. The flyby would be part of an extended mission that NASA still must approve. Based on its brightness and distance, MU69 is estimated to have a diameter of only 20 to 30 miles, with an orbital period of about 293 years. New Horizons is currently located about 122 billion miles past Pluto. Just imagine how far it will have to travel over the next 3 years to reach its next targeted flyby. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
this night with the presence of Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I guess my pre-show notes just can't be right, judging from what I've heard. I mean, it says here that he was prepared to come on tonight, completely reverse his position on the frequent transit in our atmosphere of UFOs. So, guess I was wrong about that. Doctor?
Hey.
Hey.
So you're putting words in my mouth? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm kidding. I know that you're not a real UFO kind of guy. So.
Well, I don't know that I have a position on anything. I just, if I'm just thinking that if they were to visit us, we wouldn't require somebody's eyewitness testimony. You'd have way better evidence than that. And so, well, keep looking for them. Go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But I have judged what people seem to be so low a likelihood of them being real as to not trigger any interest in me at all. People are, because one day you'll find one, and then you won't need, no one will have to believe what you say, because you'll be walking down the street towing a flying saucer for everyone to investigate, and then we're done, and then you were right all along, but now you have actual material evidence.
Yeah, if I get to actually tow a UFO, then probably going to claim
maybe a little one, okay.
Better technology.
Maybe somebody's truck. We got trucks towing all kinds of stuff. I bet we can find one. But my favorite scene in the movie Independence Day was when the alien sort of crashes in the desert and Will Smith pops the hatch, punches the alien in the face, and says, "Welcome to Earth."
That's right. Actually, I think that's about what would happen in real life. Let's say.
I think it's so too.
Yeah, if something landed. The door opens, the ramp comes down, the little green guy starts down the ramp. He would be so full of lead before he got to the bottom of that ramp that he'd be rolling.
100 million guns in the United States would greet him first. Then we'll hand him over to the military.
Yeah, that's right, I'm afraid. All right, let's move on to other things. So much, while we had not left alien life, the big question, is it your view that somewhere out there, almost unquestionably, there is life?
Well, the way you have to approach that is not saying yes or no. You have to sort of assess likelihoods. And so,
how about
probability? Yeah. So you look at, I would say likely. That there's life. Yeah, that there's life elsewhere in our galaxy, certainly the universe. But I'm not basing that on wishful thinking, right? You base it on an analysis of what I would think is a sensible analysis of how long the universe has been around, how many stars there are, now the likely and better determined number of planets that would exist around those stars, and how long did it take life to start on Earth? Actually, it started pretty quickly, within a couple of 100 million years of when it could have possibly have started.
Right.
By the way, it's not that life took 800 million years from like 4.6 billion to 3.8 billion, all right, or 3.7 billion. No. Because the first 500 million years on Earth, we were still being heavily bombarded by the accretion of the leftover things in the solar system that were basically still making the planets. So it's not fair to begin the stopwatch then. Wait until that cools off. Now you can make complex molecules. And because under high temperatures, complex molecules don't form. So start when you can. Now you start the stopwatch, and then 200 million years later, we have simple life, but self-replicating life. And then, yes, it would take another 300 million years before you had complex life, but life itself happened pretty quickly. And the ingredients on Earth are the same as the ingredients practically everywhere in the solar system. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen. These are some of the most common ingredients of the universe. If we were made of something rare, you might have an argument. Like, I joke about this, an isotope of bismuth. If life on Earth were based on that, then you say, hey, we got something good going here on Earth. Nobody else has got this. Well, they can't possibly have it in large numbers. But we're made of the most common ingredients, like it or not. And so, given these factors, it is easy to think that life, even possibly as we know it, could have formed in countless places across the galaxy and the universe. And now you want to ask about intelligence, that's like another level. And of course, who are we to even say that we are intelligent? Because we invented the test to decide who's intelligent and who isn't. And humans win that list and no other creature does. So the hubris of that, for me, is laughable. But given even accepting that, it's not clear that intelligence is inevitable, because if the asteroid never took out the dinosaurs, our mammal ancestors would still be there, having not evolved into something more ambitious than themselves. And because the dinosaurs were around on Earth for longer before the dinosaur hit than the time that has elapsed since then. Now, this is a profound fact because it argues strongly that were it not for the dinosaur, the asteroid, the dinosaurs would just simply still be here. And we'd be running for cover under their feet the way rats and mice run for cover under our feet. And so that would be an Earth without intelligence, but teeming with life.
You don't think that other ecological changes would have taken them out eventually?
They were going for hundreds of millions of years. What's another 65 million, which is the time that has elapsed since they've been extinct.
True.
65 million is small compared to how long. So they now, by the way, we use the word dinosaur, but that refers to many, many species, some of which came and others went. Okay, not all the dinosaurs you see in the cartoons or in any authoritative source were all alive at the same time, right? So I say dinosaur as just this dominant lizard, reptilian thing on Earth. But T-Rex surely would have had his run and then maybe gone extinct, but other dinosaurs would have risen up, as had happened over the hundreds of millions of years that preceded it. But there's no indication that these big-brained mammals derived from tree rodents of the day would have evolved to anything more ambitious than what they were at the time.
Dinosaurs originally, I guess, were, or birds of today are descendants of them, right? Some birds?
Yeah, they're a branch of what we would think of as, and I learned all this, I work at the American Museum of Natural History, which has an entire department of vertebrate paleontology. That's how much the study of life goes on in the museum, that they can separate life forms that have vertebrates from life forms that don't, and they're two different departments in the museum. So vertebrate paleontologists, these are the dinosaur hunters. And I learned from them. I didn't know before I've been at the job for 20 years, but being near them sensitizes me to all of these things that they know and that they study, including the fact that birds are direct descendants of dinosaurs. But colloquially, when we say dinosaur, no one is thinking bird. We're thinking T-Rex. We're thinking the dinosaur formerly known as Brontosaurus. The classical dinosaurs that you see in movies.
Okay, let's change to the large. Before we do that, I actually heard you on another podcast, Joe Rogan, and I really, really got a kick out of the talk you had about people who think that the world is going to end. September was a very interesting month because I talked to a lot of these people, and there were at least 3 separate. When the first date came, I can't remember what it was now, and the world didn't end. They were kind of upset and set a second date. That passed. They set a third date. That too passed. I haven't heard from them since. They're probably warming up for something new. But the world should have ended in September, according to all these folks. My God, I got a lot of email about that.
Well, so what I find fascinating, and somebody should study it, if not psychologists or cultural anthropologists, somebody should study the fact that there are communities of people who are predicting the end of the world and then are upset when the world does not end.
What is that about?
Happy that they were wrong.
Yeah, what's that about? Why would they be upset?
I don't know. This is what I'm saying. Somebody's got to study it and figure out what's going on in the human mind, in the human brain, where there are people who are only happy when they're sad.
Apparently so, yes. Well, you're right about that. They kind of slunk away, And
there's a great website that you can Google it for ends of the world, and it is an endless list of predictions made for the end of the world that go back thousands of years. And it gives, and not all of them give a date. They say, oh, sometime in the next 10 years or so. 10 years goes by, and it makes a note that the world has not ended yet. But what's interesting to me about the end of world scenarios is whoever is telling it to you, it is very likely, I would say, a certainty that they're telling you the world will end in our lifetime. And if you become a believer of that, then you end up joining the movement, and then they become the head of a movement. Whereas if they say, oh, the world is definitely going to end in 150 years, no one's interested, nobody cares.
That's right.
It's less potent an argument to give to grow the cult or whatever it is you're creating for yourself.
But there are people not in cults who follow this. I mean, millions of them, literally. It's amazing to me. So I thought that was a good discussion. Anyway, on to the Large Hadron Collider. That's news right now. They're powering it up to apparently a power they've never reached before, with two things in mind. One, possibly it's said, or it's rumored, to create a mini black hole, and or two, to connect with another dimension. What can you say about this?
Yeah, so I mean, my specialty is astrophysics, not particle physics. But I can tell you what I do know from I have a lot of friends who are particle physicists. So first of all, just keep as background information that when modern physics makes discoveries, typically, it's because an experiment has been designed that enters a regime of energy or force or pressure or some measurable quantity that had never been reached before.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not fundamentally different as a goal from the astrophysicist saying, I want to now have the biggest telescope there ever was, because that will enable me to see dimmer things than ever before, and farther than ever before. And anytime you push such a frontier, you are bound to make some kind of a discovery, because you're entering what we call a parameter space never before explored. So with the Large Hadron Collider, with this new round, if you will, they'll reach higher energies with that, as you'd expect every next time they do this. Once you refine the operations of it, but plus they got the Higgs boson out of the way, so now that let's keep going. So now mini black holes, these are fascinating things because they're not particularly stable, and they evaporate essentially instantly by Hawking radiation. They just evaporate.
Higgs boson evaporated pretty much right away too, right?
What was it again?
Higgs boson pretty much evaporated.
So we wouldn't say in that case we wouldn't say evaporate. You could decay to another particle, another kind of. But a black hole, I mean, there are particles that were inside the event horizon that now emerge from outside the event horizon in the space around the black hole, and then the black hole loses mass, and then and this continues until the black hole loses mass entirely, and then it disappears forever. So if it makes black holes, there'll be tiny black holes, and they'll be of no real. They might be fun to study, but they're of no danger or consequence.
So there's no danger they'll create a black hole and it'll just not disappear. So that would be problematic.
You mean if it just decided to eat everything?
Yeah, starting with the collider, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was back when they first flicked this on the switch of the collider. There was a YouTube clip of like the security camera of the parking lot outside of the CERN facility, and it had a countdown clock near it. And the seconds till turn on, so it turns it on, and then this hole opens up in the parking lot. All the cars fall in.
Really?
Creative videographers, especially when inspired by science catastrophe, makes for some entertaining viewing. So there is no risk of that. And by the way, your concern is healthy, but unfounded. What I mean by healthy is one should always ask, what is the risk? Could this happen? Could this possibly be? And if you look at the history of these kinds of experiments, everybody's worst nightmare was never realized. And because the worst nightmares that people came up with were not based on the reality of the calculations that were actually done. And so, we'll just look for more discoveries and things. And I don't even know what next particle they're looking for. Maybe next time we talk, I can come in with a portfolio of what remains to be discovered.
Something smaller than Higgs. I know that, smaller than Higgs.
Exactly. Well, we'll consider that there are three kinds of discovery. There's, I think something will be there, and I'll look for it, and lo and behold, I find it. And that gives credence to my hypotheses that I put forth to begin the experiment. But another one is, it should be there, and I look, and it's not there. That's almost as interesting, maybe more interesting, than finding what you're looking for. It's not finding what you're looking for. And then a third one is, you find stuff that you never even dreamt should be there. And these are three fascinating outcomes.
Or how about this one? Something happens that you weren't prepared for.
Yes, that can happen at any time. Yes.
Yes, well, that's the one everybody worries about. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if you were to ask a scientist at CERN, what is the risk of something catastrophic occurring, how would they answer, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a great. Let me think of a way to pose that question slightly differently. So it would be: are you prepared for something to happen that you're not prepared to happen? I mean, that's kind of what you're asking.
It is,
and I guess by definition, the answer is no. By definition, however, you can quantify some of those risks. For example, at a baseball game, there's a ball thrown 90 miles an hour. Right. There's a bat swung at 90 miles an hour. And if any of those gets loose, it can fly into the stands and hurt you. So you say, watch out for the possibility of these flying into the stands and hurting you. And you can ask, what would a rotating bat going, 90 miles an hour do to the human body? You can calculate this and figure this out. And so even if it never happened, of course it has happened, but even if it never happened, you can judge what kinds of things can go wrong based on what you do on the baseball field, or based on what you do in a particle accelerator. There's a limit to how much energy can possibly leak out because you know how much energy you're putting in. You don't get energy from nothing. Yeah. So you can contain your concerns in some way, but I have to concede at some limit. If you never can anticipate it, something could happen that you've never anticipated.
Well, in a major league ballpark, you can put up a fence, and so you probably limit your liability when somebody gets whacked, because they're not going to get whacked.
Exactly. Yes, but so maybe my example wasn't as good as it could have been.
So I'm not sure putting a fence up around CERN is going to cut it.
Well, the Mets are in the World Series. I have to mention a baseball.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, fence, that would be interesting. It would keep the baseballs out of CERN, but that's about it.
Keep the nutcases out, maybe. So this is about to happen, I guess, within the next few days, or it's happening now. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember when the next phase is, but it's soon.
It's very close. Black holes are really interesting.
By the way, I got to tell you, we would have had something 3 or 4 times more powerful than this had the budget not been cut to zero by Congress in 1993. We were building the superconducting super collider in Texas.
I know.
Not many states are large enough to have contained the size of this circle, of this particle.
It actually started digging.
They even had a hole dug.
That's right.
Correct.
That's right.
And you can read the reports, and they say, budget overruns, and we have to conserve, and all this. And I have a different interpretation of what happened. That it's very simple. That in 1989, peace broke out, because any previous budgets that funded particle accelerators got funded, because people knew in the 20th century that physics mattered. A physicist is an expert in matter, motion, and energy. And what is war if not the simple transfer of energy here to energy there?
And money from here to
money. Really good at.
Yeah.
And when you're at war, Cold War, of course, that was, money is flowing like rivers.
Dr. Tyson, we're at a break.
Justify it.
You're absolutely. This is what I want to talk about when we get back. Not only as it relates to the Hadron Collider or the collider that could have been in Texas, but I want to talk about the space program. I am so sad about our space program. We'll be right back. This is Midnight in the Desert. Probably the nation's absolute premier astrophysicist, probably so in the world. And you're not going to want to miss his Star Talk on Sunday, October 25th at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. That's going to be quite a show. Now, I want to jump because I want to talk a little bit about what. Look, when I was 13 years old, I got my ham license. Then I went into radio. I was deeply into electronics. I loved and still love electronics. I'll be a ham till the day I die, in more ways than one. And it was a wonderful, wonderful time to grow up. I grew up watching the space program. I grew up watching man stand on the moon. I grew up seeing all of that, and it's all, I don't want to say it's all gone, but I don't know. The spirit that America had, what we were, looking to the future the way we did, it's just not the same. Dr. Tyson, would you care to comment on that?
Sure. So what distinguished the 1960s from all times that followed it, and of course the 1960s ended in like 1972, 73, I guess with the end of the Vietnam War and when we stopped going to the moon. And of course the 60s began when the Beatles appeared on Ed Sullivan. So that's the operational definition of the 1960s. And so in the 60s, every single space mission was more ambitious than the previous one because there was a goal set that had not yet been reached. And so Gemini had 2 astronauts and not 1. And each Gemini mission was testing spacewalking and docking and maneuvers that you would need to execute in order to go to the moon. When the last Gemini spacecraft was retired, there was the Apollo spacecraft waiting in the adjacent launch pad, ready to start its rounds of tests, and culminating in, of course, the landing on the moon with the Apollo 11 in July 1969. When you look at modern times, where people are getting excited about the space shuttle or the space station, you're advancing a technological frontier to build a space station the size of a football field orbiting the Earth. No doubt about it. But as far as for my money, you're not actually advancing a space frontier. What you're doing is you're boldly going where hundreds have gone before into low Earth orbit. And so that's why people are asserting that, oh, well, space is just not interesting. Well, it's not interesting because there's not an advancing frontier to garner the headlines, such as what happened in the 1960s.
Nor do they seem willing to admit how many things came out of the space program that we take for granted now.
Yeah, I can't even be, that's a whole other conversation.
It is.
Perhaps the most under-heralded aspect of the space program was the need to miniaturize electronics to save on the weight of the launch vehicles. And so every functioning piece of electronics, from the computers to the communication device, everything, a lot of engineering brain work went into make them small. And the act of doing so then led Earth people to say, hey, this radio that used to be a piece of furniture in my grandparents' living room, maybe I can fit that on my hip. Clearly, no one in the 1920s was looking at the radio saying, I want to carry that around with me, and one day I will. No one even knows how to have that thought, because that's not the mindset at the time. So much of what we count as modern access to computing and electronics as being portable are traceable to the trend that was initiated by NASA simply to go into space. And that's not simply a patent. It's not a spin-off in any literal sense. It is a trend in what you needed to do to get the job done, and what impact that had on the innovation of everybody else here on Earth.
So what's happened to us? In other words, why can't this case be successfully made to those who hold the purse strings for whatever we want to do?
Well, so I wrote a whole book on this. It was called Space Chronicles: Facing the Ultimate Frontier. And by the way, that book was the title I submitted it with to the publisher was not that title. the title I submitted it with was Failure to Launch, the Dreams and Delusions of Space Enthusiasts. And the sales team was, oh, we can't sell a book that has the word failure in it. And I had a whole argument with them that I lost, okay? So here's the thing. Many of us who remember the space program, we will recount it as being the deeds of the deeds of explorers. It's in our DNA. Perhaps not only as a species, but as Americans. Look what we did.
Yes.
And there's a lot of that going around. But consider, we were at war. We were at war with a sworn enemy. Mm-hmm. And in fact, almost every single metric of success in space, we did not win. The Soviets won. They had the first satellite. They had the first non-human animal. They had the first human. They had the first woman. They had the first black person. They had the first space station. They invented the rocket equation that tells us how to actually design rockets to have them launched to go to our destinations. What we did, and they didn't do, we landed on the moon. So we did this one thing, and then we said, we win.
Yes, and they now virtually hold the keys to the space station. They're the only ones who can get us up there.
They're the only one. And I used to say that we hitch a ride with them, but in fact, no, we're paying tens of millions of dollars per seat just to get to the space station. So it leads you to wonder, do we need to be at war in order to stimulate a moving frontier in space? Because there is no question that that's what stimulated it the first time. And I joke about this. I imagine visiting China and go visit the head of China and whispering in his ear and saying, I just want you to leak a memo. It doesn't have to be true. Just leak a memo that says you want to put military bases on Mars. And then we would design, fund, build a spacecraft, and launch it. We'd be on Mars in 10 months.
Wonderful.
For sure. And so...
No, that's good. I'd rather not have to go to war to achieve it. But you know what? Right now, if you look at what's going on in the world with Russia and Syria and the proxy wars and all the rest of this baloney, China with their islands, us with sailing by them, we're getting closer to the old Cold War by the minute.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect because things are not becoming less tense. They're becoming, it appears, more tense. And with us putting our warships near the Chinese islands that they're building, in that same article that I read of this was when I learned that the Chinese had put one of their warships off the coast of Alaska when President Obama was visiting Alaska. So it's like tit for tat kind of war games going on. And so I don't know what the long-term future of that is, but maybe the only thing that'll keep us safe is that everybody's in debt to everybody else.
Well, there is that. I guess if we got into a tiff with China, we would suddenly just say, all right, we're keeping our money.
Right. And they don't want that. And so maybe it's the economies that are preventing it. But I have another plan. I don't want to call it a plan, an idea, I'd rather say.
Okay.
And that is for a nation to grow economically and to maintain a sense of security and health and wealth, it will require innovations. We know this. Innovations in STEM fields, the science, technology, engineering, and math fields. These are the engines of tomorrow's economies. We've known this since the Industrial Revolution and before. So with this, we can pose the question, what is the greatest driver of innovations? And what we have today are people saying, I know what we have to do. Let's create programs that get kids interested in STEM fields. That'll fix everything. No, it's not. You know why? Because adults outnumber kids 5-1, and adults vote. And adults wield resources and funding, and adults are in charge. And if you have scientifically illiterate adults, I'm not waiting around 30 years for the eighth grader to become president and then have to solve these problems. There's an adult problem, an adult science illiteracy problem that is in the way. So what I would suggest is, if the government says we are going to go into space in a big way, then it becomes highly visible, as going to the moon was highly visible. The government said we're going to put people on Mars, and you know who those astronauts will be? They're in middle school today. Let's select the Mars astronauts today, and it'll be a 50 middle school students from across the country. And Team Beat will follow them. And we're all going to want to know, are they eating their 3 square meals? Are they getting good grades? And we would grow up with them. And they would be the first pioneers to Mars. And to do that, you're going to have to innovate in countless ways to get people to Mars safely and have them return. Plus, we're going to have to use materials on Mars, and we're going to spend any time there, unless you send cargo ships in advance. But all of this has never been done before, which means you're going to have to innovate. And that will turn a sleepy nation, a sleepy country into an innovation nation. And when you're an innovation nation, you know that there's something cool about innovating. You have the same attitude towards innovation that Elon Musk has. And he wouldn't sit there isolated as a lone genius trying to solve all of our problems, because we'd all be part of that same solution path. So I see space as a force operating on our urges to be innovative, whether or not you are actively engaged in aerospace fields, and that would be transformative of our nation.
Okay. If you were in charge of NASA, and you had lots of money, and you could set the agenda for our next big goal, what would it be?
So that's a great question. So I'm going to I'm going to give you an unorthodox answer first, and then the longer real answer. My unorthodox answer is, I don't want to be head of NASA, because the head of NASA reports to the president. But we as citizens, the president reports to us. And so the real power is not in who's head of an agency. The real power is in the electorate. So if the electorate understands the value of this, then they would only elect into office the people who resonate with that valuation. And then you don't have to run to Washington. NASA wouldn't have to run to Washington every 2 years with hat in hand saying, please top up my budget. Those folks would already be in place.
Well, I've been watching these silly debates, and not once have I heard a question about space.
Precisely, or science even. Forget, but science or technology. As though this is some optional thing that maybe we'll get to if we have time, when there is no health, wealth, or security without it. So I am astonished that it has not only not been addressed directly by the candidates, the journalists are not going there either. Maybe they think that science is not going to sell in the debate ratings. I don't know. But it's a travesty if we're going to have debates where science is not the theme. It's at least one of the topics of the debates. Because somebody's got to recognize that there is no modern society as we have come to build it without the contributions of science and technology to it. That's all there. That's pure and simple. Now,
okay, well, here's another mystery you can try and explain. While there's not much interest among the public, or maybe that's wrong, there is. While there's not much money getting poured into it, if any at all, look at Hollywood. That's all they're doing. Did you see The Martian? A great movie, actually.
I think the Hollywood is a litmus test for what the appetite that exists for people to want to think about space, to go into space,
yes,
to dream of it tomorrow. And the great thing about The Martian was science and technology were themselves characters in that film. My favorite thing to say about The Martian was they had the cliched scene that any astronaut movie is going to have, where one of the astronauts is looking at a video screen of their spouse and their child.
That's right.
See, when are you coming home? And they touch the screen. When they did that in this film, I'm thinking, could you hurry that up, please? I want to see if the experiment's going to work. And that's normally the most touching scene in any of these other films. And this one kind of got in the way because the science and technology was where all the suspense was, and the action and so now to answer your question, what I think we should do, and I would offer this to people, and they can decide for themselves. I don't start movements. I'm not hitting people over the head. I want people to vote freely according to what their own thoughts are, provided they're informed thoughts. So I'm going to give you some information. My sense is that if you set the next goal as a destination, such as Mars, you might get stuck with the moon problem. What was that? It was, we're going to the moon. And then we got to the moon, and then NASA was not designed to do anything else because so much money got pumped in to make that one result happen. that the rest of the solar system laid untouched because it all got focused in a singular goal. What I would suggest is don't even make Mars a singular goal. You say, let us create a suite of launch vehicles that have the capacity, depending on combinations of sort of strap-on boosters, you can go to any destination you want.
Ooh, I like that.
When we built the interstate system for the United States, they didn't say, let's just connect LA and New York. No, let's build the roads everywhere, because I don't know in advance how creative people want to be in this part of the country versus another. So let us enable all transportation. So if you can do this, then sure, so there'll be scientists who want to go to Mars and look for life. There could be miners who want to extract mineral resources from asteroids. And maybe robots will do that first, or people. We might want to put a telescope at one of the Lagrangian points on the other side of the moon.
Yes.
Tourist jaunts to the far side of the moon, and then all of this, you're going to have to innovate to make all of that happen. And then once those frontiers are touched and the routines are established, then you cede that to private industry, which then makes a buck off of it. And then the solar system becomes our intellectual and vacation playground.
Well, listen, Hollywood's still all aglow with it. And as an example, The Martian drew in hundreds of millions of dollars. It did very well. That indicates the American public is still very, very interested. So it's just like a lack of a goal. We don't have a goal. Oh, and that interstate system you talked about, we've got potholes in it. Potholes.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the infrastructure. That's a whole other conversation, of course.
Sort of.
I don't know what country this is sometimes when I look around. I'm old enough, maybe as are you, to remember in elementary school they would show these film loops of other countries, and it would be like, United Nations Week or something.
Right.
And you'd see these like third world countries, as they were known back then, where oxen drawing plows driven by people,
right.
Flies were on their faces, roads were washed out. We had a certain smugness about it, that we're Americans, they need our help. And then here in the 21st century, the economy tanks, New Orleans floods, bridges collapse,
yes.
Trains collide. And I look at this and say, what country is this? We don't have the tallest buildings anymore. Well, who would have thought that our planes would be flying slower today than at any time throughout the 1960s? I was expecting that today we would have like suborbital flight. You get to Japan in 45 minutes. But no. We used to have the longest tunnels and the longest bridges. And for a while, as a kid, I thought, well, this is just kind of like a peeing contest, of what good is that? And then I realized that if you build the tallest building, you have to innovate to do that, because you're doing what no one has done before.
Exactly.
That will be awarded. And so the very act of the very audacity of wanting to extend a technological feat. Yes, there's pride and some ego involved, but at the end of the day, some new discoveries are made that in essentially every case apply to the rest of society in ways that move our culture and our nation forward.
Okay. Well, I don't think that the decaying infrastructure and our apparent non-interest in space are different. I think it's all wrapped up together. Something
in a malaise.
In a malaise, yes, indeed, a malaise. And we're not fixing things. We're not building things bigger, as you point out. Something has happened to us, and perhaps you ought to be in the business of starting a movement of some kind. I don't know what that would be, but
no. But then I would, as an educator, I'd rather educate people and occasionally enlighten them, so that what the country does is what the electorate wants to do. I don't want to drag people. I don't want to. You'll not see me hitting politicians over the head, no matter what they say, because they're representing an electorate. So if they say something, and it's even if it's like scientifically illiterate and they're gaining votes, that means they're being supported by people who resonate with that science illiteracy. And so as an educator, it's my duty, I think, to alert people of things they might not have known that they should know before they make judgments, before they formulate opinions. before they vote. And then if after I tell them what I think they need to know and they still want to vote for the person, fine. It's a free democracy. That's how it's supposed to work. But I fear that many people are simply unaware of what perhaps they need to know to make informed decisions about the 21st century.
I wouldn't even, if somebody said, well, okay, who do I vote for? So I get exploration, I get money to NASA, we begin moving ahead. There ain't no such candidate.
See, who came closest to that candidate was Newt Gingrich back in, was it 08?
Oh, the moon stuff.
Yeah, he was talking about, people made fun of him, and I'm thinking, and I'm not, I know him, we've met a few times, but I wouldn't count myself among his great supporters or anything. So, nonetheless, he says, let's have moon bases. People mock him for that. And I can tell you that given the state of technology, for him to suggest moon bases is not as crazy as President Kennedy saying, let's walk on the moon at a time when we had no spaceship at all. Think about how big a step that was for Kennedy to say, let's put a man on the moon before the decade is out. Not as big a step as saying, let's put moon bases on the moon now that we already have a space program.
All right, question for you. Are moon bases actually sustainable? Could we do it? Is it just a matter of money?
No, so moon bases, it's an outpost, so you need a supply chain. You're not going to grow anything on the moon.
That's what I meant.
So you have to have modules, right?
Yeah.
You have to do what Matt Damon did on Mars. But you're not really living on the moon. You're living on Earth on the moon, right? You're creating a 72-degree habitat with a farm inside. And I would question why you might do that. It seems to be much more fun to just have a quick vacation there and then come back, not try to just live there. I mean, I don't see the point of making that your permanent residence, since it is supremely hostile to human physiology to step outside.
Yes, immediately. But so it would be doable, but the question is why?
Yeah, I would say, definitely have an outpost. Like we have outposts on Antarctica. There are no permanent residents of Antarctica, for example. And by the way, Antarctica is balmier and wetter than Mars. And I don't see people lined up to, live in condominiums in Antarctica. So the same challenge would apply to Mars. You'd have to terraform Mars to make it someplace you want to go hang out. And I don't have a problem with that. We're just nowhere near. We can't predict next week's weather, much less terraform an entire planet and turn it into Earth. So we're a long way. I don't know how long, 100 centuries away, perhaps. Don't know, but
we better find somewhere to live. The way things are going right now, we may need it.
Well, so that's a common argument that, in fact, Stephen Hawking, you're in good company. Stephen Hawking made a similar argument, as did Elon Musk. We want to be a multi-planet species in case there's some catastrophe, an asteroid or a virus or nanobots take over. And on the surface, that sounds good, and it makes good newspaper copy and clickbait on the internet. However, if you have the resources, if you have the geoengineering power to terraform Mars, turning it into Earth, then it seems to me that you have the power to deflect an asteroid from hitting Earth in the first place. People say, we're trashing Earth, we need another planet. If you have enough resources to terraform another planet into Earth, you can terraform Earth back into Earth.
That's true.
So I don't agree with the practicality of making humans a double planet species. Because whatever that effort is, it's got to be less to permanently inoculate ourselves from any bad virus, whatever effort that takes. That's got to be easier than shipping 1 billion people to Mars. That's all I'm saying.
Do you worry at all about the possible ramifications of nanotechnology? I've thought a lot about that.
So a couple of things. Just so you have a way for your brain to enter that conversation. Your ability to build things or to manipulate things or to invent things, that is to create objects, are intimately linked to the size of the tools you're using. So if you are constructing an office building, you're not using tweezers and a microscope. You're using bulldozers, and so the size of the tools are commensurate with the size of the project. So now you have a surgeon operating on your eye. So now the tools have to be small, or on your brain, they have to be even smaller. So now, when you think of nanotechnology, possibly making robots or machines the size of, let's say, human cells, you need tools as small as human cells to make these things.
That's right.
Or you exploit biological molecular activity so that it makes a sort of you deputize molecules in the service of your machines in some way that has not yet been achieved. That'd be the merging of biology and technology. But my point is, if you want to go there, you have to have tools that size. And if you have tools that size, oh my gosh, you could manipulate viruses.
Oh, yes.
You could. I mean, that's an extraordinary frontier. And of course, there's a dangerous side.
Oh, yes.
There was a dangerous side when we invented knives, right? You can kill people or you can kill your food. So I'm not saying there aren't hazards. And I'm not saying that we should not have a growth of moral turpitude. Is that the right word, turpitude? Fortitude to accompany such discoveries. But when I pause and reflect on the power we would have over our genome, right, over our medicines, and how much that could help the human species, I'm not even thinking about what bad it could do. You set up laws and say, thou shalt not do these bad things with this technology. And of course, there'll be bad people who will. You find them and arrest them and put them in jail. Just as there are bad people who will stab you with a knife or shoot you with a gun. You take them and put them in jail. All right? So we'll need laws to grow up alongside it. But there is no doubt that so many of the things that we fall victim to, it's simply because we don't have the tools and the knowledge of how to use such tools, even if we did have them, commensurate with the size of the actual phenomenon going on that we would want to manipulate.
There's just been one big change in the world, Doctor, since what you're talking about now, and that is, back then, we could depend on mutual assured destruction. Somebody pushed the wrong button. Now, we have people in the world the center of their ideology is to bring upon us Armageddon, to start the war of wars that will essentially end everything. So if something gets in their hand that would accomplish that, they don't mind dying. They're ready to give up their life to end it all.
You're right. That was a game changer. And for us stateside, that all changed, of course, on September 11th, where at any minute before September 11th, we would have said to ourselves, yes, negotiate with the terrorists. Maybe we will survive.
Yeah.
As long as nobody's surviving, all bets are off.
All right. Good. Hold it right there. Good long break, 7 minutes, and we'll be back.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. The United States House of Representatives has selected their new Speaker, Republican Paul Ryan, Thursday morning. The 54th Speaker of the House won in a 236 to 432 vote, with Democrat Nancy Pelosi trailing at 184 votes. An intergalactic mystery has puzzled scientists since Voyager 1 passed into interstellar space in mid-2012. A strange magnetic field was observed, something inconsistent with what we'd imagined to see, even leading some to doubt that Voyager had even made it through the heliopause, or that outer edge of our heliosphere, which is like a bubble around our solar system where solar winds slow and begin to cease. Adding to the mystery, researchers have found that the magnetic field direction observed by Voyager deviated by an angle of more than 40 degrees from what was expected. But what could account for these odd magnetic readings as Voyager left our solar system? A recent study shows that the initial direction of the magnetic field observed by Voyager is deflected by the heliopause, like an elastic cord wrapped around a beach ball. Therefore, the spacecraft is moving through a special region of space where magnetic fields are rotated away from true magnetic north. This means that while Voyager 1 did cross through the heliopause in 2012, it is still traveling through this muddied magnetic field region and won't reach the pristine region of interstellar space until at least 2025. With this recent discovery, scientists now know they'll need to wait at least another decade before Voyager enters the region of interstellar space that is beyond the reach of the sun. Since the dawn of the space age, humankind has never passed through and explored this far-flung, pristine environment. We'll soon be able to answer further questions about the nature of cosmic rays and magnetic fields, as well as probe many long-standing mysteries of deep space. A new study suggests that researchers have achieved the most realistic robotic implementation of human walking dynamics that has ever been done, which may ultimately allow human-like versatility and performance. This work opens the door for robots to be more fully integrated into our daily lives. Mimicking human gait, responsible for balance and walking, has been a problem plaguing robotics researchers for decades. A new system, based on a concept called spring mass walking, combines passive dynamics of mechanical systems with computer controls. It provides the ability for robots to blindly react to rough terrain, maintain balance, retain an efficiency of motion, and essentially walk like humans do. This new technology also holds promise for biomedical applications. Have a strange story or a news tip? Email amy@artbell.com. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
Just to finish up on my thought, in the old days, we were worried about the Russians. They were worried about us. We all knew what would happen if some idiot pushed the button. Today, I somehow imagine, I guess, some guy named Mohammed, dressed probably in classy black ISIS attire, with a little test tube full of something called gray goo. And, there wouldn't even be a discussion about whether it's a good idea to let it loose or not. They'd just let it loose. Be that quick. So that's what I was talking about, Dr. Tyson. It is verifiably a different world.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we need to think of as modern civilization is that if we are going to respect people's belief systems, that's what you would defend in a free society, of course.
Of course.
One of the things that distinguished the United States from so many other countries that came before it or have come since. So the difference, however, is that belief systems are not founded in objective truths, they're founded in personal truths. So it's your personal truth if Jesus is your savior, or if Muhammad is your person who is responsible for your spiritual fulfillment.
Sure.
And you go around the world and people have their personal truths. But when it is time to establish governance in a pluralistic society, you cannot create laws based on personal truths if you plan on those laws to govern everyone. So you need to take a step back and say, what are the objective truths that we know about in this world? Well, we have methods and tools to establish objective truth. It's called science. And I've been quoted as saying, as I said, I think once on Bill Maher, that the good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe it. So it's something that it applies to everyone.
Right.
You base your laws and your nations and your legislation on that, and that then can protect the freedom you would have to have whatever belief system you want. If you have an entire community of people who do not care if they remain alive because they want you to have their belief system, that is a destabilizing force, not only in a nation, but in civilization itself.
Sure is. Sure is. And they wouldn't hesitate for a moment. If they had something like that, they wouldn't even have a discussion about whether it was ethical or not, or a good idea, or suicide. They are ready to become martyrs to bring upon the end of the world. And so they would do it. Hopefully, nobody who
is.
Go ahead.
You know what I wonder is if, this is more hopeful thinking here, if that kind of attitude and that kind of state of mind is actually incompatible with wielding weapons of the power to actually affect that kind of outcome. Because you have to know how the laws of physics work. You have to, if you want to blow up the world, you have to have, and to study, to learn how to do that. At some point, maybe you'll question the role of your personal beliefs in inflicting it upon other people, no matter what your personal beliefs are, or taking it, or trying to. It's one thing to convince people because they, you preach to them. It's another thing to bring them on by force. And by the way, many of the successful religions over the years accomplish their success by just such activities, right? We can speak of peaceful Christians today, but there were whole episodes where that was not the case. We all know. And so there was, so we're talking about modern society and post-Dark Ages modern society. And for that to function as we would hope as civilized people, then something's got to give at some point.
Yeah, something will give, all right.
That we can move forward.
Well, as Lennon said, if you could make it so, would there be no religion? I know that's a gotcha question.
I'm a fan of a free society. You can think whatever you want. Just don't require that other people think it as well. Then you've made a dictatorship. And it's no longer a free society that our founding fathers had imagined for us. So I don't run around chasing people and their religion. It's not what I do. And that would be a violation of the freedoms guaranteed all of us in the Constitution, is the freedom your freedom of speech, and what goes with that is your freedom of thoughts. You have that, whatever you want. But, for example, if, let's say, you have a cult that is afraid of the number 13, okay, what is it, trichodecaphobia? Fine. Fine, okay? Go ahead. But don't be tasked with designing elevator banks and leaving out the 13th floor of office buildings.
They do.
That shouldn't be your job if that is what you're afraid of.
Yes, indeed. All right, so here's something I'm sure you can warm up to. You are combining pop culture and science in this new TV show, Star Talk, right? I would guess this is what you were talking about earlier, an effort to get people involved. And if it takes pop culture to ease them into science, so be it.
Yeah, I think of it, yes. So I think of it in a slightly nuanced, different way.
Okay.
And that is, I realized over the years that I was doing something that I didn't even know I was doing until I looked back and I say, wow, that's what I was doing. And now I can say, like I've known it all along, but really I had to even discover this in myself. What I realized is that if you take science and embed it in pop culture, then it is a ready-made vessel for people to embrace the science.
Right.
Because people already know pop culture. That's the definition of pop culture. For example, 3 weekends ago, I finished watching a movie, and I had a half hour before my next TV show I was watching, and I just started channel surfing, as any red-blooded couch American does. I'm channel surfing, and I stumble on the Cincinnati Bengals going into overtime with the Seattle Seahawks. And I said, perfect, I got 30 minutes, it's a 15-minute overtime, let's just watch. It's something good is going to happen.
Sure.
Something interesting, suspenseful is going to happen. So after the first round of exchange possessions, the Cincinnati Bengals comes in a position of a winning field goal kick. So there it is. It's hiked. The ball goes 42 yards as it tumbles through the air in this long, arching trajectory. And it hits the left upright and then deflects into the goalposts for the winning kick. Cincinnati Bengals win by 3. And I looked at that and I said, oh, I got to tweet this. So I get on Twitter, and I say, okay, the winning field goal overtime kick by the Cincinnati Bengals was likely enabled by a third of an inch drift due to the rotation of the earth. And people it blew people's minds. People say, oh my gosh, I didn't. Now, here's the thing. I didn't have to explain what football was. I didn't have to explain a field goal kick or overtime or who the Cincinnati Bengals were. Not everyone is football fluent, but enough people are for that tweet to matter to them. And it got picked up by the sports networks, and everybody was talking about. And it was no effort for me. I just happened to know what these deflections are. I mean, I did the calculation some time ago, and I just carried it forward into this moment. So in Star Talk, the more I can find ways to embed science in pop culture, I think the more accessible it is to people without dumbing it down. I'm not dumbing anything down.
Right.
I'm telling you like it is.
Sure you are.
Right? Yeah. So that's the difference. It's not that I'm trying to use it to soften it. I'm using pop culture as this moving vessel that's already coming through your living room, and then the science is for the taking. And that's what Geographic now has sort of plucked their 10.
That's amazing. Well, we talked about, and I hope it's the response like.
It's been very wonderful. In fact, the first season this past spring got an Emmy nomination, and I was very flattered by that. It meant that we didn't win, but we got noticed. And Emmy, you win an Emmy because people in the television professional community, right? It's a peer award in a sense. Right. It's not a committee. It's not someone up on high. So the fact that it got noticed told me that maybe when you combine the fact of how well Cosmos did appearing on Fox,
sure,
not on not in the science ghetto channels of the upper dial, but Fox on Sunday night where everybody's already. When you look at the success of Cosmos and the fact that every morning I wake up and I look, do I have how many Twitter followers? 4.6 million Twitter followers.
That's a lot.
Should I remind these people that I'm an astrophysicist so they can still pull out if they need to? and look at the success of, it's not just me, look at the success of the Big Bang Theory television channel. It's the #1 show in any genre. It's pulling down $330,000 per 30-second commercial. And these are, though they be caricatures, their banter is legitimate science unfolding right before our eyes. And we said earlier in the broadcast, look at the success of The Martian and Interstellar and Gravity. And you have a biopic on an astrophysicist called Stephen Hawking, where the lead actor wins the Academy Award. A biopic on Alan Turing with marquee actor Benedict Cabbage Patch. What's the guy's name?
Well, my point is, all of this should somehow translate, into the American people demanding that people who represent them start looking again at science, at space, at things that we
completely rational thought. And I'm thinking, maybe delusionally, that the demographic who knows that are people who are 35 and under. These are the people who grew up with the iPhone and smartphones, and they know what value technology is to them, and they don't want to live without it. And these are the people who didn't necessarily become scientists, but they took science in high school and maybe even in college, and they liked it, and they want more of it, and they want to consume it in one way or another. And so that is the community, in fact, who grew up with Bill Nye, the science guy, in their classroom. Right. And so it's a different approach to science than what an older generation had seen or experienced. And this demographic is not yet old enough to run the country, right? They're just coming into the age of, none of them are on boards yet, but some of them actually are self-made entrepreneur billionaires, right? And they see that. They're one of them. Right? How old is Elon Musk? How old could he possibly be? Or the founder of Twitter or Facebook or of any of these other sort of moguls, really. They all come from that demographic. And they know it's technologically driven. So however delusional I am, I'm thinking that as they move up in the ranks, but by the way, they also lead the country in support for social causes, in the sense that if you ask who is a fan, who is do you object to same-sex marriage? Okay, the objection fraction is like 10% or 15% for the 35 and under, and it's like 80% for 65 and over.
Right.
Right. So there's a definite social trend as well as a scientific technological trend. And look at how many people go to Comic-Con. You've been to San Diego during Comic-Con. You can't even believe it. hundreds of thousands of people show up there. And it was surely began as just a small illustrators conference, decades ago. Now look at what it is. And by the way, I've said this before, I have this fear that we have actually been visited by aliens, but they happened to land in San Diego during Comic-Con and nobody noticed.
That's a puzzle. All right. So when I asked about the reaction to Star Talk, it wasn't so much about the awards, though I'm very, very pleased that you came close to getting it. What I meant is, are you getting a lot of emails, I hope, from young people inspired by it?
Yes. There are people, and of course, good news for you as well as others, the fact that people spend time in cars and in fitness centers and other places. The audio medium has previously, I think, was given up for dead a few years back. Has risen. The growth of podcasts and ways that people obtain information today may be primarily through just the audio medium, and so. There are many people who say, I listen to you on my drive, I listen to you on the treadmill, because each of these shows that go to National Geographic Channel also airs as an audio podcast and on Sirius XM radio as well.
It's roaring back, Doctor. Remember the old days when you'd see a kid going down the street with a transistor radio plastered to his ear? Okay, today they're plastered to hips and pocketbooks, and they're called iPhones and Androids.
Yes, exactly. With a Bluetooth headphone connection, you don't even see the device anymore.
That's right.
So there's no end of communication on this. And by the way, just in case people haven't seen or heard an episode, just if I can spend 15 seconds describing the structure.
Go for it.
I'm the host, and I'm a scientist, and my guests are hardly ever scientists. They are hewn from pop culture. And my conversation with them orbits, if I may use the word, all the ways that science has influenced their lives or their livelihood. And that way their fan base gets to see them in just such a conversation. So I'd like to think that Star Talk not only attracts people who know they like science, it also attracts people who don't know that they like science. Or better yet, people who know that they don't like science. And these people, how would you ever get science to them if they didn't simply follow their people wherever they went as a fan of who happens to be my guest? And then the way I make this work is I have a comedian who is a professional stand-up comedian as my co-host, and they provide levity when necessary, an academic expert, because not all the topics I talk about are astrophysics. It could be neuroscience, or it could be philosophy, whatever. I bring in an academic expert, and they provide sort of a gravity valve. So I have a levity valve and a gravity valve, and I as host, I adjust those valves so that I can hit a consistent delivery of humor, of pop culture, of science, in what I'd like to think of as a tapestry that gets woven during the show, so that at the end of the show, you now have a cozy blanket to cuddle with.
Well, it's apparently working, and that's why I asked you about the emails. Hopefully, you're firing people up. We need it. If we don't start pretty soon, I don't know, there could be a sort of a break point where if we don't begin educating people, if people don't dive into math, if they don't become entranced in science, with science rather, it may become too late, and we may not have enough to lead any longer, if we're even leading now. I'm not so sure about that.
You put the nail on the head there, because having led is not a guarantee that you will continue to lead. And, I think we got kind of lazy. We got complacent and lazy because we basically led the world in every metric of scientific and technological advance in the second half of the 20th century. Yes, we were behind the Russians in those checkpoints, but by and large, you look at the strength of our economy and other factors, it was America's century. And the way we're going, it is so not going to be our century going forward. And if we don't embrace this in just the recitation you gave, in the way that you described it, then some other country will. And science and technology does not have nationality branded on it. It exists to be discovered in nature, and if we don't do it, somebody else will. And if that's the case, we will dance to the tune that they play.
You bet. Hold on, Doctor. One last question, then I've got a million people want to talk to you. With respect to the Large Collider, I did ask you about the possibility of a miniature black hole, as well as one that could eat us all. But I did not ask you about the possibility of either opening or discovering or communicating with another dimension.
Yes, you did ask, and we got distracted by the black holes.
Right.
So there are suggestions that the manifestation of particles in higher dimensions has certain testable, measurable implications in our own dimension. And so this is how you can actually propose a scientific test for something that you know is not within your reach, because maybe the thing that's not in your reach has indirect consequences for things that are in your reach. And so, yeah, there's some hypotheses that the higher dimensionality, which we think we live in, 10, 11 dimensional space that you've surely heard about from others on this show, that we only experience our three spatial dimensions and one time dimension. But in the realm of a particle accelerator, you're extending beyond what your life experiences are. And so to the extent that higher dimensions exist and manifest in our own, there could be some experiments to test for that. And so that would be a fascinating space moving forward.
Do you think other dimensions are likely?
I don't see why not. I mean, why should the universe stop at the number of dimensions that we sense? Right? Why are our senses the measure of anything other than just our ability to survive on the plains of Africa and not get eaten by a lion? Right? I mean, that's really what our senses are tuned for. They're not tuned to decode the operations of the universe outside of those regimes. And this is where the methods and tools of science get invoked to do so. And that's why the universe has no obligation to make sense to us, because the definition of making sense is that it happens in our life experience. Outside of that, it just is what the measurements show it to be. And then you have to, so for some people, it's uncomfortable, or they want to stand in denial of it. When I say the whole universe was once the size of an atom, they said, well, that can't be so. That doesn't make sense. Precisely.
All right. Well, yes, like with the miniature black hole, it would be an amazing discovery, of course. But should we do that and connect with another dimension in any way at all? Possible danger?
I've been reading about higher dimensions ever since I was a kid, and some of the most fascinating, mind-expanding thoughts you can have is imagining a cube in 4 dimensions, in 5 dimensions. And, how many sides would it have? What would the sides look like? Just as a square has 4 sides that are lines, a cube has 6 sides that are squares. And a hypercube has 8 sides that are cubes. And now this is where your mind starts blowing, because what does that even mean? But I'm just following a mathematical sequence here. And so it is possible to formulate what the behavior of things would be in higher dimensions, because you can see the trend line going into them from 1, 2, and 3 dimensions that we're familiar with. But that doesn't mean they'll be easy to understand, and they might even be impossible to understand. That's why the mathematics matters. And so to access another dimension, if we could, that would just be kind of cool, I would think. I mean, I see all this as amazing frontiers, not as something to fear.
Perhaps another dimension. Do you think it might be detectable by gravity?
Well, so the gravity is a fascinating force, because in fact, it has, I don't want to call it the power, but it has the properties of where it can emanate from our manifold, from our universe, and be felt by adjacent universes to us. So if there's a multiverse, the different universes can, in principle, feel each other's gravity. But it's significantly weaker. But they can, and this would be a way to know the presence of a parallel universe without actually venturing there. which could possibly be quite dangerous for you if the laws of physics are slightly different. Your body will collapse into a pile of goo because the intermolecular forces are different, and they can't maintain the molecules that make up you. So yeah, I will not be the first one to voyage into such a universe. But given the fact that gravity, as we know it and understand it, can penetrate those membranes, whereas other forces cannot, that's a fascinating fact that I think deserves much further exploration.
Boy, it sure is. Given a choice, if a scientist has put in, I don't know, a decade's work on some project, and he's got an on button and an off button, and the on button is going to initiate the experiment, whatever it would be, he might sit there for a few moments thinking about the possible implications, side effects of pushing the on button, but in the end, he's going to push it, right?
Yes, for sure. Now, consider that rarely is that experiment so out there that it would completely transform all of life and civilization as we know it. What is more typical is that there's some other experiment that someone had done, and this person says, I think I can make that a little better, or a little faster, or a little cheaper, or a little stronger. And so then they build an increment on that, and then they push the button. And so generally this button pushing is going on as one person steps on the shoulders of someone who came before them. They rarely, if ever, have a brand new thing out of the box that no one knows anything about, and they push the button and the world ends.
Okay, well, I'm going to be watching the parking lot at CERN. All right, here.
I'm sure it's still on YouTube. It's really cute.
Okay. Here's Sean for Dr. Tyson. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Sean.
Hey, Eric. How's it going?
Fine.
Hey,
so it's an honor to be talking to Dr. Tyson.
Oh, thank you. No, don't even. I was just here to share knowledge.
So I have two questions. First one's just a yes or no question. Is there going to be a second season of Cosmos?
Oh, thanks for asking. So Seth MacFarlane, as you may know, was a co-executive producer of the Cosmos, which is part of how it landed on Fox, because he's in a sense a Fox property with his Family Guy and his other projects. So he and Ann Druyan, who was the co-writer of Cosmos, not only this one, but the original one with Carl Sagan, they're both working to get this thing in motion and greenlit. And I don't have the latest from them, but they're working hard to make that happen. So, and at different dinners that we've had over the past months, different parts of the band have gotten back together. So we'll see. But it's likely to happen, but I don't want to I don't want to jinx anything. But let me just say that people are working hard to make it happen. But thanks for the question. So
and my second question is
yes or no.
What your best guess is as to what happened before the Big Bang?
Oh, yeah. My best guess, based on cogent ideas that are emerging from, cosmologists, is that, we're one bubble in a multiverse. And the multiverse would be the entity that we're not familiar with in thinking about and interpreting. But if you have a multiverse that is birthing universes and that come in and out of existence, we're just one of them. And so our whole world, our whole sense of the world begins when our bubble started expanding. But if you go back to before the bubble, there's this multiverse there. Now, here's something that may force you to lose some sleep, is our experience tells us that the universe hardly ever makes anything in ones. Right? We thought maybe Earth was special. No, it's one of 8 or more planets. How about the sun? Hey, no, it's one of 400 billion stars in our galaxy. Well, the galaxy. No, there's 50 billion galaxies in the universe. Well, the universe. Well, maybe there's a multiverse. Well, how about the multiverse?
Professor, I've got a question for you.
What's that?
Who blew the bubble?
Who? You mean who? How did the bubble begin? Well, we're still trying to understand the multiverse. But we finish the point of that. Maybe there's some other kind of entity that is comprised of multiple multiverses.
Hmm.
That is an interesting. It is. Turtles all the way down.
Yes,
is an interesting question here, And so we don't. It is a frontier to pose and answer the question, what was around before the Big Bang, or how did it begin? We have top people working on that, and so we just don't know.
We're close, aren't we?
Who blew the bubble? We don't know. And who implies that it is a who?
Well, that was a cute way.
Of course. But you have to be careful how you word a question, because it could bias an answer into a place that you're hopelessly looking for an answer. Like asking, what kind of cheese is the moon made out of? Well, if that's your question, then your answers and the experiments you devise will fail, because it's not made of any kind of cheese. So, yeah, I knew you were having fun with it, but it has a serious response.
Okay. All right. Let's go outside the U.S. to Raymond, wherever he is. Raymond, where are you?
Hi, yeah, I'm in Scotland.
Scotland. Okay. You have a question?
Yeah. My question was, how long do you think it'll take man to actually land on Mars?
Huh? Yeah. No. Well, that is such a good question that has possibly no real answer to it. I can tell you this, that if we find oil on Mars, we'll be there really soon. So I don't think, and this is my candid read of human behavior, I don't think it is enough motivation for any of our species to spend the money to get to Mars, to just say it is our destiny, or it is the next frontier. That kind of talk hardly ever comes along with the money necessary to make it happen. The money that gets spent is almost always driven by the desire to make more money, the desire to protect your security, or that's it, kind of. And in the old days, you would do it for kings and queens and gods. Nowadays, those are diminished forces in making things happen.
So, in other words, we need an economic reason or a war.
My read of history tells me that, and I wish it were not so. But that's and nobody wants a war, so I presume, and so it means an economic reason. Now, does it mean finding oil on Mars? No, there are other ways you can construct an economic reason, as I hinted to earlier, where you just do it, and then the whole country, the world sees, wow, this is a cool thing to do. I want to discover as well. I want to explore. I want to innovate. And then everybody becomes an innovator in no matter what they do. And that would transform an economy. It'll transform a culture. And you'll turn the world into the world we all thought we'd be living in.
All right.
The tomorrow that never came. That's what we'd be living in.
Indeed. All right. Barry, Ohio, I guess. You're on the air.
Hey.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Ohio. Yeah. No. Hi. Neil, Art. This is legendary. Okay. I remember watching an episode of Cosmos that you did a while ago, and you talked about Venus, how it's very similar to Earth, and how, like, if all the volcanoes are off and everything, like, if we exhaust all our resources, Earth would be a lot like Venus. And it really kind of shifts my paradigm a bit. And I I'm hearing all this talk about Mars and, how there's life on Mars. And I guess my question is could maybe Mars not have had, like, old life on it, but maybe Venus did?
Well, I haven't heard about life on Mars, really.
Yeah, so these are good questions. So Venus, is kind of a hopeless cause today. I mean, it's 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And I did the calculation where you can cook a 16-inch pizza on the windowsill in 9 seconds. And then someone geekier than I was said, no, you did the calculation wrong. You left out the radiative effects of the atmosphere, and in fact, it will cook in 2 seconds. So I got schooled on that one. So it's a 2-second pizza instead of a 9-second pizza. So an interesting question is, on Venus, before it had this runaway greenhouse effect, or on Mars, back when we know it once had running water, could there be evidence of civilizations that have come and gone? And that's an unknown question. I mean, it's a perfectly legitimate question that has no known answer at this point, and will require, look at what we're discovering even on Earth, but it requires major excavations. We didn't know about Pompeii until, 18 whatever? Pompeii is a modern discovery, yet that thing was around 2,000 years ago, and that's on our own Earth. So it's intriguing intriguing to imagine that these are dead planets of lost civilizations, but it will take much more of a space program than we currently have in order to investigate that.
Caller?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You're very welcome. Take care. Since you mentioned greenhouse stuff, I guess it's worth asking. Runaway greenhouse, is that possible here on Earth, in your opinion?
So when I first looked at this problem, it turns out I overestimated I was thinking that if we were not careful, we could become Venus.
Right.
Because we're flanked by two planets that have something's gone wrong. Something's gone bad. Venus with a runaway greenhouse effect. Mars, once having water, now it doesn't. And we're sitting exactly in between them. Which way are we going to head?
Right.
And so, but when I spoke with some colleagues of mine, and then I came to realize that if you burned all the coal and all the gas and all the sequestered carbon for fuel that is there, that we were already pulling out of the ground, we will not have a runaway greenhouse effect like Venus. What we'll have is an Earth with no ice caps and a very different coastline, and all the greatest cities of the world would be completely flooded. But we will not have a runaway greenhouse, because you just have to go back to a time when there was no buried carbon. And we did have high carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. And it's called the Carboniferous period on Earth, where there was heavy growth of plants and the plant and trees. And the trees didn't have anything to have them decompose. So because bacteria had not gotten savvy enough yet to figure out how to digest was it the lignin or one of the molecules in the tree that made it strong. So the trees grow and they die, they fall over and they do not decompose. And so the world is accumulating this layer of vegetation that is not decomposing, and that would ultimately become the oil reserves. So there was a time when the dinosaurs were around, there was no ice anywhere in the world. And they had much less land because of that fact.
Well, what about our submerged? Yeah, what about our submerged cities, Doctor? And the fact that any good growing would move from the central part of the U.S. way up and north into Canada somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I think you could probably move farms fast enough to keep up with this change to where it's previously not arable, now it is, and maybe it was and now it's not. You could do that. Because what are you moving? You're just, planting your seeds in a different place. The hard part would be the cities and all the people whose entire lives, when you flood the coastlines, rich people lose their second home and poor people lose their only home.
Right.
Look at how many poor people live in poor countries on the coast, because that's where transportation or commerce or whatever else is conducted. So we're now making that happen at a rate faster that we could possibly respond, given the locations of the major cities in the world, which historically have always been on the river's edge or on the ocean edge.
That's right. All right, very quickly, we don't have a lot of time. Chelsea, hi. You're on with Dr. Tyson.
Hello. I'd like to know what the nature of the edge of the universe is, if there is an edge.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's a little bit of confusion about that, so let me just straighten that out right now. We have what we speak of as the edge of the universe, but it's not an actual edge any more than your horizon at sea is an edge. It's a horizon. It's a visible horizon beyond which we cannot see. All right, and that's this. When you look at it, that's where the cosmic microwave background emanates from, and we have no reason to think that the universe doesn't continue well beyond that horizon, for the same reasons that the ocean continues beyond your horizon when you're on a ship at sea. And the analogy is very potent for this case. So the question is, how much bigger than our horizon must the universe be? And there are people who have estimated this based on some plausible arguments. And forgive me, but I forgot the number. But maybe factors of tens larger, or possibly infinite, but we know it's bigger than our horizon. And so, in that sense, there's no edge where you get to the edge and fall off, especially if the actual universe is infinite. But our visible edge, that's just there like any any horizon at sea that you'd have if you viewed it from a ship's masthead.
Cool. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Chelsea, and take care. Let's go outside the country to Carl. Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to ask Dr. Tyson where exactly the expansion of the universe takes place. Like, I understand that we see it through Doppler shift of distant galaxies and whatnot, but just wanted to know if where exactly it takes place.
Okay, Carl, where are you, please?
I'm in Hungary.
Hungary. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks for calling in from abroad. So we're stuck in a paradigm of mind where when an event happens, you can go point, oh, it happened right there, right? But we in our minds, we don't think of events happening at a time in a coordinate, right? So the Big Bang happened everywhere 13.7, 13.8 billion years ago. So I could point to it, but I'm pointing backwards on the timeline to show you when it happened. And the when is no less legitimate than where when I'm localizing things in space and time for you. So everything you see participated in that expansion and continues to do so. And if we drop one of the dimensions of this analogy to perhaps shine a little better light on it, and you probably heard this example before, you think of an expanding balloon. So now all of space is now the surface of a balloon. The surface is expanding if you inflate the balloon. And you say, well, where is the center of this expansion? Where's it coming from? It's not on the surface of the balloon anymore. It is back through time. So you have to look in the time dimension back when the balloon was smaller. And then you can point to that exact moment in space and in time when the universe began.
Okay, very quickly to the phones. Yeah. You're on there. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Go ahead. Caller, you're on there. Going once, going twice. Go on to Manitoba. Hello in Manitoba.
Hello, Art. Thank you so much for taking my call. And hello, Dr. Tyson.
Yeah, hello.
I just actually wanted to ask if time travel would be possible, should we, say, master the, I guess, energy output problem?
So it turns out that if we had the power over the fabric of space and time enough to build wormholes, then there are trajectories around and through wormholes where you can come out at a different time from when you left, like in your past. And this is kind of scary because let's say you did that and then you prevented yourself from building the wormhole to travel back in time to see your past.
Paradox.
You wouldn't have you have a time paradox. And so there's some people, I think Stephen Hawking included, who are thinking that though we have not discovered it yet, that eventually we will find a fundamental law of physics that prevents backward time travel, just so that we don't suffer from that paradox.
All right.
But we're not there yet.
All right, Doctor, hold on. We have one last segment. Sit tight.
All right.
It's the long break, and try to be there if you can when we get back.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. For the week of Halloween, the Star has published a laundry list of various incidents reported by UK authorities about UFO and extraterrestrial calls to 999 emergency services. The list includes calls about alleged alien threats over Wi-Fi signals, aliens offering meat to locals, and extraterrestrial house guests that just won't go away. While authorities are bemused by pranks which interrupt emergency services, they point out there are, however, certain examples where people have reported noises at a property and they believe it to be ghostly or extraterrestrial related activity. Officers must still respond to ensure that a burglary or other form of crime is not being committed. See this list of strange reports for yourself over on thestar.co.uk. Officials say a Portland man has been arrested for breaking into a neighbor's home and stealing women's underwear. The 24-year-old reportedly told police he had thought about breaking into a neighbor's home many times just to see if he could get away with it. The couple living there has chased him out and called the police. He was booked on burglary and criminal mischief charges. Astronomers have located a previously unknown component of the Milky Way galaxy by mapping out the locations of a class of stars that vary in brightness called Cepheids. A disk of young stars buried beneath the thick dust clouds in the central bulge has been found. The ages of these classical Cepheids provide solid evidence that there has been a previously unconfirmed continuous supply of newly formed stars in the central region of the Milky Way over the last 100 million years. But this wasn't the only remarkable discovery from the survey. Mapping the Cepheids, the team traced an entirely new feature in the Milky Way, a thin disk of young stars across the galactic bulge. This component to our home galaxy has remained unknown and invisible to previous surveys, as it was buried behind thick clouds of dust. A couple has claimed that they have encountered a giant beaver in northern Minnesota. The man says that he and his wife were in the wilderness of the region between the United States and Canada when they spotted the animal in 2007. He told Cryptozoology News, "We did not tell anyone because we did not think anyone would believe us." The man, who claims to be a UC Berkeley graduate, says that he has a degree in the biological sciences and that he is, quote, very familiar with North American mammals. The creature, he explains, was approximately 5 to 6 feet long, not including the tail, and thought to be a giant beaver that went extinct around 10,000 years ago. So far, no evidence of the beaver has emerged, and no word yet on this interesting observation reported in any peer-reviewed sources. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
Yes.
Okay, it concerns a wormhole. Now, I've watched Jodie Foster in Wormhole. If we were, yeah, that's right. No, that's not the question. If we were actually able to transit in a wormhole, do you have any imagination that tells you what it might be like?
No, I don't. And, I just go with how wormholes are traditionally portrayed as this sort of vortex through the fabric of space and time. I think if the folks back in the year 1968, when they made the film 2001, that if they had a sort of deeper sense of the vorticity of a wormhole, that they might have shown those psychedelic scenes a little differently. Because as they were, you would look like you were moving through parallel sheets. And they might have made it sort of more circular, more cylindrical. But no, I have no idea whatsoever. I'm wondering if you wouldn't feel the journey through the wormhole. You just sort of step through this portal and come out the other side, and bada bing, you're there.
Right.
And because that's what it's doing. It's you know what it's like? It's like the doors in Monsters, Inc. Those are wormholes, right?
Mm-hmm,
They come a door manufactured in the factory, and they open the door, the monster, and they show up in the child's closet, ready to terrorize them. There's no journey that they take.
That's true.
Because the door is the same door.
Right.
And so maybe that's really what it's like. It would be less cinematic, though, if they portrayed it.
Doctor, are you the one who coined the phrase "death by black hole"?
Well, that's the title of one of my books, which is the best-selling of my books is "Death by Black Hole." It's still out there. I'm flattered because there's a lot of energy that I put into its contents, and it's how I communicate, and it's called "The Death by Black Hole and Other Cosmic Quandaries." So yeah, that's the title of one of my books.
Okay. All right, Roxanne.
That's how I want to die. I want to send me into a black hole. That's way funner than getting hit by a bus.
Roxanne, hello.
Hi, I am also want to plug Artville Time Travelers on Facebook, and I want to thank you very much for having Dr. Tyson on.
You're very welcome. Time Travelers is merely a little club we have that allows you to listen to every program we do. Thank you, Roxanne.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Do you have a question? Oh, okay. I do have a question I wanted to ask you for many years, actually. Have you ever seen a UFO, a ship, and knew that it wasn't from the Air Force or anyone?
So I've seen, as is true with most astronomers, particularly those who began as amateur astronomers, as I did. Yeah. And amateur used in that context is actually a badge of honor. The amateur astronomers know the night sky better than any other people on Earth. And so the you would never go to an amateur neurosurgeon, right? But if you went to an amateur astronomer, you could guarantee that they'll give you a tour of the night sky. In that capacity, where I'm looking up every night and I know the sky like the back of my hand, enough to tell Jim Cameron that his sky was wrong just on a glance above the sinking Titanic. So that's not special talent. That's a talent that any astronomer would have who was an amateur astronomer.
Okay, spill it. What do you see?
Right, so not only that, so now I also know weather phenomena because I'm looking up and I'm trying to get the weather the hell out of the way so I can see the stars.
Swamp,
so I have seen things that would have stumped me if I didn't have the body of knowledge that I do about what is possible to be seen in the night sky. And so I have never seen anything that I did not fully understand in the context of either weather phenomenon or astronomical phenomenon.
Okay.
That's
Well,
my answer.
okay, well, that's your answer, Roxanne.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much. You were very interesting, and I love the way Art can sit back and listen, and we can all listen and enjoy a guest for a change.
That's what it's all about. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thanks.
Okay. I had the experience of seeing something that, Doctor, I guess I can't help myself. On the way home from Vegas one night, in a car with my wife, after working a show in Vegas, and my wife said, "What the hell's that?" I said, "What do you mean? Something behind us." All right. We get out of the car. Real quick story. We look up. Here comes behind us this, at about 150 feet, this giant triangular craft. Looked very metallic, very quiet here in the desert. You could hear crickets a quarter of a mile away. This thing passed directly over our heads, continued out toward, by the way, Area 51, which is just adjacent to us here, and was defying gravity. Was not flying, not aerodynamic flight. So it was either lighter than air or defying gravity, one of the two, and it was gigantic. The moon, the stars went away, you know, the classic stuff. I saw that. If you were to see something like that, how would your mind, being a scientist, digest it?
Okay. I'm guessing that this was at night.
It was.
And most of these kinds of sightings happen at night where you've lost all sense of relative scale.
Yes, sir.
Because now it's just there in the darkness.
Not all sense of scale. I mean, we have the moon and we have the stars.
No. My point is, if this is an object that you've never seen before,
right,
and there's nothing else adjacent to it that is familiar to you,
right,
then to assess its size becomes essentially impossible. You saw Shirley yesterday the images of the military blimp. Okay.
Yes.
So if you just see the blimp in the sky, in those images, you have no idea how big that is.
True.
Is it a half a mile across? Is it a toy blimp? Until you came near the trees, until it's something and something behind it and something in front of it. So it makes judging the size very difficult. So at night, there are things you can't see, and that's why so many such sightings are reported at night rather than in the daytime.
Okay.
So I generally have binoculars with me at all times. I pull out my binoculars and try to find out what it is. And if I don't know if I can't figure out what it is, I say, "Oh, it's a mystery."
Okay.
Or they're doing something cool over in Area 51.
Well, that's my guess. This thing was about 150 feet above me. I'm telling you, Professor, it was close. And get this as a follow-up. About a week later, the local newspaper made an inquiry of the Air Force Base, Nellis. Nellis reported back in the newspaper, oh yes, there was a secret mission at about that time that flew over the Pahrump Valley. It was a C-130 aircraft. I was in the Air Force, Professor, and I flew in C-130. I guarantee you, it would have rattled my teeth at that altitude.
Yeah, you can't mistake a C-130, but it could have been a drone, for example. Drones are pretty silent, and they would move exactly as you're describing. You're saying defying gravity, therefore it must have been lighter than air. No, it could have had propellers. Silent plastic propellers, like a drone.
Could have.
Yeah, but binoculars help because they not only help you see things close up, they also detect much more light than your human eye does.
Yeah.
So you can see other textures and things that would otherwise go unnoticed by your unaided eye. So carry binoculars with you. So next time that happens.
Oh, it would have been nice. Binoculars and a camera, whatever.
Net. Yeah, to take a big net and capture it. That would be way better than your eyewitness testimony of what you saw.
All right. Simon, outside the country somewhere, you're on there.
Hi, Eric.
Hi.
Huge fan of Neil deGrasse too. The multiverse as a comic book fan, I'm already familiar with it. I was wondering if I would ever be able to meet my doppelganger out there.
Yes. So what you're implying there is that given the multiverse, there would be countless other universes in every possible combination of atoms and events and probabilities, and so there's surely one that has one person just like you out there, or maybe exactly you, and it's an intriguing thought. I have my skepticism of how large these infinities are. It turns out they're hierarchies of infinities. Some infinities are larger than others, and I plan to do some calculations on this to confirm for myself how big that infinity is, because if it's not a big enough infinity, we're not going to get you. We'll just get sort of other universes, and the variations in all those universes will not be enough to find a universe that'll make someone just like you. But it's much more likely that you'll find someone else who looks like you on Earth. So once you start there, be happy with that, because the multiverse you is a long time coming.
Okay, Simon, thanks for the question. Where are you, by the way?
Toronto, Canada.
Toronto. Okay. You're not actually supposed to be on that line. I should have asked. Binghamton, New York on the phone. Hi.
Hey, all right. So, you guys know the parallel planetary theory?
No.
Right?
I don't think so.
Parallel.
I mean,
planetary?
theoretically, if you met yourself in another universe or whatever, if you could take a spaceship, then you flipped a coin, like, I'm sorry, my phone or the thing going on.
Are you talking about parallel universes, caller? Not parallel planets, right?
Yeah, parallel universe theory.
Oh, okay. Okay, so go on, yes.
If you flipped a coin, if you met yourself, if you could fly to another parallel universe and you flipped a coin, like, what would it land at?
Well, we have to be careful about other universes, because the same concepts that lead to the prediction of other universes also prescribe that they have slightly different laws of physics operating within them. So you can bring a coin, but does the coin remain a coin in that other universe? Does you just don't, does the structure of matter, is metal in that universe? You don't know. And so what I would do with the coin is flick it from my universe into that universe and see what happens to it. And then if it survives that trip, then maybe I'll dip my toe in and then go meet myself.
Well, maybe you just flip that coin into an antimatter universe.
Oh, that as well. You always got to carry some. If an alien lands, don't shake his hand until you toss it a coin. If the alien spontaneously annihilates, then you say, oh, that was an antimatter alien. They probably would have annihilated by coming in contact with Earth's atmospheric molecules to begin with. But this is what led to the idea that the Tunguska explosion might have been an antimatter chunk that exploded in midair. But you don't need antimatter to make that explosion. An ordinary asteroid or comet will do. So yeah, you want to make sure they're not antimatter. That would be a bad situation.
Certainly would. You have to apologize, because there'd be nobody left to apologize to.
And by the way, there was an idea a few years ago that all the antimatter that should have been in our universe funneled out to make its own universe. And so you have creatures and planets and stars that are all made of antimatter, and it's regular matter that's exotic to them. And
wow.
Yeah, so
that's something to think about.
That's an out there idea.
Yeah, it is. Michael, wherever you are on Skype, hi.
Hi, Art, and great show tonight, guys. I have a couple questions.
Go.
One is, I'm wondering if your guest knows what these small lights that everyone sees in the night sky, they look kind of like stars, but they're moving way too high for a plane, sometimes changing direction. a lot of people I know have seen these.
Well,
I'm sure
until you
guys-
got changing direction, I would have said satellites, but changing direction is a problem.
But don't satellites just like orbit with the Earth? Wouldn't they just move along with
steadily along?
Change directions. No, Art is right. That satellite is a ballistic trajectory in orbit around the Earth. The satellites have no rocket control or anything. They just orbit. An orbit is a stable thing that requires no fuel to maintain, unless you're very low and your atmosphere is eating up your energy, and you have to boost yourself back up.
Right.
But otherwise, no. If it's changing direction, it's definitely not a satellite. It's something else, and who knows what it is. And by the way, I'm perfectly content looking up and saying, "Gee, I don't know what that is," and then try to figure out a way to figure it out. And that's a healthy posture. It's very different to say, "I don't know what that is, therefore it's intelligent aliens visiting us from another planet." If you don't know what it is, there is no therefore that follows that sentence.
Well, Doctor,
I don't know what it is.
Right. Do you have another question, Colin?
Yes. Could the human body act as a capacitor, absorbing electricity and then discharging it just like the Dark Lord in Star Wars?
No, so here's the problem. We're not good at holding electricity the way a capacitor is designed to do. We're very good at transmitting electricity. So that's why when you rub your feet on the wool carpet, bada bing, it comes right out to the doorknob. Maybe you could. You would have to need an insulating layer that you can release, and then the electricity comes out of you, and then you can aim it at whatever is your target. But you would need a system of insulators that can de-insulate you on command. Then you could walk around with stored electricity, for sure. But one other thing about the lights, what you should do, as I said earlier in this a few minutes ago, carry binoculars with you. Do further experiments on this and see if it happens in the daytime. We have a better view of it. This is the investigation that any good scientist will do when they confront something they've never seen before or don't understand.
Professor, if you saw something that was so indisputably impossibly from Earth, would you go home and think about it before you made a public statement?
No, I would try to get data on it. I would to get video cameras. I would get sound recorders. I would try to observe it in different wavelengths of light. As much data as I possibly could. Then I would say, here's something I saw last night, and here's the data on it. And I would publish that, for sure.
Well, that'd be great if you had all those things handy. But, a lot of times when you see these things, A, you're in shock, and B, nothing's handy.
No, I will so not be in shock. I'm trained to study that which I do not understand. That's what I do. I live my whole life doing that. And so I would get as much data as I could. If I could get no data on it, it would be an interesting cocktail party discussion. But there's nothing to go public on because I have no way to confirm for people what I saw other than eyewitness testimony. And in the court of science, that is the lowest form of evidence there is, which is odd because in the court of law, it's one of the highest forms of evidence there is.
And it's also why we have a lot of innocent people on death row.
Precisely because of the failure of eyewitness testimony.
There you have it.
And we know this. Psychologists know it. We've known it in science forever. And so even for lesser things than visiting aliens, do we not use each other's eyewitness testimony?
You know what? We're done. The show's over. There's nothing I can do about it. We could go on and on. You're way back in the East Coast, right?
Yeah, 3 a.m, here, but that's fine. It's just night.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor having you on the show. Star Talk.
And the questions were great, and thanks for fixing that stuff that began October 25th, but it goes every week for 10 weeks. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
People think you went back in time. You see, you got to watch out for that. You're time traveling.
I'm constantly watching out for that. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Good night, my friend. Bye-bye. Wow. That was something. That was really something. Truly an honor. Very, very, very bright man. And by the way, I never mentioned it. We do have something called the Time Travelers. Cute name for the ability for you to listen to any program we've got anytime. Just RSS feed it down and listen. That, and of course, the ability to send wormhole messages during shows like this. So check into it. I keep forgetting to mention our time traveler group. Just go to artbell.com. It's that easy. You can learn all about it. From the high desert to all those time zones out there. Kind of a time travel, right? Good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as the case may be, around the world. Each and every time zone covered like a big blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. It is my pleasure to be here. And I've got a number of housekeeping things I want to cover with you. First of all, no bad language. We have 2 rules. No bad language and only 1 call per show. That's easy, right? Easy peasy, as somebody says. I want to thank Telos, Jill Talbot, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, my producer, and listen to me, everybody. This girl was born with a phone to her ear. If you have somebody you want to suggest as a guest, somebody who would be really good, then you're going to want to get hold of Heather. Heather Wade, my producer. So how do you do that? She is producer at artbell.com. Not real hard. Stream guys, lv.net. Sales, Pete Everhart, of course. Tune in radio, Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News. We're the only ones with a separate Dark Matter newscast right in the middle of our show. I don't think anybody else does that. So, listen, I'm going to ask you all a big favor. Coming tomorrow is the big announcement. I think actually tonight, beginning tonight, we are experimentally on XDS. Now, what does that mean? XDS is, it's 3 letters only. XDS means that we are now sitting inside the satellite receivers of about 4,000 stations nationwide. And by the way, it's open. So all you have to do is flip it on if you're out there in radio world and let us know you put us on. Actually, you have to let us know, but it is open. Now, the favor I'm going to ask of all of you is, this is still unofficial. Tomorrow night it'll be official. Please call your local radio station. Ask, if possible, for the manager or the PD, program director, and request Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. I say unabashedly that we have better content, more content, fewer commercials, 6 max an hour, no infomercials, a self-contained paranormal newscast, and we can provide ratings that will knock your socks off. And stations come on a first-come, first-served basis. So it's going to get a little hectic for a while. But if you would all pick up the phone sometime tomorrow and call the manager and request the show, that would be great, because baby, here we come. All right. So, again, personal news. Asia is better and back in school. Yay. My wife had quite a week, all week long, tending for Asia. Now, to the news that is sort of news. First of all, NASA, the big announcement. Mars has running water. I about yawned. Richard C. Hoagland said that 15 years ago on my show. Back then, people laughed. So there you go, running water on Mars. Liquid water runs down canyons, crater walls over the summer months on Mars. They have concluded that trickles leave long, dark stains, which we have seen for a long, long time, on the Martian terrain that can reach hundreds of meters downhill in the warmer months before they finally dry up in the autumn as surface temps drop and it freezes. Images taken from the Mars orbit show cliffs and the steep walls of valleys and craters streaked with summertime flows that in the most active spots combine to form intricate fan-like patterns. Frankly, any idiot could have seen that it was where water flows. Scientists are unsure where the water comes from. They think it might rise up from the underground ice or salty aquifers or condense out of the thin Martian atmosphere. Now, of course, they say it is salty and that, life as we know it could not exist on that water. It does, however, make possible a colony on Mars. Any volunteers? One-way mission. At least we know you got water when you get there. Anyway, I'm unimpressed by the fact that it would not support life as we know it. Who the heck thinks life as we know it is what it's going to be up there? It'd be life as we don't know it. Sheesh. I mean, what if the little crawly things enjoy salty water? What if they thrive on briny water? So, NASA does.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned.
My victory is getting my life back.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
One announcement a decade late. Minimum of a decade. All right, this is going to start to get to be serious stuff here. About 24 years, well, let me begin here. The United States announced today with a video on CNN that we are doing a $1 trillion nuclear weapons upgrade. So what do? Hop into somebody's living room in presumably Russia or Beijing and say, hi there, you're screwed. Boom. $1 trillion. We're going to. Do you know what $1 trillion could do for us? Anyway, we're going to make them better, we say. About 24 years after the end of the Cold War, Russia and the U.S. seem to be engaged right now, suddenly, in a nuclear arms race once again. It could have disastrous consequences, obviously. Russia's deputy prime minister claims that Russia's nuclear weapons can't be stopped by the U.S. They fire them, they hit. That's what he says. So if a war breaks out, they can stop whatever we throw, or we can't stop whatever they throw at us. In a talk show with the state-run Roisa, that's a television channel there, he claimed that Russia has developed a new technology that could easily overcome the U.S. missile defense system. He's overseeing the modernization of the country's nuclear weapons. Last year, he announced that he would overhaul the country's entire nuclear arsenal by 2020. It is part of Putin's rearmament program that is estimated to cost, about $700 billion. So they're roughly spending about 3/4 of what we are, but they're ahead of us now. Russia's deployed nuclear capacity has overtaken the U.S. for the first time since the year 2000, according to a report from the U.S. State Department. Now, this is really serious stuff, folks. What was the Cold War is becoming the Cold War again. I guess you've noticed Russian bombers making close passes by our planes, buzzing our ships, and they are now ahead of us in nuclear weapons, and we're both about, well, we're going to spend more than they will, so I guess we'll be even by then. Maybe. How many times could we blow ourselves into little bits? Well, I want to serve up a little bit of a warning. Tomorrow night, we are going to do a program on global thermonuclear warfare. And I serve up a warning because it is legitimately scary stuff. We are going to talk about how a war might start. We're going to talk about how it might escalate and what the use of those weapons by both sides would mean. For those of you that have been busily adding new dates to predict the end of the world, you really might want to listen to this one. That's tomorrow night. And I also reflect a little bit on Dr. Jacobs. I've got to have David Jacobs back, and I'm going to reschedule him. The invasion that he described of the human race, that he believes is underway right now, is insidious. Kind of like, it reminded me when I thought a little bit about it, of Father Malachi Martin's perfectly possessed people, aliens. Kind of like perfectly possessed, I would say, right? Pretty good analogy when you think about it. Oh, one more thing. We are still hunting for a wicked witch. That's right, a wicked witch. And when I say wicked, I mean, I guess I can use all the words: cauldron stirring, broom riding, spell casting, mean-spirited. Well, you don't have to be mean-spirited, I guess. But you get the idea. I want a wicked witch. Now, I guess you can be a good person and still be a wicked witch, right? So we're still on the hunt. And if you know of one, and you really need to do a test of wickedness, not wickedness, wickedness. A lot of Wiccans out there. They're not wicked. So you know what I'm after, right? The tough, mean things. The ones that when they walk down the street toward you, you sort of move out of the way because you know if you do the wrong thing, that could be trouble. And I think that gets most things out of the way. We'll go into the XDS thing a little tomorrow. I think we're up there right now, by the way, testing. So on all those XDS receivers, kind of exciting. Coming up in a moment is Nick Redfern. He is a full-time author and journalist specializing in a wide range of unsolved mysteries for over 30 years, to include UFO sightings, alien abductions, paranormal phenomena, cryptozoology, and men in black. That'll be the topic tonight. He writes regularly for the London Daily Express newspaper, Fortune Times, Fate, and UFO magazine. His previous books include Strange Secrets, Cosmic Flashes, and the FBI Files. Among his many exploits, Redfern has investigated reports of lake monsters in Scotland, vampires in Puerto Rico, and werewolves in England, aliens in Mexico, sea serpents in the U.S. Really? Redfern travels and lectures extensively around the world, originally from England. He currently lives in Dallas, Texas, and it's really going to be my first line of inquiry to find out why a Brit would decide to settle in Dallas. Only if he wears a 10-gallon hat, strapped to the side, and all that stuff. Hey, everybody. Raging in the night. This is Midnight in the Desert.
They've got the bullet on my door, and she knows I'd love to love her, but she lets me down every time. Can they come? There's magic in my eyes. I can see for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Networks. To call the show, please direct your fingertips to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art. That be me. Hi, everybody. Let's do it, shall we? I have a lot to learn about men in black. Nick Redfern, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Hey, Art. Thanks for having me on.
Well, thanks for being here. And I'm curious, Nick. It just doesn't seem to me that most Brits would pick up and, go to Texas. How did that happen?
Well, you mentioned in my bio that, I work as a writer and also a journalist, and I do a lot of freelance work for other authors as well, like hired research and things like that. And I actually got offered a job which went on for about 3 years, and but it required me to be over here because the the person who was employed somebody to do the research for him, but a lot of it was based around the Dallas area. And so, it sounded like a cool gig to do. And so I came over and I got the job and then applied for residency and did all the legal paperwork stuff, just in case Donald Trump's listening.
Actually, you know what? I hear your British accent is fading a bit.
Is it really?
Frank, yes, it is.
Oh, well.
Are you?
It's been 15 years. So.
Are you yet saying y'all?
No, I've never actually got around to doing that yet, and I don't have the 10-gallon hat quite yet. But no, I like the Dallas area. You know, it's sort of a cool city, and it's got a good, social scene, and not far away from Austin and San Antonio. So, it's sort of central, and as I said, I've been here 15 years. Did all the legal immigration stuff, and
isn't that fun?
It was just I didn't have any problems with it. I mean, it was just a case of filling out the paperwork and just waiting for the return of the paperwork, and then the next document has to be signed and so on. But there was no issues as such. It was just a process I expected to go through, where they interview you, of course, and background checks, that kind of thing, which makes sense. And that was it. Everything was sort of very smooth, cordial, and weren't really any problems at all.
Really glad it went well for you. All right, so it's hard to get started with this kind of thing. I guess you don't meet them. You don't get to Men in Black until you get to UFOs. Is that fair?
Well, for the most part it is, yes. I mean, everybody thinks of the Men in Black and they obviously think of UFOs. And I think for the general public, because of the success of the Men in Black movies, their first thought is Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones in terms of, how the Men in Black look and act. But if you look at the real reports of the Men in Black, they're actually very, very different. They're sort of quite creepy and strange, and they're not always tied with UFOs, although for the most part they are. But there's so many different strands and angles to the Men in Black mystery that's what makes it so fascinating, in terms of, well, who are they, what do they want, and where are they from? There are so many different issues and cases and odd quirks in relation to the Men in Black that, I've actually written 3 books on the subject because there's so much information and so many different theories for who or what they are.
Would you guess that their original mission began with trying to stop UFO stories in their tracks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the so-called modern era of UFOs began in 1947 with Kenneth Arnold's famous sighting over Washington State, the Cascade Mountains. However, although there were 1 or 2 early Men in Black reports in 1947 and 1948, for the most part, the whole thing didn't really kick off until 1951. And this revolved around a guy named Albert Bender, who lived in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And Albert Bender was someone who set up an organization called the International Flying Saucer Bureau. And there were a lot of small UFO groups, regional groups at the time around the United States, the UK, and a few other countries, such as Australia. And they may have had a circulation of 40 or 50 here, something like that. But Bender's organization, the IFSB, really took off big time. To the point where he literally had circulations in the low thousands, which was really good, for 1951, 52. And the subscriptions were coming in from all around the world, and the magazine that he put out under the International Flying Saucer Bureau banner was doing really well. He's having sighting reports sent to him. He's been asked to do radio shows and even TV shows, and everything was running smoothly until suddenly the Men in Black intruded on his life, and it all went downhill from there for Albert Bender, and it was a very sinister situation for him.
Can you describe what happened to him? Did he describe it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, what happened was, as I said, the image that most people have of the Men in Black is from the movies, the idea of a
a super secret group within government, or some sort of like a black budget program that operates outside of government.
So, in other words, people need to understand that the movies followed the reality, not the reality following the movies.
Well, certainly the movies were based upon, you know, the real reports in terms of how they dressed and the threats.
Right.
But if you read from Bender's experiences onwards, the men in black in reality actually don't sound physically and, you know, in terms of what they look like their movie versions. For example, pretty much a good, I would say, 95, 96% of all the cases, and this begins with Bender, the witnesses described them as sort of only about 5 feet tall to 5 feet 5, very strange looking, very pale skin, no blemishes or lines on their faces, almost as if they look like a mannequin in some respects.
I was going to say an alien.
Well, actually, you know, that's one of the things. I mean, you mentioned, for example, David Jacobs. I mean, the interesting thing about the Men in Black mystery is there are some eerily close parallels in some of the things that David Jacobs has written about and researched that ties in with the Men in Black. In other words, very sort of human-looking entities moving amongst us, but when you have a good look at them, there are things about them that just don't seem right. And that's what Albert Bender said, that he would get not so much visitations, but he talks about how he would see these shadowy figures, and in some cases they would even sort of literally materialize in his bedroom. And he described them as having, as I said, very pale skin. I guess today, you know, we would talk about them almost looking sort of overly Botoxed, you know, very strange looking, emotionless, no lines. And Bender said that they essentially spoke to him in a telepathic fashion and warned him to leave the UFO subject. And Bender, I guess like a good UFO researcher, he did as he was told. He left the subject.
Oh, he did. He caved in.
Yeah, he absolutely caved in. And what happened was that he closed the IFSB down, the International Flying Saucer Bureau, cancelled his magazine. And a lot of people who subscribed to it, as I said, in the thousands, thought this was some kind of publicity stunt. You know, when you see a band and they say they're going on their final tour, so you better come and see us now. And then they come back 5 years later. That didn't happen. That's what everybody thought, though. And Bender was so petrified by these repeated encounters, and he said he saw the Men in Black sometimes following him in the streets late at night, and he'd be coming home from the cinema, and they'd have these sort of long black trench coats on and black fedoras and these piercing eyes, and it was sort of very menacing. And almost in some respects his stories, not so much Men in Black, it's almost like X-Files meets H.P. Lovecraft. It's sort of like a gothic horror story mixed in with UFO conspiracies.
Well, you realize that his behavior, as you described it, could be described as a classic psychological symptom as well, paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Bender was paranoid. I guess the thing is, you know, was it a psychological paranoia, or was he driven to paranoia, or was it possibly both? And what's interesting, that in terms of Bender's story, it's a fascinating one because he was a very sort of fascinating character with a lot of, you know, facets to his character in terms of he was deeply involved in the occult, for example. I mean, heavily in sort of seriously dark occult things. He actually created, for example, what he described as an altar in his attic to travel places to try and summon up supernatural entities. And he actually wondered if he kind of opened a portal or a doorway to allow something paranormal through. That was one of the theories he looked at. But yeah, I mean, you can look at some of the aspects of Bender's life and see that there were significant psychological issues. By his own admission, he developed OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, but he said that was due to the fact that he became so terrified by this situation. You know, he'd be repeatedly checking the front doors were locked at night and the windows were locked. then he'd go and check again, and that kind of overtook his life. So, it's a case of which came first, and did one provoke the other. So, it's a fascinating case history of a man steeped in paranoia, and at the heart of it all, these sort of almost gothic men in black.
Well, Nick, I think that it's more than just a theory. I think that if you set up an altar, as you mentioned, if you call upon these things to be part of your life, if you want to be involved with them, that is a very, very strong invitation in the paranormal world for whatever's out there to come and, at the very least, have a look. And yeah, I mean, you open something, you allow something in, and once it's in, it doesn't always, like a good visitor, leave on time.
No, you're right. And I mean, I've done a lot of investigations and interviews with people who sort of delved into, paranormal phenomena. I think it's all cool and exciting. And the more they get into it, they find themselves, I guess, surrounded by entities that they've called forth, that they not really sure what they are, but, they cause havoc in people's lives.
Well, they do. All right, Nick, hold tight. Nick Redfern is my guest. We're going to be deep into the Men in Black this night. And keep that in mind if you have a UFO sighting, because I guess these guys are still out there working. I'm Art Bell.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna.
While midnight sweeps across America, you found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
That so sets the atmosphere, doesn't it? Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Nick Redfern, and we are discussing Men in Black. Actually, a very, very serious subject. Certainly it was to Albert Bender. And, Nick, I don't know what to say, except if he actually, publicized, told everybody that these guys came to see him, and then really threw it in and never came back, no publicity stunt, then I guess he really met them.
Well, what happened, was that this was sort of 52, 53 when he finally threw in the towel, so to speak. And a guy named Gray Barker, who was fascinated by Bender's story, wrote a book about it in 1956 called They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, which told parts of Bender's story, but only the parts that Bender wanted to share. And it certainly didn't go into all the bizarre paranormal stuff that Bender talks about himself. But what happened was he just very briefly resurfaced in 1962 when Barker, who was also a publisher, convinced Bender to write his own book, which he did. It was called Flying Saucers and the Three Men. And it was a very small book, but told the story of how these men in black would sort of appear and materialize and dematerialize. And they had more of almost like a demonic quality to them, I guess. And but then when he put that book out, he said, "Look, I'm done with it." And that was now 53 years ago. And he stayed out of the UFO subject for the rest of his entire life and would not correspond with anyone. He wouldn't even promote the book barely after it came out. He just essentially wrote it because Barker asked him to, and that was it. And he walked away from the subject. And that's actually not something you see very often in the UFO subject, where if somebody says, "I'm quitting, that's it, I'm done," they typically do come back.
Here I am, proof of that, yes.
Bender never did. He just stayed away and said, "I'm done with it." In his own words, pretty much, he said he just felt that he couldn't get into that sort of turmoil of dealing with what he initially assumed were going to be government people, and then when he got the visit, so to speak, they were anything but that. As I said, they were far more H.P. Lovecraft than they were the X-Files.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not easy to be visited by people like that, especially ones that communicate with you, my God. So, was that the first Men in Black that you're aware of visit?
Well, There are one or two earlier ones, but that's without doubt the Bender case is the one that really began the entire Men in Black mystery. And it was actually Gray Barker's book that told the story of the Men in Black that coined the term Men in Black. Barker in 1956 was the first person to use the term Men in Black as a specific term to describe these entities. So in that sense, it's a very important case, but it opened the doors for some people who said, well, this is really interesting because I had an experience very much like that, but before that date. But in other words, Bender did prompt some people to come forward who claimed earlier reports with the Men in Black. But had Bender's story not been the first one that got so popularized, those other ones probably wouldn't have come forward.
I wonder if the three wise men were counseled that no, you don't see that star.
Well, that's interesting because, as I said, Bender's book was called Flying Saucers and the Three Men. And the reason why it was called that is because typically the Men in Black turn up in groups of three. Now, there have been reports of one and two, but for the most part, it's three. So, that's an interesting angle.
All right. So, obviously, since that time, not the time I mentioned, the one you mentioned in the 50s, following 47, I guess, there have been many, many, many incidences of Men in Black. I think even Dan Aykroyd reported them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Men in Black, a lot of people don't realize the sheer number of reports that surface. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning, I've written 3 books on the Men in Black, and the most recent one, which is just called, or actually the brand new one, which came out last week, The Men in Black. What I found is, and I think most authors get this, when you write on a particular subject, people who've had their own experiences have to contact you on, that subject. In other words,
same exact thing happens to talk show hosts, of course.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And, somebody writes a book on crop circles, people contact them about crop circles.
That's right.
Well, having written, extensively on the Men in Black, I probably get, I would say, somewhere in the region of 40 or 50 reports a year, something like that, like 1 or 2 a week, something maybe close to. And the reports I get, sometimes they are older cases, but many of them are literally right up to the present day. I mean, the new book's got cases from 2014 and 2015.
Okay, well, if you're still getting reports of MIB visits, then I am very, very curious because, if I were an entity, let's say a government entity that were dispatching these Men in Black, and that's just sort of a little setup there, I wouldn't be so concerned about it anymore because there are so many reports of flying objects now that to send Men in Black, it seems to me, would just punctuate and enhance the report of the person who made it.
No, that's a good point, and you're right. But I think one of the important things to note is most of the people who report the MIB today, they actually sound far more like what we say with David Jacobs was talking about. That they look semi-human, but they camouflage themselves with fedora hats and black wraparound sunglasses. Yes. Turned up collars, and in many respects, the sort of things David's been talking about, you can actually make a good case that the Men in Black could be an aspect of that sort of an infiltration.
Okay, all right, now you've done it. You brought up David Jacobs' name, Dr. Jacobs' name, several times, and I've held myself back, but I can't do it anymore. I did a show with him the other night. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Yes, there was, yeah.
One hell of a show, if I do say so myself. And what he described was an alien invasion, Nick, and maintains that we are in the middle of that invasion right now by creatures that are part human and part not human. And that these creatures have the ability to read minds, and that this invasion is going along quite swimmingly. And I wonder if you would care to comment. I found it particularly chilling and surely possible. And I wonder how you feel about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of these situations where I actually take a lot of notice of what David Jacobs has written, particularly like in his earlier book, The Threat. The main reason being because having written about the Men in Black for so long, I've noticed a lot of deep parallels between the two phenomena. And, I mean, for example, in the new book, I've got cases where people have said the Men in Black have visited them. As I've said earlier, they have this strange skin. Some witnesses said they lack pores, or, you know, there's not a single line on their face at all. And as bizarre as it sounds, some of the Men in Black are described as clearly wearing wigs. And in some cases where it looks like they've got sort of like makeup on to even try and make their skin look more healthy and human looking. So you get a lot of really bizarre things like this, you know, and if it was people making it up, I think they would make up something along the lines of, you know, the Will Smith, Tommy Lee Jones movie image, because that's a popular culture image. They wouldn't be making up bizarre stories like this, which you can find all across the planet. And so a lot of the stories I get do actually sort of eerily parallel these stories of human alien hybrids that kind of look like us, but if you're walking down the street late at night and the person or the thing has got the collar turned up and a hat on, you probably wouldn't notice too much. You see them in the daylight and you bump into them by mistake, and for a second or two you get a good look at them, then you might think, wow, has that person got a strange genetic condition or something like that?
So in other words, it's not out of reason that the creatures you're describing, I use that word instead of humans, the creatures you're describing could be very much like what Dr. Jacobs is describing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole issue of the camouflage, the sunglasses and moving about in the streets. I mean, that's what the Men in Black have done for a long time. So I wonder if, we're actually dealing with an almost identical, or if not identical, phenomenon. But there's had different ways over the years of targeting us. Now, the stuff that David talks about is more along, like a large-scale infiltration.
Yes.
Back in the 50s and 60s, the reports weren't on that scale. So that, in one respect, you could make a case, I guess, that the Men in Black were more of like the initial front line that first went out.
All right, well, imagine this for a moment. Nick. Excuse me. But if their original mission, as we touched on at the beginning, was to squash UFO reports, that's reports of ships in our atmosphere. Now, imagine how important to the same group it would be to squawk talk of an actual ongoing invasion of our planet. It seems to me that would be very high on their list.
Well, yeah, you're right. And I think, the issue of these entities visiting people's homes and, the witnesses clearly realizing that these aren't normal-looking people demonstrates a couple of things, to me at least. One may be they're trying to sort of test the waters as to how successfully or not they get recognized for what they are or for what they're not. I mean, the witness response is usually, oh my God, that person was 5 feet tall, they looked anemic and 120 pounds and had bulgy eyes hidden behind these big sunglasses. They knew they weren't dealing with, sort of 1950s era G-men as they were known from the FBI, that they clearly weren't anything along those lines. But, most of the reports, as I said, were extremely strange, and Bender kicked it all off. And then, obviously, through the 60s, it just continued. A lot of people like Brad Steiger, very famous figure in the whole paranormal field.
I know Brad and Sherry very well.
Oh, great. Well, Brad, in the new book I've got out, Men in Black, Brad actually very kindly wrote an entire paper about his own personal experiences with the Men in Black and how they even impacted on his friends and started to threaten his friends. Essentially, to try and get the word back to him, I guess, to leave it all alone. And so even Brad himself found himself infected, I guess, is not a bad term to use when you consider how these things work.
Well, people are funny. I mean, they say, oh man, he gave in. But if somebody came to you, somebody of questionable origins, let's put it that way, and threatened you, and even more so, threatened your family, I think most people in this audience, especially at the threat of family, would leave it the heck alone.
Well, I think they would leave it alone, maybe. But I mean, I'm the sort of character when, you know, if somebody says don't do this, it's like a red rag to a bull, as they say. You know what I mean?
I do. But when it's family, when it's family,
well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to investigate UFOs. It's another thing to have your family threatened. So, you know, I do understand that. Equally, I also think, you know, that I would like to think if they ever sort of knocked on my door, I would stand up to them. But one of the interesting things, and again, with parallel what David Jacobs says, is that the men in black seem to have the ability to affect people's minds, you know, not just mind reading, but mind control almost, to where the person essentially becomes like a slave during the interrogation. And
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, you imagine most people wouldn't open the door at midnight or 11 o'clock to three creepy looking little guys with white faces, but people do let them in. And this suggests to me a degree of
control,
something along the lines of mind control, mind manipulation, that makes the person lose control of their sort of self-awareness and also their common sense factors, where it's like everything goes out the window and they just invite these people or these things in, and then they get threatened. And it's almost like a person's in a haze throughout the entire experience. And then when they've left, they start to come out of it as if someone's coming out almost like an anesthetic, you know, and why did I let them in? Why did I listen to what they had to say?
This is why I'm so concerned about what Dr. Jacobs is saying, because what possible defense do we have against creatures who can control our minds, our thoughts? Not much, Nick.
No, you're right. I mean, again, most of the reports I have of when the men in black enter people's homes, it's not all of them. The first thing that's weird is that, you know, as I said, they turn up usually at night, 9, 10, 11 o'clock onwards when it's pitch black. Person hears a knock at the door, and even if they look through the spy hole, if they've got one, and they see these entities there, they still open the door and let them in. And what's weird is that the men in black rarely ever come in until they're ever invited in, and that kind of fits in with the old vampire parallels.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, you know, and they kind of look like pale-faced vampires. So I do wonder if...
Well, you know what, Nick, maybe when you look through that little peephole at them, instead of seeing 3 little 5-foot guys dressed eerily, they see instead either a friendly neighbor or perhaps a relative. And of course, then they open the door and just say, come on in.
Well, that's not impossible. And, you know, all this makes me wonder if a lot of ancient stories of vampires may have been very, very early reports of men in black type entities. But when they enter the home, as I said, they often ask the most bizarre questions and don't seem conversant with our mannerisms properly. They don't seem to know how to handle knives and forks or cups and, you know, liquid and things like this. They kind of just stare at it as if they're not really sure what they should do with it even. So it all gets very strange. And as I said, there's no doubt there's a degree of mind control involved with this entire phenomenon. That's why I think they're so elusive, because...
You know, Nick, you just said something that, again, parallels exactly what Dr. Jacobs was saying. He was saying that many times these creatures that he described, these mixes, are unable to do the simplest things and have to be taught that they can sit back. I think he used the expression of sitting in a couch, and they had to actually be instructed that they could lean back because there was a backing to the couch. And that's very close to what you're describing now.
Oh, it is. I mean, there are a lot of reports. There was actually a famous case where a man in black was given some Jell-O and couldn't figure out how to eat the Jell-O, and tried to do it with his fingers. And I mean, it sounds bizarre, but when you find, as I've got, I mean, literally, well, now hundreds of reports from all across the world where, you know, people clearly don't know each other, but there are certain little bits of data which fit in, like, you know, they're not too strange, not understanding something that would be so easy for us to understand. And even, you know, the issue of the lack of any lines on their skin and not really being sure if they're entirely human or not. And, you know, just there's so many interesting parallels like that where you can clearly place these things here, there, and everywhere. And that is the scary thing. I mean, I've investigated cases from the US, from Puerto Rico, from Canada, from the UK, from Australia. I've got a couple of Russian reports and a few from Mexico and a few from South America. So, you know, that's pretty much 2/3 of the globe.
Has anybody ever recorded a man in black?
Nobody's ever audio recorded one, but back in the 60s, a couple of researchers, Tim Beckley and Jim Mosley, actually photographed one. Now, I actually include the photograph in my second black, and that one includes the photo. And there is this guy, he's got like a long black trench coat, black fedora, black sunglasses, and he's just staring oddly and outwardly. He looks just sort of zombified, you know, in almost like a blank state. And the reason why they took the photograph is because for several days, for like an hour every morning, he was stood outside the Jersey City home of a UFO researcher, or two researchers, Jack and Mary Robinson. And Mary got frightened when Jack went to work one day and this character turned up, and Jim and Tim Beckley raced over and managed to get a photograph of him. They literally drove past during rush hour where he was just standing in the recess of this old building in the shadows, staring right at Jack and Mary's apartment window. And if you see the picture, he does look really weird. He kind of looks just totally emotionless and flatlined almost. And but you know, this like a well-dressed zombie is the best way to describe him.
Nick, have you heard of any physical confrontations?
Oh, what do you mean, like altercations, that kind of thing?
Like that, yes.
Yeah, yeah, there's a few, but not many. And that's interesting because if people are able to sort of break out of this mind control state, occasionally some of them have stood up and found themselves actually, you know, their mindset returning to normal as if they'd broken the spell almost. And they threatened the men in black to leave, or they threatened to call the police, etc. And instead of, you know, responding with violence, the men in black quickly made their excuses and left as if they didn't want a confrontation.
All right, hold it right there. We're at a break point, and we'll be back. Nick Redburn and Men in Black. That's what we're talking about. It sounds eerily like the interview we did the other night. This really is eerie. I'm Art Bell, Midnight in the Desert, raging in the night.
Is the night, my father's weak. I'm on the run, no time to sleep. I got to ride.
Riders on the storm, into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown. Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Riders on the storm. I hope we're not riders on the invasion. I really do. I'm beginning to wonder, frankly. Nick Redburn is my guest. We are discussing Men in Black. And they sound eerily like the things that were described the other day. Incredible. Nick, welcome back. We were talking about the possibility of there having been physical altercations.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting because the Men in Black come across very menacing and threatening and intimidating, but a lot of it is sort of very much psychological, and it works, as the Albert Bender case shows and as many cases show. However, there have been a few occasions where the person has felt almost under some sort of hypnotic spell, that they've been able to break out of it, and their sort of common sense factors have come back to them, and they tell the Men in Black, get out the house, I'm calling the police. Now, given, their sort of menacing approach and the way they look, you might imagine the MIB would sort of just put on the fear factor even worse. But that doesn't happen. Typically what does happen is that the MIB quickly find a way to leave the house, as soon as possible. They actually don't go in for physical confrontation. They make their excuses and leave. And
So, in other words, once they do not have control or realize they don't have control of you, they're out of there.
Yeah, and that is an interesting thing because it suggests to me the reason they place people in a mind-controlled state is because physically they're quite vulnerable because, as I said, they're sort of 5 feet 5, 120 pounds, look sickly, they don't look well. But while they have you rendered into an altered state, they're fully in control. You break out of it, they're the most vulnerable things in the room, and I think that's an important factor to remember, that they always ensure to find a way to be in control of the situation. And if it breaks down, they quickly know enough that it's time to leave. So I think, those patterns are important as well.
Is there a link, Nick, between Men in Black and these reports I've been hearing of black-eyed children?
Yes, well, there actually is. I mean, again, in the new book, Men in Black, David Wedderly, who wrote the book Black-Eyed Children, David wrote him a paper for me for the book discussing the parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children. There's some really interesting ones. For example, I mean, for the first thing is, of course, the clothing. Now, the Men in Black, wear black suits and black fedoras. Well, the kids, they wear black hoodies, so the colour of the clothing's the same, and they also wear something on their head to partly mask their face or on the head, So the Men in Black fedoras, black-eyed children, hoodies. Most of the reports of the black-eyed children, they try and find ways to force their way into people's homes. Can we use the telephone? Can you give us some money or some food? Things like that. There's always some sort of way that the black-eyed children try to get in the house. Typically, they look pale, and also, which is the same with the Men in Black, and also they typically surface at night, which is also a classic aspect of Men in Black encounters. So, in other words, there are 5 or 6 extremely similar parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children. And again, I kind of speculate that the whole situation is based around mind control. Find a way into the person's home, and then when you're on their territory and you're sitting or standing right opposite them, then they can, make the mind control angle work. And David makes, in this paper he wrote for me, he makes a lot of very good sense in terms of demonstrating that the Men in Black mystery and the black-eyed children mystery are actually sort of 2 components of one bigger issue. And of course, this brings into other things that have surfaced in the last few years, sort of paranormal type things, like the shadow people, the Hat Man, the Grinning Man, and they all, the Hat Man, the Grinning Man, the shadow people, they all kind of seem to come from sort of the same body, if you like. They all have their deep similarities, even though there are, some differences as well.
Okay. Well, I've had a shadow person experience, which honestly scared the tar out of me, Nick. I'm sorry, but it terrorized me. In my ham shack at the main house, about 2-3 weeks before the show, doing research for the show, late at night, and there was one. I looked to my right. I guess something caught my eye. I looked to the right, and here was this. Now that you mention it, probably not very tall at all, about 5 feet tall, a human body, not arms extended. Arms would be down, but you could tell it was a human-like or humanoid type body. That's about as far as I can go. You could actually see through it partially. And I startled, and I started to turn around, and the damn thing was behind me. And again, I could see through it. And then I'm at this point really freaked out, and I turned my left, which is where the door would be to get the heck out of that room. And there it was to my left. It eventually just went like that, and it was gone. But it was real. I'm telling you, Nick, it was a real something. I don't know what. But are you saying there is a relationship between these sort of shadow people or whatever they are and Men in Black?
Oh yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things that just stood out for me, what you just said, that you saw this shadow person when you were doing research for the show, etc. Well, this actually ties in with this paper that Brad Steiger did for the book, where Brad was looking into things, and it was if the Men in Black knew. In other words, in the same way that he was doing research and they seemed to know and began threatening him, and also via his friends, you were looking into something and they seemed to know, in the sense that they appeared or one appeared. And I get that so much in Men in Black and Hat Man and Shadow People type reports, where it's like when you kind of think of them, they seem to have an awareness that people are thinking of them, and they can lock onto the people who might, if you like, be looking for the answers, and then they can target them with a potential threat. But I mean, within the shadow people controversy, which again I talk about in the book, there's this sort of subcategory known as the Hat Man, which looks like a shadow person in the sense that it's shadowy, but like the Men in Black, it's typically seen wearing an old-style fedora, but often it's described as like a black silhouette, rather than having sort of a substantial form. It's sort of a cross between a physical entity and a spectre, if you like. But the outline looks like a Man in Black. And then there's another one which is often seen in like a black suit and often a fedora hat as well, known as a grinning man, where it has this sort of macabre grin on its face, almost sort of just static, unmoving, as if that's its only the only impression, the only sort of face it has. And they're sort of amongst the sort of creepiest stories of the grinning man, that people have seen these things. They'll wake up in the middle of the night unable to move, and there's this very often tall and thin, actually the opposite, the Men in Black are quite small, but tall and thin, wearing a black suit, skinny black tie, black fedora, white face, but has this sort of really malevolent grin on its face, just staring at the person. Those reports I know from the people I've spoken to and written about it, probably, amongst some of the most chilling ones.
All right, well, would you put these, and I know it's tough to put a label on all these things, but number one, you seem to think they're related. Number two would be the question, do you think it's in the field of the paranormal or just some weird government agency? I mean, somewhere in that range, you must have a point of view.
Yeah, I would put them in a paranormal angle, push them down the paranormal pathway, if you like. Now, of course, it all depends on what we mean by paranormal. We could place certainly some aspects of the UFO phenomenon have some paranormal overtones to them, and certainly Albert Bender's cases with, setting up supernatural altars to open portals and doorways and things like this. And I've got some cases where people, for example, been visited by Men in Black, but there was actually no UFO component, but they've been dabbling with Ouija boards. I've got a few other cases where the Men in Black appeared, and then after the Men in Black left, they experienced violent poltergeist activity in the home. So there's very weird stuff like that. So for the most part, I don't dispute that government agencies might, on occasion, have sort of mimicked the weird Men in Black as a means to get information out of witnesses. In other words, so it gets really complicated that there could be more than one category. But for the most part, I think these MIB are something that is totally 100% unconnected to government at all. And I go down the path of something that has appears to display supernatural powers in terms of how it controls people, but which is clearly a physical thing, and which is trying its best to look as human as it can, but very often doesn't do a very good job of doing it.
Well, Nick, they're certainly emulating the feds in one sense. I mean, when feds come to see you, they are intimidating. That's all there is to it. I mean, generally they wear dark clothes. They've got the sunglasses. I've had a number of encounters with them. They're not exactly men in black, but they're not far off either. So there's a kind of an intimidation in having two guys who look like this show up at your door.
Yeah, and I think, you can make a good argument that a great deal of research might have gone into it on their part to find the most intimidating way to approach people. And what better than turn up at midnight with a black fedora, black trench coat, and super white skin and sunglasses even, in a group of three, and just scare the living daylights out of people. And it works. I think that motif, that imagery of sort of the fedora and the trench coat, it goes back to sort of film noir type things and Humphrey Bogart gangster movies. People have that image of sort of the chilling, menacing man in black,
Well, it works.
It does, and that's our, for us, that's the downside of it all, is that, people find themselves in really dangerous situations. I mean, I've spoken to people who felt their lives were sort of psychologically scarred by these encounters. I mean, one of the reports I included in the new book was from someone who was told this story back in the 1930s, a very old guy now, and he kept quiet about it for years, fearful of, if I say too much, are they going to come after me and just sat on this story? And I get so many like that where somebody will say, I'm 62 now or whatever, and this happened to me when I was 17. And I know what's coming next, that they're going to say, well, I didn't want to talk about it because the first visit was enough and I never wanted to see him again. So I stayed quiet for 40 years.
Well, again, you've had so many reports now, Nick, that I really have to ask, do you notice anything in the demographics? Do you notice anything in the type of people that are contacted? Do you notice any similarities or many similarities in the stories that people tell you, or what?
Well, actually, that's a good point, because there are certain things you can look for that you do see quite prevalent, through a lot of these reports. One, as I said, is the fact that most of them turn up at night, and I don't think that's coincidence. If you're trying to blend in and you're walking around the streets, the best way to do it is when it's more and more difficult to see it, which is obviously after the sun's gone down. Now, in terms of the people who actually get the visit, this, I think, is one of the reasons why it's been so difficult to predict where and when they might turn up. And that's specifically because it really is at random. If it was just UFO researchers, well, we could all keep a lookout for each other. But, I mean, I've got some reports where it's abductees that got visited or contactees. But then again, I've got other cases where somebody just saw a light in the sky, which could have been, it was no more spectacular than a satellite, but they happened to tell the local newspaper, it appeared in the newspaper, and then they get the visit. But there was nothing substantial or sensational about the report at all. I've got other cases where, for example, as I mentioned, there was the Ouija board connection. And that's totally separate to the people who claimed UFO encounters. So, in other words, it's I have to grudgingly admit, it's been incredibly difficult to try and predict where and when they might turn up, because their activity is so bizarre and as random as the reports are in terms of where they occur, when and why. But what I can say is that for the most part, the people who get the visit have had some sort of profound UFO encounter, and it's typically been where I guess the person had more of like a close encounter, possibly with entities, or they've seen something land, and it hasn't just been a light in the sky, or even just a disc in the sky. It's been something more intriguing. And but these reports surface everywhere. I mean, literally, the length and breadth of the entire planet, and so we're clearly seeing a program ongoing. And the other big issue, of course, is the mode by which they ask the questions. It's all very skillfully played out.
All right. If I might, how often in the reports, Nick, is it vocal versus some sort of telepathic method?
Well, that's a good question. I'll tell you why. Because the Men in Black often do ask questions, but they're often asking in a very stilted, cautious way. One witness actually described it, the speech, as something along the lines of a person who might have a bad stutter and who has to really concentrate to, overcome the stutter. So they speak slowly and deliberately. And a lot of people have said something along those lines. Now, what's really weird is that I've probably got 9 or 10 cases where the witnesses, none of them knew each other, but they said something which was almost identical. And they felt that the Men in Black, when they're asking the questions, that they were saying the words in almost like parrot fashion, in the sense that they didn't understand what they were saying, but they were just programmed to say, or ask certain questions. You imagine, for example, if you heard a 20-second recording of somebody speaking in Russian, if you played that over more and more times, you could actually repeat exactly what they were saying, but you wouldn't have any understanding of it. You would just be, listening to it and then repeating it eventually when you got it. And that's what a lot of people have said. As I said, I've got more than a handful of reports where people said they didn't actually think the Men in Black, for whatever reason, they didn't feel the Men in Black actually understood what they were saying. It was almost as if they were sort of biological robots programmed to perform a specific task and go out there and, interview the people or silence them. One or two people have described it as almost like the Matrix movies, where in the Matrix films, you have these Men in Black that actually aren't real. They're sort of like a simulation inserted into the program to ensure that the secrets of the Matrix, we don't find out we're all living in this weird dream world. And some of the witnesses have said things along those lines, that they felt that the event was almost like holographic, as if it was staged for them, rather than a physical thing. It was almost as if they were in a trance, and the Men in Black were, the program inserted onto the hard drive, so to speak.
Well, it is, to me, here comes that word again, but it is terrifying for me to imagine not having the ability to act on my own thoughts, or for that matter, to have my own thoughts, to have something intervene and create thoughts in my own mind that I would then act on. That's really terrifying. I mean, that's control, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is the worst part of these events, is that, I'm sure most of the audience listening now would think, well, if they came knocking on my door right in the middle of this show, there's no way I'm going to let them in. And that's what everybody says, but everybody does let them in. And as I said, there have been cases where people have broken the spell, and I actually think the term spell is actually a quite apt one and relevant one. They feel the spell's broken, then everything goes against the Men in Black. But as I said, they're astute enough to know that it's time to leave. So I think a lot of the mind control is done because physically the Men in Black are quite vulnerable, and they clearly wouldn't win any boxing matches, put it that way. But they don't need to, because they have they have far more powerful skills, which essentially plunge us into a state of like an altered consciousness state. And
Nick, have you been contacted?
I've never had that sort of knock on the door from the Men in Black, but what I will tell you, now this gets really weird, is that I've had a lot of strange telephone experiences, and particularly since the new book's come out, and I swear this is not, some sort of odd alternative marketing ploy, it's really not, but both myself and my agent and publisher, Lisa Hagen, we've had a bunch of weird sort of synchronicity type things go on in relation to the Men in Black. I mean, I'll give you one classic example of actually quite a few. I was in my office about 2 months ago, and I heard a bang coming from one of the other rooms. I thought, well, what was that? I could tell it was coming from the bedroom. So I went into the bedroom, and I actually got a framed painting of the covers of one of my earlier Men in Black books, and it had fallen off the wall and the glass had shattered. Now I've got like 8 paintings on that particular wall, and I swear that's true. This one picture of the Men in Black fell off the wall, glass was everywhere, and it actually happened right when I was opening the Word documents of the book to put the final edit to it before it went off to Lisa to be published, and that was just like bizarre. But I found that when I'm writing and even talking about the Men in Black, it's as if they kind of know. I know that sounds strange and bizarre, but it's almost as if you look into them, but they have almost like a radar, and these things seem to know when you're looking for them. You know, you pop up on their radar, so to speak.
It sounds like somebody's on their way to see you right now. That's how good our audio is. I can hear
I
the
do live in
siren.
Dallas. The police are always racing around at this time of night.
Sure. Men in Black, I guess, have been known to affect telephone communication and, as you pointed out earlier, even poltergeist activity, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's interesting you bring that up because, again, in a new book, I've got in a section from a woman named Claudia Cunningham who's had a lot of run-ins with MIB types. But one of the things that Claudia talks about in the paper that she submitted for the book was that the tremendous amount of weird telephone interference she's had whenever she gets involved with the Men in Black. And this has ranged from hearing weird electronic noises, bleeps on the phone, to actually outright threats from anonymous sources. And again, they often have weird tones in their voices, and they just don't sound normal. And so for that reason, telephone interference has become a staple part of the Men in Black mystery, and to the point where, I won't say we have as many people who've had telephone experiences as have had visitations, but, I would say for every 5 or 6 reports I get of just the Men in Black reports, there's probably 1 or 2 where the people have said they had other things going on, like telephone interference, or in a couple of cases, like I say, where furniture would suddenly slide across the room, that kind of thing. So it gets into what starts off like an X-Files thing, like I said, actually turns into something really, really weird and, almost supernatural based.
Wow. All right. So they also apparently always drive old 50s, 60s vintage cars, except perhaps back in the beginning with Albert Bender.
Yeah, that's right. The interesting thing about the Men in Black is that you would imagine for the most part that they would want to, go under the radar, stay out of people's minds and eyes. But everything about them does the opposite. It stands out, and is memorable. Everything from the fedora hat and the black suit and the skinny black tie, which obviously wouldn't have looked out of place in the 40s, 50s and 60s, probably even the early 70s. But today people would look twice, but that hasn't stopped the Men in Black dressing like that. And you're right, they drive, for the most part, sort of old gangster era Cadillacs, cars like that, And but again, what's weird is I've got a few reports where people have said that they came out of this sort of weird stupor and rushed to the window and saw the Men in Black going down the drive, and both the Men in Black and the car just sort of faded away into nothing, as if it was never really there. And these are the people who felt that, or actually wondered with hindsight, if the event had been sort of almost holographic, as if some sort of alien entity had taken control of their mind and rendered them into a state where they were almost in like a waking dream. The Men in Black was a real phenomenon to them, and the threat was real, but it was almost like a holographic dream rather than a physical thing, and they
Well, if they suddenly snap out of it, as it were, Nick, and they go to the window and they see the car leaving, an older car leaving, that would indicate to me that they were, completely under the influence of these MIBs, and then suddenly that influence waned as the vehicle took off.
Yeah, that's quite plausible. Yeah.
Okay, all right, hold it right there. I'm Mark Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Down the street, I don't
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, okay, we're about to open the phone lines, everybody, so why don't you join us? I'm sure you have questions about Men in Black. I know I do. I'm noticing similarities between what Nick is saying and what was said the other night by Dr. Jacobs, and I'm sure you are as well. Creepy stuff. I mean, this really is creepy stuff. Not human, maybe not. Part human, possibly. And, anyway, let me get the numbers out. If you want to call us, if you have a question, the public number is area code 952-225-5278. Once again, 1 and then 952-225-5278. We are available on Skype as well. It's easy. In North America, Canada, the U.S., MITD 51, MITD 51. If you're calling from outside the U.S., we do have a Skype connection just for you. Outside the U.S., it's MITD 55, as in Midnight in the Desert 55. And all you do is get Skype on your phone. When you get Skype, go to the little plus sign and add us. MITD 51 North America, MITD 55 worldwide. Nick, is there any suggestion that these could be time travelers? I mean, they are using old vehicles, 50s and 60s cars.
Well, that's actually one of the interesting theories that, within the UFO field, there is this sort of subculture that is not extraterrestrials. And, there are some interesting things when it comes to that theory. One being, of course, excuse me, the obviously out-of-date clothing and the cars. They're trying to fit in, not realizing perhaps if they're from the distant future, hypothetically, of course, how quickly our fashions change. And so you imagine if that story was true, or that scenario was true, that they would have realized at least by now that they're not fitting in very well. But, there are some interesting cases. John Keel, for example, who wrote the Mothman Prophecies, as well as a lot of good books, he noted that in many 1960s era Men in Black cases, the Men in Black would ask the witnesses what the time was. And they thought, he's asking, well, is it 6:30? Is it 7:45? And Keel wondered if they were literally asking, what time is it, as in what era, what year, that kind of thing. And so you do have a few strange stories like that where you could push it down, a time travel pathway. And of course, this is all dependent on whether or not time travel is actually feasible. But, the whole scenario, you can actually make a case for it. That's one of the interesting things, is that why fascinates me, because there are so many different facets and theories, in relation to the Men in Black.
Sure. All right, let's go to the phone, and overseas, you're on the air, Charles.
Hello, this is Charlie in Thailand.
Hi there.
Hey, Charlie.
This is Charlie in Thailand, the place where ordinary people believe a lot of extraordinary things as a matter of course. Very pleasant place to live for that reason. I've never seen Men in Black, but it occurs to me that if there is an alien force that wishes to try to shape human life, one of the ways to gain entry would be with simulated humans that would appear much less frightening in black suits. So maybe that would be a way to affect human behavior directly, but without causing a whole huge amount of little green men being seen.
Yeah, it's actually a good point, Charlie. I mean, if you look at, for example, sci-fi movies, typically, when an invasion occurs, it's sort of Independence Day style, with Craft in the Skies or War of the Worlds or The Day the Earth Stood Still. In many respects, to really have a successful invasion, perhaps the way to do it would be to really do it slowly, carefully, and subtly, to where we don't even know until it's a case of game over, and there's no need for huge 200-foot, 300-foot wide craft hovering over every city. It could actually be something that we don't realize is going on, under our very eyes, so to speak, because it is so unrecognizable to most people because they're not seeing it for what is actually happening.
I have a question for the guest. It occurs to me that the idea that everybody who sees a UFO is crazy and all of that kind of nonsense, it seems to me it's time for everyone just to say, okay, space aliens are real. Let's stop denigrating people and celebrate them for being honest. My question is, do you think the seeming increase in the number of UFO-type TV shows and movies, do you think that's an act, a conscious act of preparing human beings?
Well, I know for sure that there have been rumors over the years of sort of, government agencies subtly suggesting to filmmakers and production companies that, hey, why don't you do this? And, there are actually more than a few. We do know also, for example, in the 1950s when the CIA created the Robertson panel to look into the UFO issue, one of the things that they recommended was using the Disney Corporation to create cartoons to, inform the general public, regardless of which way they wanted to go with, informing them. But having Disney on board to assist the government program, so that sort of thing isn't out of the question at all.
Okay. All right, let's go to Cynthia. I have no idea where you are, but welcome.
Hi, I'm in Wisconsin.
I'm sorry?
I'm in Wisconsin.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, but I find this rather interesting because a few days ago when you were talking about the aliens, I didn't make a connection, but several years ago, I had a series of dreams about aliens. And so there was one that particularly stood out in my mind where some aliens were going to take my kids, and I started shape-shifting, all kinds of fearsome creatures, and it scared them, and they went away.
Well, that's a new one. I think that some of these experiences, Nick, occur to people when they are in or near the sleep state, and more suggestible, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, there actually are a number of sort of the weirder Men in Black cases where I actually do think there's a good chance that they can almost invade the dream state. They can literally manipulate people's dreams, and that might sound far out to a lot of people, but on the other hand, there are more than a few reports like that where somebody, goes to bed and they wake up in the middle of the night and they see this weird shadow type person or the hat man in the bedroom. But it gets worse than that they actually feel that these entities can intrude upon and actually manipulate the nature of what they're actually dreaming. So in other words, you can get a strange visitation in a physical sense, but also these things could possibly visit us malevolently while we're sleeping and actually have the same effect on us, this sort of chilling threat. But it's not done physically, it's done by literally getting into your mind while you're sleeping.
Okay. Here comes a question from Heather who wants to know, is it crazy to ask if the black-eyed children just might grow up to be the men in black?
Well, I've heard that more than a few times. And as I said in the new book, David Weatherly, who wrote the book, The Black-Eyed Children, has done an entire paper on this very issue of the parallels. And, whether they are the child equivalents of, the men in black, I don't know. But I mean, what I can say is that if they are, everything about them makes sense. As I said earlier, with the hats, the men in black have the black jackets and the black hats. The kids have the black hoodie, with obviously has a hat component to it as well. The skin color, the coming out late at night, needing to find a way into the home. It's almost like both of them, the men in black and the black-eyed children, are working to a set program. And I mean, there's also the thing: are they actually really children? This gets into sort of creepy areas. What if they're sort of biologically altered? We talk about the Greys, which are sort of 3 to 4 feet tall. What if they're actually not children? We think of them as children because they're small, but what if they're actually skillfully altered extraterrestrials, that are designed to look like human children? That would be even sort of more disturbing.
The whole thing is disturbing. Matthew, you're on the air. Hello? That's a lot of noise you got there. Hello, Matthew. I guess that's all we get is noise. We'll try the phone. Hello there. You're on the air with Nick Redfern.
Hello, is it me?
That's you.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to ask Nick, are you aware of any cases of the men in black like physically assaulting anyone or anything like that?
Right. I asked that earlier, but sure.
Oh.
Yeah, as far as I know, I personally don't have any cases where they've been physically assaulted, but they sort of infer sometimes that a person might end up dead, or they should be very, very careful about what they say to who, etc., etc. But often it's that threat is enough to where they don't need to actually resort to physical attacks. But I mean, look, as I said, looking at the size of them and the build of them, physically they're not really up to taking us on, and I think that's why they rely on the mind control, because that keeps them in control of the whole situation, which physically they could not do. So I think that's interesting that we don't actually really see what we might expect. We might expect old men in black, so they're going to they're going to put the turn the screws and really they're bad for us, but physically they don't do that. They just they rely on sort of inference and threats and things like that.
Well, if they can control us with their minds, then the biggest linebacker is stopped cold. I mean, they don't need physical force.
No.
Okay, caller?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, have a nice day. Have a nice night.
Right, you have a nice night too. That part of it really bothers me, that they can control our thoughts, and it sounds so eerily similar. Have you thought of sitting down with Dr. Jacobs and comparing notes, the two of you?
Well, it'd be a good idea. I mean, there's no doubt that this is sort of an area that I won't say it's completely sort of not unstudied. It isn't, but I mean, I think it's a matter of putting all the threads together. I mean, like with the black-eyed children angle and the men in black, that sort of perfect analogy that we've got these two phenomena that in many respects are extremely similar, and yet most people treat them as different and unconnected. And I think that's the danger in a lot of the men in black cases, is not seeing the bigger picture. People often view these events as random one-off encounters rather than looking at the bigger picture of how many have occurred, where they've occurred, what's the nature of them, what was going on in the person's life. And I think these are all important factors that come into play. And we might see a lot more parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children the more we look into it. And, I think this, from our perspective, the more we know, it's to our benefit. But
sure.
Whether we're going to like what we know or not, that's a completely different question.
James sends me a computer message through what we call the wormhole. He asks, believe these men in black are demons, spreading fear for Satan. This kind of statement was inevitable, and I can't rule it out. The one that came to you was to show you, to scare you, meaning me, and to make you talk more about them so the fear spreads. Well, interesting thought. Nick?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are actually some people who do, adhere to the idea that the UFO phenomenon is demonic. I mean, one of them is a guy named Ray Boucher, who I interviewed about the Men in Black and the UFO phenomenon a few years ago. Ray has an interesting background. He's an Anglican priest, and he's also a former state director of MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. He lives in Nebraska. And Ray came around to the idea that, the phenomenon is sort of more demonic than it is extraterrestrial, or literally demonic rather than extraterrestrial. And, there are a lot of people who actually do believe that theory. I think, from my perspective, I think we're seeing a phenomenon that, it could be extraterrestrial, but it also has the ability to interact with what we might call the supernatural, even if we're not really sure what the world of the supernatural is, in terms of actually being able to control our minds. This whole issue of people invoking them, like Albert Bender did, and sort of opening portals, that has far more of a paranormal aspect to it, but maybe it's something that can be explained one day by science. And so in that sense, I think it's possible that the sort of the world of what people call demons and science may one day sort of cross paths. And, it's things like the jinn that people talk about, which is sort of like the Middle Eastern, version of our demon, not that much different. Some people like Rosemary Ellen Guiley, who's written several good books on the jinn, has pointed out that even though they're placed in the paranormal category, that you can actually also demonstrate that, they could well be distorted tales of entities that live in other realms of existence that could be explained by science. So I think, we could see sort of a merging one day of paranormal phenomena and science if we could understand how the two come together.
Well, I'm not blind to the fact that, for example, when I saw what I saw, which I
Unit 207 has a 12-second-ish delay on the video.
For this program. Somebody reminded me of that. That's what I was doing at that moment. Research for this program, which means
i.e.
I was
the Everett
thinking
Police
about
Department.
things of this sort.
i.e.
And I just wonder if I didn't invite
the officers going to prison for the rest of their lives.
Well, you may have well done. I mean,
who have one remaining felony to perpetrate against me that wasn't reported in 2017 to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
To paraphrase actually from the movie version of John Keel's
My Murder.
Prophecies, there's a character in there that's based on Keel. His name's Alexander Leake, and Leake is a Keel backwards. And he actually, I'm quoting him exactly here, somebody asks him, one of the characters asks him, what's going on? And he said, well, when you notice these things, they noticed that you noticed them. Sure. And that sort of gets to the heart of it, the idea that when we think about these things, it's as if they know we're thinking about them, and then they start taking an interest in manipulating us. And I have so many cases like that where it's almost as if we create reality as we go along, in the sense that when we think about these things, it starts to happen to us.
Yes, or thinking about it, I was doing research on paranormal, and maybe that's like an invitation to come through the door. I don't know. Outside the country, Magus, is it?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Where are you?
In Romania.
Romania. Okay.
I was just wondering. I know that a lot of people think about the Men in Black as the cigarette-smoking man from the X-Files. The guys behind all the conspiracies.
Yes.
But is it possible that they're the Mulder and Scully part of the show? The guys that just investigate things that the government doesn't want to make official.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, as I said, I think most of the Men in Black reports are have really weird origins, but there is a small percentage where I think well, not necessarily the government, but maybe some sort of shadow agency has used the mystery of these really weird Men in Black to cover their own tracks. And so, in other words, some of these agency personnel may well have mimicked the legends, that have been associated with the weirder ones. So in that sense, there could be real government MIB, but actually based on the weirder ones.
All right, we've got a break here, Magus. Thank you very much for the call. And Nick, stand by. We'll be right back. This is Midnight in the Desert.
I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost you can't see.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
If you could read my mind, such a romantic song, really, right? But really, if you could read my mind, I wouldn't like it at all. And, that's what we're talking about here. Things or beings or part humans that can read our minds or control our minds. And possibility of an actual invasion. There's no getting away from it. If you heard what Dr. Jacob said, and you're listening carefully to what Nick said, you can mix and match, and frankly, you can come up with something pretty serious. Peter, you're on the air with my guest. Welcome.
G'day, Art, and g'day, Nick. Can you hear me well?
I hear you just fine.
Okay, I just want to put my 2 cents in about what the Men in Black might be. And I'm thinking, I don't know whether this is true or not, but it's just a speculation. What I think it might be is that when we get tired, our brain runs low on something that's called neurotransmitters, which is something that enables us to actually think. And I think it's the body generates a apparition of some sort, whether it be a Men in Black or dark-eyed children, in order to scare us. And so what the scaring does is enables adrenaline to be released, which also is a neurotransmitter. And so the brain can continue to function. So that the whole idea of them not wanting us to talk about UFOs doesn't seem to work anyway. But something that's in common with all the cases is the fear factor. So that's it. That's the idea.
It shows here that the Everett Police Department have somehow made the chip that was provided no longer exist on crimestoppers.com.
It's all totally internal.
When I go and enter in the login credentials.
When you talk about the brain can create this and create that. I don't dispute that. I think sort of some cases of sleep paralysis can definitely fall into that category. But I do wonder if, like with the Men in Black, some of the Men in Black cases, and granted, this requires like a bit of a leap of faith, if something external can actually invade the dream state. Now, of course, that requires us to try and find evidence for that. But I do believe, that the human mind, can do weird things. There's no doubt about that. I mean, but I do sometimes wonder if even in the dream state, if something can be present and manipulated.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure, but
second login function, however.
We have that debate, to look at it from both angles. I mean, we need that because we're dealing with sort of definitive unknowns. So we need, the down-to-earth approach, and we need the other angle to try and bounce them off each other to see where it all leads. So that's actually good.
Yeah, well, I've had a few paranormal experiences, but some of these things, one of the things I've noticed is that the distinct lack of detail in the entities, if you like, and also the fact that they don't seem to hang around too long, which sort of seems to be they're limited by something. And it could be if they're generated by the brain, maybe all the brain can do is to generate this illusion.
Well, we don't think we don't think they hang around long, but if they have control of our minds, I'm not sure we know.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, we really don't have a good idea of time, do we? If they've got control of their minds.
Right. It's kind of like waking up and looking at the clock. Then what time it is, right? Otherwise, it could have been 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Yep. I understand.
All right. Where are you?
In in Australia.
In Australia, okay.
Yep.
All right.
The other day about the disappearing watch off me.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes.
Peter from Bendigo.
All right, Peter. Thank you, and take care.
Peter.
Let's go to the phone. Foley, Alabama, I suspect. Hello.
Now
Yeah, well,
we
I'm
have
actually calling from the Gulf Coast here.
from them
in Gulf
after I
Shores,
attempted to
Alabama. My name's
upload.
Rex.
Oh, you just saw a stalker walk past my window.
And I remember
Attempting to
back in
upload,
the
it says
early
system
70s reading
web
The
UI
Silencers
view
by
state
John
exception
Kill.
invalid view state
And
client IP
in one of
port
the cases he was
refer
talking about in West Virginia in
p3tips.com/,
1942,
and then you've got a long website here that is likely just the Everett Police
with
Department
a reporter
user
and
agent
a
lists
posse, and they went
Mozilla
out
and a bunch of other
through all
stuff.
of
The
this,
Apple
long
WebKit they
hiking, and
use.
they found a clearing, a large clearing, and in the clearing was what appeared to
And
be
if
like
you
the
missed it, you
fuselage
just
of
saw a head
an
go by
aircraft
my
of
window.
that time without any wings, tail,
Rewind
no
the
windows,
video.
anything like that. And standing near the wreckage of this object were 5 human-type people, and 2 of them were dressed in some kind of jumpsuit, maybe the pilots or whatever, but the other 3 were dressed in business suit-type apparel. And he went on to talk about how that, their shoes of these people were like always brand new, like they had just left the haberdashers, and, their clothes seemed to not fit quite right, and they were, awkward. One of them was offered a cigar. He tried to eat it. And then the Jell-O incident, the guy tried to drink it, and this is way back in the 70s, okay, when I read this book, and I was very interested in it, and I wonder if you recollect these encounters. There was a couple of other incidents on a mountain where they had arranged to meet with this guy that was researching UFOs and had some incriminating photographs or something like that, and they wanted to meet with him up on this hill or mountain or whatever. And it was a winding road, and they seemed to drive a vehicle that seemed to be the make and model of several different type of older vehicles like you were describing. And when they got up on the road, they noticed one of those vehicles like that with 2 figures, silhouettes in the front, and they kept winding around, and then it came to a dead end, and the vehicle had just mysteriously vanished. And so he thought he was being, the victim of, they were trying to intimidate him or something like that. But it's a very real thing going way back to the 40s. And that's...
You're right. And Keel chronicled like a lot of those Men in Black reports, and he was sort of astute enough to realize that it wasn't just a modern day phenomenon. He sort of looked back into history and folklore and found a lot of centuries old stories that pushed the barriers back even further, where he felt that, like I said, with some of the old vampire stories and legends, he felt could have been born out of things like Men in Black encounters 300-400 years ago. But I actually have a few, not so much in direct connection with Men in Black reports, but I've got a few stories of people claiming to have seen like people in business suits coming out of UFOs, and very strange stories. But again, we're sort of seeing the development of a pattern, and Keel recognised that, and he recognised it was sort of an age-old phenomenon. He didn't feel it was brand new, but it's interesting that we're sort of seeing these parallels and pushing the barriers back as to when the Men in Black really sort of began, so to speak.
All right, Nick, here's another computer message through the wormhole. Ralph asks, are all Men in Black, or have there been any women? That might explain the black-eyed children.
Well, funnily enough, believe it or not, early next year I've got a new book coming out called Women in Black, and it's actually like a full-length study of the women in black. The book's sort of pretty much all finished now. I've got about another 10,000 words to do, and that's it. But I've actually got an incredible amount of reports of women in black, and they're actually not as exciting as they sound like they should be, in the sense that they actually come across just like the Men in Black. They're very pale, typically wear like a woman's black business suit, very emotionless. Again, they have this really tight skin, looks like as if they've just, again, overdone it with Botox. But they also, they turn up in UFO incidents. And what's interesting is that whereas the men in black, just present themselves as they are, very often the women in black present themselves as, for example, census takers, or, they're doing a survey in the area and can they come in and ask a few questions. So in other words, the women in black, what the big difference is, they often have a cover story. And but they're very much like the men in black, where their voices sometimes sound stilted. There have been a lot of reports of women in black where they look quite like, the aliens, like the greys, and they've been seen wearing like long wigs, like a woman's wig, sort of down to her shoulders and beyond, and get sunglasses and sometimes a beret or something like that on their head. So they're clearly trying to camouflage themselves. But the women in black mystery is sort of really underappreciated one, and that's why I wanted to do this book, because there are so many fascinating stories that fall into that category.
All right, let's go to the phone. Hi, you're on the air. Hello?
Me?
It's you.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, this is Ken from New Hampshire.
Yes, sir.
My question is for Nick. Hey, Ken. What's the most what?
He just said hi.
Yeah, hi. What is the most common thing that will draw the men in black to a person? Is it more on something they saw, or a specific sensitive topic they don't like you talking about to multiple people? Is there one thing that sticks out more than anything else?
Well, for the most part, when it comes to these weirder men in black, it's when they've had an encounter, that like an abduction or a contact case, or they've been in the wrong place at the wrong time and they've seen a UFO land. Those are the ones who seem to get visited more, by the weirder men in black. But I do have more than a few reports where guys in black suits, which I think are actually sort of government people, have visited the homes of people when perhaps they've been hiking in the desert or something like that, and they've come across, a fence that says keep out, that sort of thing, and or they may have seen something like a classified aircraft being test flown, and they've been visited, but it's clearly by a different sort of category of MIB. As I said, most of them are of the weirder types, and the people who typically get those visits are when they've had a UFO encounter that's a fairly significant one. But there are some reports which I think are more down to earth, not as many, and it's just somebody from an agency coming along and saying, hey, about that thing you saw in the sky, don't talk about it. But there are also kind of crossovers between some of these stories as well.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. And let's go to, I'm not sure who, whoever's next. You're on.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, nice to have you back on the air, Art.
Thank you.
I just read one of Nick's books last week about Men in Black. As a matter of fact, I tried to call him when David was on because, since I was a kid, I've experienced a full spectrum of like UFO and paranormal stuff. It's led me to do my own personal research over the years. But something you said earlier about maybe they appear as friends, family, that sort of thing. The 80s, early 90s, it actually led me to learn to lucid dream, because I was having waking experiences like shadow people and like in the blackness. I you hear some people say you're whispering and murmuring and voices they can't quite make out, things of that nature. I started dreaming about these hooded cow beings, and it was not like a normal dream. It's almost like a battle of wills. And they led me to personally believe, vampire parallels are there. And a lot of times it appeared as family or friends, and it was like the black-eyed children, when they would try to get you to let them in or let them close to you. Mm-hmm. It's almost like there's a hypnotic suggestion there. And if you didn't succumb to it, if for some reason it didn't work, they became belligerent, angry, the facade would start to slip, and they would start to change, and their eyes would turn black, and it was almost like their teeth became pointed and fang-looking, and they got more gaunt and violent-looking. And this led me to start doing some research, friends, family. I found out some of them have been seeing the same things, drawing the same things, even seeing things in waking hours. And it kind of culminated in a waking experience with my brother, where we were out one night past dark. We were standing under a street light, just kind of hanging out. We hadn't gone inside yet. And I heard boot steps coming down the sidewalk. And this man comes out from under this tree. And I knew there was a friend down the road that was having a party. I thought at first maybe it was somebody coming from that. And as he got closer, he started coming across the lot towards us. And I started to get frightened at this point. I didn't know why. It didn't really make any sense. And I'd done my own research. I'd went out looking for things before. There wasn't a lot that really scared me in that regard. But as he got closer, it got worse. And I couldn't really understand what it was at first. It didn't really register. And as he walked under the street light towards us, it finally hit me that even though he was under the light, you couldn't see his face. It was covered in shadow. You couldn't see any of his face. And he started running towards us, and I just gave in to complete fear at that point. And I pushed my brother, and I told him to run. And he chased us a full block. And, of course, he runs in. He slams the door in my face. I had to try to get the door open. And as I looked back, he was reaching for my shoulder. And I got the door open. I slammed it behind me, and I turned and looked through the blinds, and there was nothing there. And I went back outside. We lived on a corner of a main highway and crossroad. I looked all around. There was nobody to be seen anywhere. And to this day, that was probably one of the most frightening experiences I've ever had. And then shortly thereafter, in the late 90s, you started seeing these stories of the black-eyed kids, coming out on the internet and people seeing them in waking hours. And I wondered if Nick had ever run across any sort of similar reports to that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, experiences where, you have experiences in the real world, and then you start having dreams and you feel, that there's something invaded the dream, and they're trying to, sort of pull the wool over your eyes, so to speak. I've got a lot of stories like that. That these phenomena, whatever they are, I don't think they're just able to manifest physically. I literally do think they can sort of get into the dream state. And what gets, dangerous for us is that they can sort of take on the guise of various different things, and if we fall for it, then, it just gets worse, and the camouflage that they're using becomes more and more sort of acceptable to us. But I mean, it's interesting that you talk about, that you managed to just get back as he put his arm out to grab you, and, he shut the door. Well, that kind of, is sort of symbolic in terms of when the men in black wait to be invited in. You slam the door and it was gone. In other words, you'd taken away its power. It needed you to allow it to enter through the door. And when you broke free of the spell, so to speak, and slammed the door in its face, you essentially took its control away. Right? Or you took away the fear, because, you became the one controlling the situation. And, I think that's their vulnerability, is when they realize that their ruse has been rumbled, so to speak. That's the important thing to try and do, is to, if you're suspicious of what they are, what they seem to be, try and focus and look through them and see, if there is a ruse, if there's something else going on. And that often is something that makes them back away, because, without that image that they use to project as strength, they've got nothing other than that. And if you see through it physically, they're not able to really, they're no match for us.
Apparently. Marion, somewhere in the world, where are you?
Bucharest, Romania. Sorry for my voice.
That's all right. Did you? That was not you earlier. That you're a different Romanian caller. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Two Romanian calls. 2 Romanian calls in one night. That's a record. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, very passionate about paranormal and this stuff.
That.
So
yes.
I guess that's the reason. The thing is, I was just considering this so-called invasion as not necessarily being a bad thing. I mean, look at this perspective.
Yes.
Along the history,
Nearly home. Isn't home where we all want to be? Reba here for Realtor.com, the pro's #1
programmed not to be self-aware. The level of damage, because I mean, there's
you saying, yep, that's the one. No more swapping. It's time to start finding.
February 2024 through January 2025.
The views, information, or opinions expressed by the guest appearing in this episode solely belong to the guest and do not represent or reflect the views or positions of the hosts, the show, Podcast One, this network, or any of their respective affiliates. Please note, this episode includes graphic descriptions of child abuse, medical neglect, emotional trauma, and institutional neglect. Listen accordingly.
there's a lot of indoctrination where, you know, they teach you that it's all your fault. They teach you that suffering is no big deal as long as you're getting shit done. So I think I was really programmed not to be self-aware. The level of damage, because I mean, there's cold stories and there's cold stories, and the trauma fluctuates or varies, but I think my cold story is maybe the cold story of cold stories.
Welcome to Was I in a Cult? I'm Liz Iacuzzi.
And I'm Tyler Meeson, and today's episode, like many of our episodes, is, well, she's a doozy.
Scientology. You'd think, need we say more? But apparently, guys, holy mother of holy aliens, yeah, we do need to say more.
Yes, today's story is what happens when, on the day of your birth, you're handed over by your very own mother to one of the scariest cults to ever exist.
This was at a time in the world where abuse was perhaps more easily covered up because, you know, there was no internet, no citizen app, and no one really believed children unless they were on a milk carton.
But to take it to a very awkward pivot, I guess, before we dive into the story, we have a very quick but kind of exciting announcement for all you LA-based folks.
Yeah, guys, we're doing a live show here in our hometown of Los Angeles. Soon, it's going to be at the Dynasty Typewriter, July 10th at 7:30 p.m. Joining us will be the hilarious and brilliant
Moses Storm. You know him, you love him, and if you don't, well, get to know him. He has a very funny HBO stand-up special called Trash White, and he was in a cult. He's funny, he's great, he's smart, and we love being on stage with him.
I'm going to try to somehow work that into this intro because some of the assholes Jamie was handed over to, I'd say, were also trash white.
You know, I love a segue as much as anyone, Liz, but a forced segue.
I think it worked. I think it worked really well. It was seamless, as they say.
I don't.
We do love being on stage with Moses. He's really fun, and it's going to be a great night. So we'd love to see you there. You can get your tickets at the link in our show notes. And if you're in LA, come support us because, you know, Tyler and my parents, they don't live here, so we can't force them to bring their bridge club to fill up half the seats.
Yeah, it's unlikely my mother and her Mormon Relief Society would force anyone to come to our show. But seriously, the Dynasty Typewriter is a cool venue. We're going to do a great show.
That's really
Please
cool.
check it out if you can. Okay. Now, a non-segue into today's episode. It is intense. Please be ready for that.
It's also infuriating.
But it's incredibly necessary. You see, Jamie is one of the lucky ones. He made it out, but he didn't end up dead or homeless or a drug addict like many of these lost children of Scientology did.
He's now a thriving artist and creative.
And his upcoming book about his childhood called Child X releases at the end of July.
And it's incredible. We got a copy ahead of time because we're cool. So with that, take a deep breath and get ready to brave the waters through the shitstorm that is the inner core of Scientology. The Sea Org, the military cult that I still can't believe got away with all of the horrible things that they did.
Yes, the Sea Org. So steady the helm, Jamie.
Secure the bow.
Ready the sails.
Finger the musket.
That is not a sailing reference, Liz. Not a boat reference.
I think Jamie would hate all the boat references.
Yes, he would.
There's a very unique, sadistic thing that goes on in Scientology. I mean, I grew up in the inner Navy, the inner clergy. He uses a word called the Sea Org to describe it. It's an ugly word. It kind of reminds me of like loogie, Sea Org, loogie. So I try not to use his words, but he created a lot of words, fancy words for really gross things when you would peel back the layer behind the word, what it actually looked like.
Great. We too will not use his dumb words.
They called the slums that we grew up in these really decrepit, dangerous environments, the cadet org. I feel like Scientology kids that grew up like me, or again, there aren't a lot of kids that grew up in the 70s that are like me, that are around to talk. I want what happened to these kids, what I call the lost children of Scientology. I want the story told.
To understand Jamie's story, we have to go way back. Before science botchery, before L. Ron the Con.
Because we're going to listen to Jamie's generational family story, which is quite remarkable.
But, you know, my family was a family of kind of light-skinned black people, and I can trace my family and their success back to freed slaves. My family escaped slavery and did these astonishing things. When my grandmother was growing up in the Jim Crow South, she had green eyes like me, and when they would travel, because her father was a doctor in this town, you know, in the 20s, she would pass as white to get takeout. My grandfather, he was the first in his family to leave the South. They met at Meharry Medical School, which is a black medical school outside of Nashville. And he inherited all his parents' money, which they inherited from their father and grandfather. Then he went to live with his aunt, and then she gave him his entire inheritance. So when he entered medical school, a black man, in the 1930s, he was a multi-millionaire. He wanted no one to know that he had anything. So he would work as a porter. And then my grandfather was a Tuskegee Airman. He was a flight surgeon in Burma during World War II. You know, this idea of your family escaped slavery and accomplished these remarkable things. And then in a generation, you're born a slave. Like, what is a slave? Well, a slave is somebody where they take your geography away, they take your history away, they take your language away, they take your identity away. If you look at what my great-great-grandparents endured, it's not so different than what I endured. And then looking at yourself and having a realization that you were a slave and were enslaved for your childhood is not an easy thing to face or see about yourself.
So how does a brilliant, privileged black family go from generational triumphs to generational trauma?
My mother came from a very affluent black family on the East Coast of the United States. She's 11 or 12 years old, and she gets type 1 diabetes and barely survives. So here's a young girl that is dealing with mortality at 11. At 12 years old, her father dies. She was a daddy's girl. My belief is that she just fractured. And then you have the 1960s, and people were just exhausted from the Kennedy assassination, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Bobby Kennedy, Vietnam. And there's a real feeling in the 1960s that the world would just be burned in nuclear fire. And so this whole generation of people just went, fuck it. And everybody... He was joining these movements, from Jim Jones to every kind of, there was thousands and thousands of them.
Oh, don't we know, Jamie? It seems half of our episodes come from this era.
Okay, so stepping back a bit, public angst has long been a chaos of the Hellenistic Roman era. It led to cult followings for Dionysus, Isis, Mithras, Those were some pretty secretive and shady cults. And let's not forget, how can we forget the 1300s when the Black Death wiped out half of Europe?
That's right, half. Half of Europe.
So cue the roaming flagellants whipping themselves. You've got apocalyptic prophets and sects promising salvation through pain.
Very eat, pray, die.
Fast forward to the economically challenged 19th century America, specifically the burned over district in upstate New York. That one patch of land gave us the Shakers, the Millerites, the Adventists, the Spiritualists, and my favorite,
Nearly all handed over to.
He was a multi-millionaire.
Chaos of the Hellenistic Roman era. It led to cult followings for Dionysus, Isis, Mithras. Those were some pretty secretive and shady cults. And let's not forget, how can we forget the 1300s when the Black Death wiped out half of Europe?
That's right, half. Half of Europe.
So cue the roaming flagellants whipping themselves. You've got apocalyptic prophets and sects promising salvation through pain.
Very eat, pray, die.
Fast forward to the economically challenged 19th century America, specifically the burned over district in upstate New York. That one patch of land gave us the Shakers, the Millerites, the Adventists, the Spiritualists, and my favorite, my former home, Mormonism. And then the trials of the 60s, well, they gave us Jonestown, Children of God, Manson, Rajneesh, Heaven's Gate, and Scientology.
Scientology. And today, anyone looked out the window recently? Because, we got angst. Climate crisis, political chaos, COVID, existential dread. Cue the next round of cults that are going to keep popping up.
I mean, honestly, it feels like the other half of our episodes were born out of the pandemic. Am I right?
I mean, season 26 of Was Ain't a Cult is going to be lit.
So Jamie's mom, she wasn't immune to this spiritual fervor that was happening in the 1960s.
You love to use fervor.
Fervor. You don't get to use it often. When else can I use the word fervor? Like, the fervor over breakfast was great.
It sure was.
The fervor over Oasis was really strong.
God, I just wish I was a part of the Beatles' fervor of the 60s.
The short-lived Chumbawamba fervor was indeed, in fact, a fervor, but yet short-lived.
My mother was a very talented artist that was on the rise. And one day in New York, someone brought her to a Scientology meeting in probably 1967. She might have been in her early 20s. And within a year, she was going for special training at Hubbard's compound in the English countryside called St. Hill. My older brother was born while they were living at the compound and then smuggled into the United States. So he spent the first 20 years of his life stateless, not having a passport or any papers or having a country. In the late 60s, she went back to the States and joins the Inner Navy. Yeah, she was like the senior supervisor for the advanced division in Los Angeles, which would make her the most senior authority on the West Coast. So she went from being a counselor to being this supervisor of counselors. Okay. So then I'm born a couple years later. I was definitely told who my father was, and there is a name on my birth certificate, but there is a tremendous amount of evidence that is not true. My life would be predetermined before I was born. I was marked for labor. I would be penned until I was big enough to work, and then I would serve as a slave for Hubbard's military religious operation.
So Jamie's mother rose quickly through the ranks of Traumatology's open water tax evasion organization. Yeah, I know it's long, but that's what it is.
And when Jamie was born, the ideology had already made the decision for his mother and therefore, well, him.
People need to understand that I went straight from UCLA Medical Center, was put in a car with a couple people in naval uniforms, and curried across Los Angeles and put into this house where all newborn babies in the movement were kept. And there was probably 2 or 3 caretakers in this tenement taking care of maybe 30 or 40 babies. And so we're talking about the first 2 years of my life, little to no human touch. There are no baby pictures of me because no one was around to take them.
Was I in a Cult is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
You chose wisely to hit play on this podcast today, and that, my friends, is a very smart choice.
Progressive loves helping people make smart choices, and that's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explorer.
It lets you compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from, well, other companies.
So you save time on the research.
And enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you.
Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
So if you've never fully understood what bullshitology actually teaches, good. That means you've never been indoctrinated, extorted, or spiritually blackmailed.
Craving your next action-packed adventure? Audible delivers thrills of every kind on your command, like Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir, where a lone astronaut must save humanity from extinction, narrated with stunning intensity by Ray Porter. From electrifying suspense and daring quests to spine-tingling horror and romance in far-off realms, unleash your adventure side with gripping titles that'll keep you guessing. Discover exclusive Audible originals, hotly anticipated new releases, and must-listen bestsellers that hook you from the first minute. Because Audible knows there's no greater thrill than the one that speaks to you. Discover what lies beyond the edge of your seat. Start your free 30-day trial at audible.com/WonderyUS. That's audible.com/WonderyUS.
Meld into a lifetime of servitude.
Right, but behind these self-help branding, the celebrity spokespeople, the tax exemption status, the shiny commercials that play during the World Cup and Super Bowls, well, it's a cult that breaks people down, controls their thoughts and action, and profits from their pain.
Well, they call it a religion. We call it what it is, a militarized billion-dollar machine built on fear, silence, and the illusion of salvation.
But the IRS, well, they still call it a church.
Only in America could a bad science fiction writer invent fake therapy, label it religion, and end up tax exempt.
Oh, that's the true American dream.
Now here's Jamie breaking it down with just the right amount of sarcasm. And yes, Tyler, I'll be sure to take notes.
Oh, is that what the crayon is for that you're holding?
How to be funny dryly.
In 1950, Hubbard released a book in Astounding Science Fiction, but it was being printed as nonfiction in Astounding Science Fiction because he was a known science fiction writer. He comes out with this book called Dianetics. I call it Diuretics. Okay. I call it Diuretics and Slimetology. Yeah, in this book, he has this new form of therapy. And, you know, this was right after World War II. There was a lot of people coming back from the war with post-traumatic stress. They didn't even know what post-traumatic stress was back then. And there was no real solutions. And so there was a few crackpot things that kind of came out that became hugely popular. I mean, and in that, he detailed this really complex notion that our physical cells record moments of pain and unconsciousness. So all the things that are recorded when you're in pain, then when you wake up or you're no longer in pain, those things are the things that are making your life bad. So he developed a process where you could talk through and relive these traumatic incidents. And that by going over them 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, they would dissipate and then you would just be purely yourself. And Hubbard was a guy that wanted to make money and he didn't like taxes, right? So he developed what's called Scientology and the machine to allow people to clear the painful incidents from their past lives. The origin is that we are all immortal spiritual beings that have been around for trillions of years. We've lived billions of lifetimes, okay? And we were in our native, what he would call native state, in our original state as spiritual beings before we got trapped on Earth. We've lost our awareness and fallen down to a flesh body, a meat body, trapped in it. and gotten into a cycle of birth and death, imprisoned on Earth. Before that, we were all gods and had godlike powers. And then something happened where we got degraded into our reduced state now. So once he evolved Scientology, he developed what he calls the bridge to total freedom, which is that you go up, you do all these steps. And the idea is that if you do all the steps, you can return to being your godlike state. And it takes years. It may take you $500,000 and 20 years to go up this thing. It's a lot of stuff. He started the Sea Project where he would go out on the ocean and do this kind of love boat, sci-fi religion, militaristic, heavily militaristic religion. He started that in, I think, 67. And he makes it seem like, we need to do this Sea Project to save the planet. Really, I think he was probably running from the authorities and the tax man. And because Hubbard was in the Navy and he was a commander of a ship. And so he brought this whole Navy structure, including all the uniforms and the organizational charts and the ranks and all this stuff, and into the religion. And it's run like a Navy. Like everyone's wearing Navy uniforms in the middle of inner city Los Angeles. They would take Scientology and basically take over the world, clear the planet, turn it into a Scientology world where nobody had reactionary minds with trauma in them, and that everything would be this blissful place.
So this church of pseudo-Scientology says trauma is stored in the body and must be cleared through relentless, expensive counseling.
But what about the trauma it causes that no one clears, that no one even acknowledges?
So the idea is we have to get rid of everybody's inner trauma one by one, all 6 billion of us. Well, that was going to take a lot of work and a lot of manpower. So our parents needed to be on the job, studying the doctrine so that they could deliver this counseling and then doing the counseling. Okay, so Hubbard had this concept called the greatest good for the greatest number. So this is a very powerful concept within Hubbard's doctrine.
Just use your tongue.
And so the idea is you maybe have to sacrifice your relationship with your child in this brief moment so that we can save the universe or save the planet, right? So yeah, you could go be a loving mom and have fun, and you could raise a great kid. But literally, if you do that, and they use this exact statement in their recruiting methods to this day, but if you do that, we're probably going to have a nuclear war before we can clear the planet. That's how he got her to do it. And that's how they get all of them to do it. So we were a nuisance. We were in the way. But Hubbard was smart. He figured, shit, I wait 12 years. I've got a labor force. So the idea was, let's put them over in these dormitories out of sight. They called it the Beacon Street House or the Asho Day House, which delivered machine counseling. And it was also the nursery. Okay, I call it the baby factory. But the mentality is, until those piglets are ready to gut and serve, in other words, be labor for them, they're irrelevant to us. We can just put them in a pig pen. Our parents come visit us, but they need to be focused on saving the world. That's the mentality. And that place was a tenement. And so there were 30, 40 babies in this place. Probably the worst of the worst became like the nannies and the janitors. We called them the nannies. And so, and it was always understaffed because we don't really need these kids. We just need to keep them alive. When I did that interview where I spoke to some of the kids that had grown up in the movement in a different generation, a woman reached out to me and she said, when I was 7 years old, I was your caretaker as an infant. So I had a conversation with this woman because I had baby memories and I was doubting them, staring up at people from those cribs. Just like, when everything is slower when you're a child? It was like being in a prison because people weren't changing our diapers. People weren't washing our noses. We had crust around our eyes. We became accustomed to lack of light. And one of this women, I was asking her, like, these are my memories. Is this correct? And she says, yeah, that's very correct. And then she said, do you remember how they bathed you? And what I'm about to tell you is really disgusting, but it's nothing compared to what happens. Okay? And I said, no, I don't remember how they bathed us. So she said, when they would bathe you once every week or two, they would want a bath, take off your diaper, dip you and wash you in the water. And then there'd be somebody waiting. They'd hand the baby over who would put on a fresh diaper. And then they would take the next baby and dip them in the water and wash them, right? So we're talking about dirty diapers. So they were basically bathing me every week or so, dipping me in shit. That, again, it's nothing compared to what happens when we move to the next building when I'm around 3 years old.
We'll be right back.
Okay, bedtime. It's a big deal. Did you know, and I'm sure you did, that most adults spend about a third of their lives asleep and more time actually in bed?
That's like living 30 years in your bed.
Right.
It's crazy.
Plus, studies have shown that cooling natural bedding can improve sleep quality.
And we recently got the 100% organic cotton signature hemmed sheets from Boll and Branch. And guys, these sheets are incredible. I get into bed now and that exhale is oh so sweet.
Because they are made from 100% organic cotton. They're super breathable. They're super soft. And actually, yeah, they actually do get softer with every wash. It's true.
Unlike Tyler, who just gets crankier with every wash.
Yeah, I decided not to wash then. And Boll and Branch lets you test them for a full 30 nights risk-free.
Imagine all the ways you can test those bed sheets in those 30 days.
Feel the difference an extraordinary night's sleep can make with Boll and Branch. Get 15% off plus free shipping on your first set of sheets at bollandbranch.com/cult.
That's Boll and Branch, BOLLAND branch.com/cult. Save 15%. Exclusions apply. See site for details. We're assuming you guys know how to spell branch. And we're back to a 3-year-old child being moved from one church of child abuseology hellhole to another. Because in Jamie's world, kids weren't raised, they were warehoused.
So then at 3 years old, I leave the baby factory in downtown LA and I arrive at this brick building, this tenement on Melrose Avenue in Venice, which I call, basically the House of Horrors. And that's where I'm more conscious. That's where hell begins. And I'm put into a dormitory. We're stacked in these dormitories in slum room with mice and roaches everywhere, no air conditioning. The bunk beds are packed in together, stacked 3 high. I'm put on the 3rd bunk because I can't fend for myself as a 3-year-old. No railing, nothing. I had constant dreams of falling. And there'd be several times a week where I would wake up on the floor. They've got kids supervising kids because they don't have enough labor to take care of us. So they weren't teaching us to clean ourselves. I didn't bathe. I didn't have underwear. I never learned to brush my teeth for years. But there was a lot of abusive things, a lot of really sadistic things that occurred there. You have these, they called them nannies, and there was 4 or 5 of these people to 100 kids. And their job is to wake us up in the morning and have a roll call like the military, put us out to sleep at night, lights out. It's like we're in the Army or the Navy. They put you in a room and they ignore you. If you're screaming and crying, you're dramatizing. They ignore it. If I was crying and screaming for my mother, I would scream and cry until I fell asleep. That's what it was. So we're being woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning. And sometimes we're being forced to work. Sometimes we're being allowed to linger. If we did any schooling, it was in the doctrine. So I did learn to read because I had to learn the doctrine. So I could read at a high level from a young age, but I never learned to write. I never learned to do basic math.
And yet, as we mentioned earlier, Jamie has now written a book. In fact, he's written a number of books.
And honestly, it's one of the more mind-blowing parts of his story. But don't worry, we'll of course get to that.
But first, let's rewind to where he was at the time, Los Angeles, and not the sunny yoga and juice bar version people picture today, unless you're watching Fox News, which apparently it's a hellhole here. But we're talking about the 1980s LA. There's gang violence, there's a crack epidemic, and neighborhoods are torn apart by poverty and policing.
I grew up in a gang-ridden part of Los Angeles, right? So I was having to navigate not only this indoctrination, but I was on the streets of LA taking the bus by myself at the age of 7. I was roaming the streets of Los Angeles by myself. My brother was reacting very poorly to the situation and going off and doing his own thing. My way of dealing with it was to kind of stand back and isolate myself. And then there were periods where I was made to do child labor, and there was periods where I was left alone. And I will say that there were angels that came in at various points of my life that saved my life. I'm 4 years old. I have a stepfather. My mother Mary is a Sicilian guy. And even though I don't see him all the time, this guy treats me like his son. This guy comes into my life, and I don't see him very often, But he mostly takes me to Tommy's Burgers, and I sit and start eating cheeseburgers and fries with all the cops at Tommy's Burgers on Beverly and Rampart. So he would come and pick me up every month and take me to the desert or take me out to eat. And I remember him taking me to a restaurant when they first got married and him saying, "This is my son, Jamie." And just the feeling that washed in my body that I belonged to somebody, right? It was so powerful. So that guy, and he's still in as an old man, he's got to be in his 80s, late 70s. He saved my life. If that guy doesn't come into the picture, and so anyway, 4.5 years old, every few years, my grandmother flies me, my older brother, and my stepfather and my mother to New York. It's day one. Rosalind, I'm going to give Jamie a bath. Sounds good, Mom. Okay. She goes, takes my clothes off, puts me in the bath, looks down at me, and because no one looked at my body. And my mom never bathed me, not once in my life. And she saw something and screams for my stepfather, "Get the fucking car, get the car," and grab me. Do people cry on this show? Grab me and rushed me to the emergency room. And I had an infection in my lower extremities that was about to kill me. That was after falling off the bed from 3, right? So that's where and then the shit that happened to that building. I mean,
How many times on this show, Liz, have we heard about individuals not getting the medical attention they require because of the confining rules of a cult?
All the time. Every episode, I feel like.
Too many times.
It's horrible. But thankfully, Jamie's grandmother got him to the hospital in time, so he escaped that medical problem.
I would pretty much always have a medical scare. I'm there. I say I can't hear. My mom says that I'm faking. So there was a doctor that interned under my grandfather, a woman named Lucille Gunning. And my grandmother convinced my mother, "Well, let's just go see Lucille. She hasn't seen you in years," because my mom didn't want me going to the doctor. So we drive to New Rochelle. I'm probably 6, 7 years old. Okay. We go to see Lucille, and she's very kind, tall, lanky Jamaican woman. She's looking in my ears. "How are you?" She's doing the prods and the lights and the ear and tapping me. And she says, "Okay, you hold on." Very gentle. And she says, "Dorothy, come here, please." And my grandmother comes in. My mom's lingering in the other room. And she says, "Heavy. Dorothy, you're going to drive him to the city, and you're going to ask for this doctor, this hospital, and he's going to be going into surgery." And I had an infection in my ears. And I never will forget the doctor talking to my grandmother and saying, "Hey, we can take his tonsils out. We can put him on these antibiotics, but the reality is that we're probably not going to save his hearing." That shit, and then there's so much more in this fucking book, and it feels so good. Like when I first wrote it, I was like, I don't want anyone in the world to know this happened to me. Now, I tell you, people knowing is better than it being in me. I had a tonsillectomy that day, and I had my adenoids taken out and tubes put in my ears. Eventually, the tubes resolve and they kind of rebuild. But until that happens, you can't have any water in yours. So I wasn't allowed to shower for the next 8 years.
Yes, 8 years.
Again, Jamie's grandmother, well, thankfully she got him to the hospital in time, and
I didn't lose my hearing. But when I think about watching that conversation in front of me, like I wasn't there, and again, how I'm processing that, because if you get sick, it's because you did something bad. There's a term in Scientology that Hubbard created called "you pulled it in." Anything bad that happens to you, you've pulled in from the spiritual universe. So you did something earlier in this life or a past life, kind of like karma, that caused that bad thing to happen to you. That's another reason you hide things, because you don't want to be accused of being bad and pulling things in. So you hide things. So I'm hearing that I'm not going to be able to hear. And what I'm thinking is, what did I do to make this happen to me?
Fucking calls. We'll be right back.
From the waters of Lake Erie,
it was raising flags.
He said, there's no way that fish should weigh 7.9 pounds. It's just not big enough.
To a nondescript office building in Richmond, Virginia, home to a $700 million fund for children with special needs.
If there were a cliche list of how to blow money that you just stole very quickly, this guy did all of them.
To the ski slopes of Salt Lake City, where a former Olympic snowboarder landed on the FBI's most wanted list.
Ryan James Wedding is one of those interesting narcos who had two very successful careers, one legal and one illy.
We're pulling back the curtain on a fresh lineup of opportunists who stopped at nothing to get ahead. These are the stories of people who saw a loophole, a moment of weakness, a chance to get ahead, and took it. I'm host Sarah James McLaughlin. Join me for a new season of The Opportunist on May 19th. Follow now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, we're back. So now you might have noticed there's a few references to baths in this episode. And if you're a regular listener, you know that there's been this ongoing debate on this show about Liz's deep, borderline spiritual relationship with baths. Yeah, I am going to publicly on the show. And while
this is what they do in cults. It's called public humiliation. You know that?
Yeah, I've learned a few things doing this show. I personally haven't sat in a tub since the Bush administration, but it's been kind of a running joke. See how this bath divide somehow lines up perfectly with stereotypical gender thinking. So, Liz, would you care to explain? Would you care to explain in this public forum to our listeners why we're recording this episode early on Father's Day morning, just one day before it airs?
You know, comedy is trauma plus time, Tyler. There's not been enough time to tell this story yet.
I think you should tell the story, Liz.
I dropped it. My computer fell in the bath. Okay. It's not funny.
It's not funny. It is drama. It is terrible.
Also, it wasn't even old, so that's cool. It was a newer MacBook Air.
Yeah.
But now I got a bigger screen, so I'm seeing you in a bigger form, which is also a downfall of this whole experience.
I think what we're learning from this is that I'm publicly shaming baths, and I shouldn't. I should be publicly shaming you for bringing a computer in a bath. Computers do not belong in bathrooms or bathtubs. Nowhere do they belong in a bathroom.
I understand, Dad. Thanks. I already have one dad. Happy Father's Day.
All right. Okay. We're not blaming the bather. Let's get back to the show.
But if you guys want to send me some, I don't know, GoFundMe for my new computer that I was forced to buy out of sheer dumbness and stupidity, just email it. Email it to us. You can text me. Text me some Apple Cash.
You know, I'm sure your OnlyFans love that you take your computer into the bath with you.
I had to do a couple more feet videos last night to raise money. But I couldn't even afford a pedicure, so it wasn't even that exciting.
And to Rob, who has to edit this show into the night, we apologize, Rob. Take a bath, relax, edit it into the bath, Rob. It's a great place to edit audio. Let's get back to the show.
Let's get back to the episode, please. So, back to Jamie. Thankfully, he didn't lose his hearing, but what he did lose was the ability to believe he was ever safe or even deserved to be.
And unfortunately, well, that belief would be reinforced again and again and again.
Starting with yet another move to yet another cult-owned hellhole.
By the time we moved to the Blue Building when I was 7, this is the third place, and we moved into the Fountain Building on Fountain Avenue, which is another disgusting tenement where horrible things that I almost died happened to me. Like that place, the Fountain Building, at one point I got to, like, sometimes I'd be in the dorms, but there was 5 of us in a 100 square foot studio, and I slept on the floor with a cushion and a blanket, and at night I would pull a blanket over my head so that roaches wouldn't crawl in my mouth. That was the nice place. They were just constantly moving things around. Okay, you're in the dorms for 6 months. Okay, your mom's back from, my mom went off to Florida for a year to train to be a counselor, a machine counselor. And then she came back. They're like, okay, you have to live with your mom for a few months. And I mean, at one point, I remember I hadn't seen her in like 8 months or a year. When you're 7 or 8, like you forget who the person is. And I remember someone came over to that slum and said, "We're bringing you to see your mom." And I just remember thinking, like, I forgot what her face looked like, but I was like excited to see her. And they brought me over to this giant room in the Blue Building where they had these card tables. And my mother was on this thing, basically the re-education camp, the hard labor force, where people could spend anywhere from 3 to 15 years doing hard labor, where you're working 15 hours a day. You're not allowed to walk. You're not allowed to speak unless spoken to. You wear all black and an armband like Auschwitz. And so it was basically like going to visit my mom in prison. And, you know, I sat at this calm table and was like, "Oh, it's good to see you. I've been bad. And I have to do this thing, this punishment, so that I can be part of the group again. When I'm part of the group, I'll come visit you." So this is what it was. Hubbard's words that trauma is caused by psychological and physical pain is what stores itself in your body. And then he creates a system that all it does is induce psychological and physical pain. And then you're not allowed to cry because if you hurt yourself at 4 years old, you're told that human emotion reaction, they call it HNR, is a bad thing. What I began to learn was the idea is that when you're crying as a child, it's not because you just hurt yourself. It's because you've triggered this in utero event, a past life event, an earlier life event. And then you're also told you're a trillion-year-old God in a meat body. So get your shit together. All you just need to do is remember. So start fucking remembering. Get it together.
And if that sounds bad, well, it is. But sadly, it's not the worst, not even by a long shot.
So the kid military was called the Cadet Org. It sounds like ROTC, but it was like the Lord of the Flies. And this 18-year-old sadist ran it. And so they started doing this thing where if you did something wrong, then they had public spanking. So they were like public beatings. And they would put us all in a room, and then they would order the parent who never saw their kid to strip them naked in front of all of us and spank them. But it was more like a beating and force us to watch as a deterrent. And it was so unbelievable what we were staring at. Like, we were so like out of body, like you couldn't believe that you were staring at it. We would laugh. That's how we would deal with it. We would laugh because it was just, we couldn't believe what we were experiencing in front of us. So it was quite something. And then you'd walk out of there and they'd turn on the lights and there would be a giant picture of Hubbard and a bronze bust of Hubbard and a wooden box where you could send letters to Hubbard. And this kids, we wrote him letters. And he had people, we thought it was from him, but he had people that wrote back and he would sign all the letters. And I would write letters like, "Hey, Ron, when am I going to be able to see my mom and dad again?" You know, and he'd be like, "You're doing great. You're doing your job. I need you to keep doing what you're doing so we can clear the planet."
Now, if you think that's crazy, check yourself or your shoebox, because how many letters did your ass write to Santa over the years?
Right.
That's what I
that's
thought.
fair.
That's what I thought.
All right. So here's Jamie. He's pouring his heart into these letters to L. Ron the Con, a man he believed was a savior. And then one night, it seemed like maybe, just maybe, a real savior had finally shown up.
When I was 7 years old, I get woken up at 11 o'clock. There's a nanny grabbing my arm. "Get out of bed, get out of bed." And I can hear this ruckus. It's never happened before. And they say, "We're all going over to the big blue building across the street. We're in the slum dormitory." And we're walking hundreds of kids over to this place at midnight. And like, we're the building where my mom works. There's all these guys in suits going in and out. I don't really know what's going on. They take us to this park called Lebanon Hall, and they're just having us wait. And they're telling us that there's an inspection going on. And then the guys in suits start piling in there. Okay, so they move us to another part of the building. We were in stairwells till 6 a.m. And what I was experiencing was the largest raid in FBI history. And here's what was strange about that night. It was actually felt good because we got to do something to break from the routine. There were people around that were caring what we were doing. You know, they were being really nice to us. Right? As they were moving us around with the FBI. I didn't realize they were FBI agents. I always thought they were inspectors. I mean, I think I saw a badge and a gun, but I just didn't, my brain couldn't process it. In that raid, it was discovered that a woman named Paulette Cooper, who had survived the Holocaust as a baby, who'd written a book in the early 70s called The Scandal of Scientology, that Scientology had framed her for bomb threats. This woman was going to prison for decades. In that raid that I was in, this is all documented. You can Google it, Operation Snow White. It'll come up on Wikipedia, and it'll show everything with references. It sounds crazy, but this is all real. And it was found out that she was framed, and she was never bomb threatening anyone, and she was exonerated. And that the weirdest thing about that raid is no one took a second look or gave a shit about what was happening to us kids. And my life just carries on as a form of psychological and physical torture.
So yes, there was a raid, a criminal conspiracy was uncovered, and a woman's life was saved.
But it wasn't Jamie's, not yet. No one looked behind the doors. No one asked about those children.
The lost children of Scientology stayed lost, forgotten, unseen.
But next week, Jamie, he flips the script. From a child the world forgot to a voice the world needs to hear.
You'll want to hear how this one ends, how a man born into cult slavery finally finds his true freedom.
I'm a 19-year-old kid in dress whites. I'm wearing a naval uniform in Central Florida. I have to pretend I'm doing my laundry and then make sure no one's looking, jump into a cab. I got to change cabs 4 times before I let this guy drop me off at a hotel area in downtown Tampa because they're going to track the cab. And meanwhile, looking over my shoulder, check myself into a hotel room under the name Mickey Mouse and pay with cash that I've been swirling under my bed.
Now, remember, as we said, Jamie has written a harrowing book about this unknown ordeal entitled Child X. And while it is not currently out until the end of July, you can pre-order it now.
Which is a great way to help our friend Jamie. The link is in the show notes.
And hey, while you're linking in the show notes, don't forget our live show, July 10th in Los Angeles with the very hilarious Moses Storm.
Because if you've made it through this episode, you deserve a little cathartic comedy. Am I right?
We'll see you next week, and we'll see you at the Dynasty Typewriter in LA on June 10th. Am I right?
And don't take a bath with the computer.
I don't think you need to say that, Liz. They've learned. Somewhere out there, there's someone who's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't take a bath with my computer. That's not a good idea. Thank you, Liz.
I've done it for over 15 years, and it's never failed me.
Probably stop blow drying your hair in the bathtub too, Liz. Just letting you know. And cooking breakfast on that hot plate. Don't do it in the tub. Don't.
Everything's better in the tub.
Was I in a Cult is written, hosted, and produced by Liz Sarcasmology Ayakuzi.
And by Tyler Stodgyology Mason.
And Rob Sound Edit until 4 a.m.ology Para.
And assisting editing by Greta. What the fuck did I get into? Ology Strongest.
Thank you, everyone. See you next week.
We'll be back in a week.
Show.
We appreciate everything that you do. I'm exhausted.
Go take a bath and relax. In fact, bring your mic into the bath. We'll just record it in the tub. Let's do that.
The annoying part is I had written this episode, guys, and then it went away. Either.
Well, I'm glad you were relaxed. The bath relaxed you. I'm glad that they got that. All right, you're free. I will never bring it up again for another minute or two.
Until next week.
All right, we're out of here.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Someone else is a captain, even if you can easily lie.
Unit 207 is actively trying to terminate the YouTube live stream. I just looked to the left. Still got that delay and saw the spinning circle. And when I say Unit 207, you know, I mean domestic terrorist of the Everett Police Department. Kidnappers, child abusers, stalkers, child endangerers, fraudsters, thieves, mail tamperers, property destroyers, vandalizers, hate crime perpetrators, impeders of federal investigations, attempts to defraud their employer, attempts to defraud the federal government, obstruction of justice doers, evidence tamperers, witness intimidators, retaliators, kidnappers, and assaulters. You know, the worst police department in the fucking country. You stupid sacks of shit.
Esther, I have a gift for you.
What?
And you don't. At Portland Pet Food Company, we have one simple goal. No more rejected bowls. One size doesn't fit all pets, so
and our Patreon is growing, and we love our patrons.
Hour of content every day, 4 or 5 individual videos, and so we were shooting like 5 videos every single day. We would stop every 5 or 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So we probably were not in a good state. Literally at the end of that, I had this thing happen to my eyesight where I was reading and I couldn't, like right in the middle of my field of vision, I couldn't make anything out. And then I go to the doctor and I have this thing where my retina has detached.
Oh my God.
Because there's a bubble. And they're like, yeah, this is a stress-induced thing that was first observed from pilots coming back from World War II. I was like, I've just been making YouTube videos.
You're like, I just interviewed Esther Pavitsky. Why did this
Why
happen?
did I go blind?
So I was in a fugue state. I was in a fugue state for that. That's
Oh,
why.
I love a fugue state. I was also in a fugue state because I was like, had my own TV show and was like very stressed out all the time and didn't know what was going on outside world.
Well, the stress thing is so real because I'm recovering from Bell's palsy. And I had no idea that sleeplessness and just overall stress was going to cause facial paralysis. And apparently it's just the thing.
It's true.
Cause your hair to fall out, cause you to go blind, detach retina.
But you caught it early. You don't.
No, I'm 8 months out. And I still have
some?
yeah, I still have it, like remnants of it. So basically when I try to purse my lips, my left eye shuts. It's like a cross wiring. And yeah.
My wife Christy had it in college.
Did it just go away?
Well, they treated it very quickly.
Yeah.
Because she woke up with, she's brushing her teeth and it's like the water's like running out of the side of her mouth. And it was Bell's palsy.
That's exactly how it happened for me. I woke up in the morning.
She doesn't have any cool tricks like,
like there's a cross wiring.
Yeah.
It kind of, especially when I eat. I know.
Wait, you're doing like you're doing a duck face? And it closes your left eye?
So when I chew, my left eye closes when I'm chewing food, which is why.
It's a little wink, though. You have to be careful who you look at while you're.
Right.
I don't know why I find it very attractive.
Thank you.
It's like kind of hot to be slightly wonky, you know?
Yeah.
I think that
Keep
it's like
guessing.
yeah, it's like oh, I have a chance.
I've looked at the left side. Now, what am I going to get from the right side? Yeah, screw this definition of beauty. Symmetry is stupid.
Symmetry really is dumb.
It's
and
outdated.
boring.
Have you done the thing on TikTok where you like can double your face on each side?
No, I'm
I
scared.
have.
I am literally two completely different people who may not be related. Like when you go one side or the other, I'm like, wow, really? That's what happens?
See, I'm so afraid to see that for myself. I feel like it will send me down a spiral. I will leave the business. Like it will be bad. I can't.
How long have you had the beard?
Yep, right there you go. Yeah, you know where to push.
I have only shaved this beard one time in my adult life, and it was right around that same time we were working on another show. That's another reason I went half blind. Work on another show, like a scripted half-hour comedy
called Buddy System,
and we wanted to do like a high school prom scene, recreating like our high school prom. So
with you guys in it?
Yeah, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna shave. And I grow the beard to give the illusion of a lower half of a face. That's why I have the beard.
If I was a man, I would have
I
a beard.
have very little chin. I have my mother's non-chin. Like 10 years had passed, and it's like your face changes, like from 25 to 35. Like things happen, like in here that make the chin even recede even more. It seems like, and so he was there when I shaved it. And the thing is that
wish I would.
Here's the thing: is that you take entirely. This is a character flaw. I'll bring up. You take entirely too much joy in how bad I look without a beard. Like it's so there's so much insult to injury. It's like somebody.
Are you referring to me busting out laughing in your face?
Yeah, literally, and also the gleam in your eye whenever it's talked about. Like it's like I'm so deeply wounded by my lack of chin. I don't need you to just be there laughing at it every single time.
To be fair, I don't think anyone who has a beard and then shaves it ever looks better. Even if they do have a chin. Like I remember I was dating a guy. He had great facial hair. Didn't warn me. Shaved the beard, shaved everything. I didn't speak. I said, call me back in a month when your shit's grown back. I felt such a stranger danger. And his face was fine. He looked great.
Right.
But I just didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
And I want to defend you here by saying maybe you just didn't know who he was. It would be a stranger danger feeling. It was like, who is this?
Yeah, you were laughing because you were nervous.
Well, that would have been like confusion or concern. It was, it was unadulterated joy is what it brings in.
Yeah. I mean, I might have been frightened a little bit.
Yeah.
It was scary.
So, yeah, as soon as I could grow anything in high school, I mean, I had the whole little half goatee that didn't connect, like my junior year in high school. And then all through college had the chin strap because I was in college in the late 90s. So I could almost get away with it. And it wouldn't connect. So I was like, I'm gonna grow whatever the Amish part of my beard is what I'm gonna grow if that's all I can grow.
Wait, were you guys best friends in elementary school?
First grade.
Wow. Damn.
Way back.
You guys are basically a success story because usually when people
Basically.
only basically for the whole you know laughing at his chinless face,
I
but
think that's part of it.
yeah,
We are a basic success story.
basic.
Yeah.
You always hear about friends coming together, working together, and there's always a fallout, except for bands like Aerosmith because apparently they all split it 4 ways. And so that's sort of their key to their success is that there is no money feud.
Yeah, but have you seen Steven Tyler's toes?
I've never.
Don't Google that.
Now I have to. What do they look like?
He's endured his hardships. It may not be.
What is that from though?
In the band, I think it's from the boots.
Oh no way! Like a ballerina.
Oh no.
yeah.
Okay, do not throw ballerinas under the bus.
I know your feet are beautiful.
We might have calluses, but
I don't know why I mentioned it, guys. I'm sorry. He goes toes out now all the time. He didn't care. That's the reason why I felt okay to mention it because there's so many pictures because he just wears sandals in public.
You know, I do have a friend who has similar feet, except the last 3 toes are in the air. They never touch ground. So he has his big toe down, his second toe down, and the 3 up here. So he walks around like this.
Is your friend Bobby Lee?
No, but Bobby has weird thumbs. He covers his thumbs. He hides his thumbs on his feet. Yeah, so he has like aerial toes that have never touched ground. But he is so agile. I'm a little confused. Like he's
that's confusing. He was at least ready for anything.
Yeah.
What is your guys' secret to like staying together? What's your tips?
Well, you know, we celebrated 40 years of friendship. So
Oh my God.
at a certain point, you're more of an old married couple than friends.
Yeah.
And more of that than like brothers too.
Yeah.
I think that is the best analogy. Old married couple because it's a given that we're going to be together.
Mhm.
It's almost beyond commitment. It's just like this is our lifestyle.
This is
who
not
we are.
changing.
Right.
Yeah. So I
We're
do
putting- we're
there's a
putting up
few
with each
ingredients,
other,
but I do
but
think
it never threatens anything.
And I would call that commitment, yes, but also loyalty, right?
Mm.
I think we both have a fair amount of loyalty. I mean, we both have also been. He just celebrated 25 years of marriage. I'm celebrating 24 in like two days. And so
we're committed people.
We're pretty.
We're gonna be on your
We're
podcast every
pretty-
week from now on.
Thank
This is
you.
now our new thing.
There's not a lot of. We are very rarely, if ever, the source of drama in other friendships or groups of people, or at our place, or where we work. So I think that's a big part of it. Like we're not sources of drama for each other either, and so we just have this sort of. There's a little bit of built-in loyalty, commitment that's just part of our makeup. Because I think you kind of both have to have that. In
Yeah.
any relationship that's going to stick around for a long time. I think that's one ingredient.
I do like that what you said, where it's like there's no threat to the friendship. You just know that it stays no matter what happens. And that's how I feel with my sister. It's like no matter what,
Right.
No one's walking away from that relationship, and I feel like that's really special.
What
Esther, do we
about-
have that?
What about with me?
Yeah, did you guys, I mean, you can't, if the starting point is IP, if we're talking about making podcasts,
I'll tell you the
talking
starting
about
point.
intellectual property here, that's no way to start. a
No,
friendship.
our starting point was her showing her tits in a green room.
Okay.
And I said, "Wow, nice tits." That's how the friendship started.
That's a good start.
Can we, let's,
Don't say let's recreate that. If that's what you want to say.
I'm not going to say let's recreate that,
Okay,
but I
well,
was
it
going to
seemed like you
say,
might be about to say that.
let's camp out on that a little bit because I'd like to know more of the details.
So she was
maybe not. It's not. You could describe her topless. But it's not that as
Really,
much
it's
as-
like what was going through each
How
of
does
your
that
minds. What was
happen?
going through your mind?
So I had fake boobs at that time. And I
Yeah.
think it was more her trying to bait me to show my boobs.
And she wouldn't.
And this was the first time I had met her, and we were in a green room because she was opening up for Bobby at that time. I was dating Bobby. And she was like, "Hi, I'm Esther." She's like, "Oh my God, you're so hot." She's like, "Do you want to see my boobs?" And
Yeah.
I
Why
said,
is this what we're
"Sure."
talking about?
Is this the way you remember it?
I remember that, but I wouldn't have called upon that memory as the start of our friendship. I would say like when I was in Australia and I was having like health problems and
You had
we
tonsillitis.
and we barely knew each other, and you were like texting me all day, helping me with my health problems.
That was after the boobs.
It was, but I didn't really feel the real connection.
The boobs broke the ice.
Yeah.
If you were, around Bobby Lee, I mean, he'll show anything at any time. So
Yeah.
there's like you could be
Hey, but
influenced.
are you an
you know?
exhibitionist?
No,
part of
that
your
was
shtick?
just no. That was like I was super young, and it was just all girls
Okay.
in the room.
Not all girls. That's
not true.
Yeah,
Bobby
you're
was not there.
Oh, I thought you meant all girls do this.
Oh no. No.
All
You know
girls
how girls do that.
Yeah, that was her line. All girls do this.
That's how she tried to get you.
And she's doing it.
Reciprocate.
But I
Show
will
me
say
yours.
I do feel very secure in our relationship, like referencing what you said, like this isn't gonna end. Like I do have a security there where I feel like maybe I didn't always because I'm anxious attached. So I feel like through good communication, like I do feel secure now.
You mean you talked about your friendship, the
Yeah.
status of it, or whatever?
Well,
I mean,
I'll say this, like recently there was like some like a little, just a little something happened between us. And
what little something? Remind me.
Where I said something to you and then you were like, well, I want to say something to you.
Oh, yeah,
and then I freaked out and I called her and I was like, I just want to say like, maybe we should like get a couples therapist. And she's like, Esther, everything's fine. And she's like, this was like one small thing.
It was the weirdest thing. I was getting an acai bowl. I remember. And she was like, hey, I feel like I want to tell you something. And I texted back, sure. Let me tell you some stuff too. Like I want off my chest. And then I just continued to eat my acai bowl. Then I get this text from her. And
did I text?
No, you texted like, hey, I'm feeling really anxious
Oh,
about what
yeah.
you're about to tell me. And then you called me and you're like, do we need a couples therapist? Do we?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
And I'm like,
you hadn't even found out what the things
No.
were before you were going to therapy over it.
no. And it was a nothing thing. It was nothing.
The way she reacted though to me saying
You
couples-
started it.
I
That's the thing.
know. She was like, what are you saying? It really felt like the way my partner has like reacted to me in the past where it's like, you are spinning out. Like I am not. And that made me feel so secure.
She thought I was
comfortable.
going to break up with her is what it was.
Not that, but like, within an
vibe,
inch
yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
When someone says like, I need to tell you something,
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
I'm like, she's gonna break up. It's over. Yeah.
Yeah, that was so silly. It
Yeah.
made me giggle though.
You guys look really freaked out by what we just shared. You guys
No.
have nothing to say.
No.
You're scared for us.
The observation I'm making is,
Oh no.
well,
He has an observation to make.
I think that
Should you get a therapist first?
I mean, the fact that, and this is obviously a generalization between men and women, but I think the fact that you were ready to go the couples therapist route, it's like there's not a lot of dudes, even though we've thought about doing it for entertainment purposes.
Ooh,
That's
that'd
not
be
why I
fun.
brought it up.
But I think that is one of the things that's also true about our relationship is that there are some more things about the way that we relate or communicate that are less common in male friendships.
Oh.
Right. In terms of being honest with each other or talking about the state of your relationship. So it's not just talking about the things that you're both interested in or you're both working on, which God knows we've got a lot of those things that are, that's another ingredient. Inevitably, there are things that will happen where there's like resentment that will build about something. And we do a pretty good job of recognizing that is happening and then having a conversation about it. Not
That's
like
cool.
I would say that those types of conversations are yearly. It's not like it's like every week.
Yeah,
But in a lot of male friendships, that
might
just
be
never
every
happens.
couple of years. There is this challenge when you're working together and you're creating something together, like this podcast and stuff that we do. It works best when the friendship fuels what you're making. You know, it's like even at times on our podcast, we'd gotten into talking about something we didn't anticipate, and it would get a little heated, or we'd kind of be at each other a little bit more.
Yeah,
that's an honest part of the relationship that I was glad that it came out on the podcast. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was when we were arguing about if we were competitive or not.
Well,
Somehow
that was one of the
it got ironically it got really
I was
heated.
trying to convince him that he was competitive
and I was determined to
win the argument
of not being competitive. But it got real, and it's an example of, I guess, a negative thing that's honest from a friendship fueling the content. But if you have to show up to make the show, and then you're counting on that to like fuel the friendship, you're in a danger zone.
That's completely agree.
Like, we do so much, we create so much content. I mean, we're working on 3,000 episodes of Good Mythical Morning. That's 5 days a week. That's 20 minutes plus right after it's the show after the show. It's another 20 minutes. So that's 40 minutes of content every day. Sometimes we block shoot things, so we're not shooting it every single day.
Yeah.
But so much of our friendship is on camera. And that's just Good Mythical Morning, Good Mythical More. Then you got like our podcast. There's just so much that's in front of the camera that what's going on behind the camera, and is there enough actual friendship stuff happening that then it can kind of fill up the cup, so to
Wait,
speak.
is it kind of like when you are married and then you have a baby and it's like you still have to like go on date night because
and because we've used that same analogy of the baby, and because I would answer this question historically by saying I think one of the keys to our friendship is the fact that we've got this baby together, this thing that we both care so deeply about, that we've created and we're nurturing and building through our career. I do think that is an important ingredient, because common interest and common goals, and that is like, that's what keeps in the inevitability of us coming back together, coming into the same office over and over and over again. So you get that time together, whereas if there's like somebody on the East Coast who you don't see anymore, it's like that friendship's tough to maintain. So that is part of it. But yeah, there was a recognition a few years ago that, okay, it can't always, and this is something for me to recognize more than Link, because even when we're hanging out and it's not work related, I'll make it work related because I've got another idea I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Let's move this idea forward, even though we're just at this party with our friends, but now we're talking, so let's talk about work. I don't make the decision. It's on my mind.
Yeah.
But I notice these things.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm more of like, sound the alarm, hope I don't seem like a crybaby. What I've learned is that in a friendship, you've got to state your needs. And if you got something to talk about, send a text and say, I got something I want to talk about it. Or maybe don't just start talking about it if that's going to freak out the other person. But I think the thing that I learned was it's up to me to represent my point of view and my needs in the friendship. And then it's up to him to respond. Mm-hmm. But I can't be getting upset and building stories in my mind about what he's not doing if we haven't talked about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you can learn a lot from the response. If you put your needs and your feelings out there in a sincere way, well, if you do that right, then you can learn a lot from the response. Mm-hmm. Because it can either be like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, or it could be an argument, or it could be like, okay, we're speaking, we have different needs, we have different interests here, we have different points of view on this, but I can tell that Rhett is seeking to he's seeking to hear.
Yeah.
And he's seeking to respond.
And that
put
feels
some work in.
so safe because all you really want is to be heard. And like, you guys it's shocking that you haven't been to a couples therapist because you guys sound like you have been.
Our individual therapist.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. But are you competitive?
No, I'm not. And I will die on that hill.
Can I tell you, as someone super competitive, when someone would say that I was competitive, it drove me nuts. It drove me absolutely nuts. It wasn't until
you didn't know you were competitive?
I'm not naturally competitive. I was made to be competitive. My mom was someone who needed me to walk a very straight line, to be this all like succeeding young thing. Like I had to be the best in my class. I had to be the best athlete. So I feel like maybe it's not in my nature. I was almost bred to be that way. And so when someone tells me you are that way, in my head, I'm like, I became something my mom wanted me to be. So I feel like it's a diss, but then now I've accepted it as you know what? If there's any kind of competition, my whole body lights up and I have to win. This is just who I am now.
Yeah.
This is even if it wasn't in my nature to begin with, it's just who I am. So my therapist does not allow me to compete anymore at anything.
Wait, our therapist?
My previous
Oh,
one.
okay.
So because I wanted to compete in a spearfishing competition. Did I tell you this?
A what competition?
Spearfishing.
Oh, you spearfish?
Yeah, because I dive.
Oh,
So
we
I
both
spear.
dive, yeah. But
You
I
guys
haven't-
both dive?
I haven't spearfished yet though. But we're both scuba certified, and I got free diving certified last year.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
You have to dive with me.
Yeah.
So you can be better than him?
Yes.
Let's see who's better.
Wait, do you ever go dive for lobster or?
No, I wanted to do that this year. Like, 'cause we have a guy who works with us who is like wants to, actually grab some lobsters this year.
I will be so happy to take you, but
Yeah.
it might give it a couple years
So
because the
you
waters are a little.
you like
weird.
holding your breath?
I do love holding my breath. It's very meditative. I'm
Yeah.
super anxious on land,
Yeah.
so water is like the
Yeah.
only place where I feel a little bit okay.
I like to breathe.
Breathing's
I like breathing underwater too.
It's called drowning.
no, it's called scuba diving.
Yeah, right.
What are we gonna do if they're gonna go free diving? I'm not gonna be holding my breath, waiting on the lobster to come up. either.
I know. I will be on land waiting for you guys as like the safety captain. I don't know why this happens to me. I grew up as the misfit in a family of hunters and fishermen. I don't know why I'm like having so much trauma come up from this conversation. I'm just sitting by myself making my great grandma grilled cheese while all the cousins are having fun. Do you guys hunt too?
No,
Okay.
I did growing up with my dad, but no. I've thought about, because I go back to North Carolina a lot, and I've got people who like invite me to hunt, and my dad would only hunt like birds, like duck, dove, quail.
And we can all agree they deserve it.
Yeah, right. Like the symbol of
Birds.
peace. If there's a symbol of peace flying through the air, my dad would kill it. But we never went deer hunting, and it wasn't an ethical thing. It's just a sad story, but like my mom knew somebody who's, and this is actually pretty common, whose dad shot his own son and killed him while deer hunting. And so it was like this family story that was like, we don't deer hunt because of the thing that happened with my mom's friend growing up. But I'm like, should I keep carrying on that tradition? But also, like, if you
Should
talk,
I make a joke that he looked like a deer?
right? Yeah.
What should we do?
He was wearing antlers. It was Christmas. And, no, but if I was like, I'm gonna go, I couldn't talk about it. There's people are so sensitive about it now. I feel like if I was like, I'm going deer hunting, I feel like we would lose like what percentage of our fans if I was like, because people think it's murder.
But those are the same people that sort of, there's a huge hypocrisy just with
They probably
animal
eat meat.
consumption anyways,
Yeah,
right?
right. They probably
Just because it probably is the most sustainable way to retrieve any kind of meat is to hunt, but it also is a luxury to do so.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
a luxury to spearfish. It's a luxury to go out and get elk. Everyday man can't just go fuck
Yeah.
off from work and for 3 days and hunt this giant animal and have
Right.
it for
Yeah.
a
They're
whole
gonna go
year,
pay
right?
tens of thousands of dollars to take a week vacation to kill one. animal.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, you're right.
It's a luxury to go to Alaska and get your salmon, bring it back home, and have it for the whole year. Like all of these things are, in theory, the most sustainable way, but it's like that's not our infrastructure. The way we live just doesn't allow for that.
Imagine in LA if everyone was like, we're going to go into the mountains and
I would be the
start
first to
gathering our
get
food.
shot. I know it. I
It would
just
be
know
hell.
first out.
No, I'm putting you on my back and I'm saving you.
Okay.
Loyalty.
But I want to go on your partner's back instead because he's stronger.
He is stronger. He is also a better hunter and a better diver, all of it. So he's a
How
saver.
long you hold your breath?
Not very long. I think my lungs are very average capacity.
Yeah, but you're swimming down to grab a lobster.
The only difference between someone like you or me is that I've learned to calm myself. in the
Mental.
water.
It's mental.
It's mental.
I mean,
yeah.
when we went, so
I think it's one of my top fears.
no, but see, the thing is that when
Hold my breath.
when I was taken out with my son, so I did the freediving thing with my 16-year-old, and Hal, who taught us, we were at Catalina, and he was like, I'm gonna have you guys dive to the Jacques Cousteau plaque, which is 43 feet down today. He's like, I promise you, on your first day, on one breath, you will dive 43 feet and touch this thing. Both of them.
You have to. I mean, you have to
And I'm like,
clear. You have
there's
to
no way.
equalize at least 5 times.
More than that.
Yeah, you're basically the whole
equalizing,
time.
yeah.
You're kind of doing it the whole time.
What is equalizing?
Equalizing, so you're pressure. There's pressure, right? When you descend, pressure builds in all of
I
your.
mean, you've been down in a pool. You go down 6-8 feet. You have to equalize.
I've never done that. But thank you.
There's never.
You never been underwater?
Like,
Not really.
not enough to feel the pressure on your ears.
Yeah.
It happens
All right,
pretty soon.
I'll take you underwater. I mean, but I'm not going to be holding my breath long.
One of my dreams is to take Esther shark diving.
I need to get the hole in my eardrum repaired first.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Let's fix
Actually, might
that
help
first.
Oh, really?
But you got down to there.
No.
43 feet.
It was after like an hour of the class. He was like, okay. And we just, all 4 of the people in the class, including my 16-year-old, just went down there, touched it, came back up. And you come up and you're like, oh, I still have like more air.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't that long. It doesn't take that long to get down there and to get back.
It really just is. It's a mental game.
Yeah.
If it has, I mean, of course, there is some skill involved, which is you have to know how to swim. Baseline.
And you've got those big fins on that, like,
in a belt. They've got weights
belt.
around their belt.
That's
That's
right.
make them sink.
But can I say the weight belt actually makes it easier?
Yeah.
Because you're not using your muscles to descend. You're just letting yourself
Yeah.
drop. So you save a lot of air in
It's
your
great.
lungs. This is what I'll say.
I know you're right about
I
the
would
mental.
love the challenge of helping you feel at ease in the water and hold your breath. I would love the challenge.
Well, that's-
because I taught
That's
young
like
kids
a
how.
fetish.
It is a fetish.
You're freaky.
I'm freaky.
Rice
I'm gonna do it.
Krispies and
I
raspberry
was
jam
a
because the
judge.
Everett Police Department's illegally detained me for over 300 days, blocking my ability to get any supplies
But then
whatsoever
that to
since
me,
April
I'm
Fool's Day
terrified
and
of the
even
idea
before
of
that.
gasping for air on land. Like I have.
Yeah.
I had a
this thing called
stockade
TOC,
spelled
it's an autoimmune
STALK, not
dysautonomia.
STOCK.
And so I have like air hunger.
And that ran
All
out
this
right around
anxiety that
day
I'm not
305
breathing, or
of
like
being
my
illegally detained. I'm
some part of my
surviving
brain
on
is not,
years old
regulating
expired
my automatic
cereal.
breathing, and I start to like have anxiety about my breath here.
Raspberry
But it
jam.
doesn't translate in the water.
And a handful of
So
top
you and I have
ramens that
the
they've
opposite
approved my northern
being in
neighbor
the
to
water
provide
helps
me
you.
with.
Yeah. I don't think about it.
The top ramens are gone.
But please,
Why don't you just hold your breath on land?
I can. It's just there's something about the water and the pressure that feels like it's hugging you,
Right.
and it feels like it. If you have like deprivation tanks, anything water related is always helpful, I think.
Okay.
Do you guys have parenting advice for us? We're new parents.
How old are these kids?
One in the one world of one.
We're under one.
How old are your kids? You guys have
We have full ass adults at this point. We've got 3 between the 2 of us in college. He's got 2 in college. I got 1 in college, and we have
Whoa.
2 in high school. We're on, like, we literally just have 1 kid home each at this point.
Yeah. So 22, my oldest daughter, 22, 21, and then my middle son's 20,
16,
and then 15.
Do your kids realize who you are and how cool you are, or are they just dad?
I haven't kept it secret.
They're aware of our
I'm not leading a
careers.
double life, but it's always been a part. I mean, like the 15-year-old, it's always been a part of his life. And, you know, sometimes over the years, we get our kids to appear very occasionally and stuff. So my youngest, who's now 15, Lando, he and Shepard came on the show when they were like 10 years, like 9 and 10. I can't remember. We were playing some game on the show, and it was if you could pass a note to Abraham Lincoln or something.
If you could go back in time, what would you say to Abraham Lincoln?
Go back to, yeah, and he said, "You want to go to a play?" And it just like it went viral on TikTok, and well, I guess it was Instagram at the time. And so like here he is going into middle school, and like everybody's recognizing him from this clip. That by that point is years old,
right?
And it just keeps coming back, and he's like, "Oh my God, I hate the fact that you bribed me with a Lego set, come on the show and do this."
But that tells you,
so
but
much.
also it tells you a little something about it, because some kids would be like, "Hell
Opposite
yeah,
me at the
hell
time.
yeah, I'm the."
Oh yeah, that would have changed my.
You would have been like, "Yeah, here, you want to go to a play?" You would have been saying it to everybody.
I'm the,
So
you want to go to a Playboy.
He got that reticence from Christy. He didn't get the not wanting to be in the spotlight.
So he got a taste of it, and he didn't like it. and it keeps coming back. But he's all right now.
Yeah.
He looks different enough now that I
Yeah.
think it's starting to not have an impact.
Yeah, I mean,
but you'll have to
my
figure it out.
kids, like, especially my oldest one, he was really wary of people becoming his friends because he was my son, but way too much, like to a point that like if he sensed it at all,
I'm not your friend anymore. I see what you're up to.
Right. But it's funny because when I was moving him into college, I was like, okay, like I'm gonna, I'll like help you move in, but I'm gonna wear like a hat and sunglasses or whatever. I don't want to be recognized. And he was like, no, don't worry about it. He says, I'm a freshman. I could use all the help I could get. so like he completely like changed his tune. So I think they kind of go through this evolution.
Yeah, they have to put up with some crap. But,
yeah.
I mean, we take nice vacations. So.
A Fly You Home monthly membership payment plan is an easy way to take control of your care. As a member, if you're ever hospitalized while away from home, we'll transport you at no charge back to a hospital of your choice, close to family, friends, and your own doctor. You can become a member today for just $14.99 per month, $12.99 a month if you're adding to an existing Air Medcare Network membership. Find out more. Visit airmedcarenetwork.com/flyuhome.
Sorry to interrupt your podcast, but I wanted to let you in on a little secret. One of the best places to buy a Mazda in the Puget Sound area is at Mazda of Seattle. They have a great selection of the entire Mazda new vehicle lineup, including the popular CX-30s, CX-5s, and CX-50s. But the best thing about Mazda of Seattle is that you don't have to drive over a floating bridge to get there. Mazda of Seattle, conveniently located at Northeast 82nd and Lake City Way in Seattle. Stop into Mazda of Seattle today. And now back to your podcast.
At Walker's Rent and Mazda, we're community first. We care about our customers and provide peace of mind with unmatched customer service. Come shop our great selection today. Right now, lease the 2025 Mazda CX-50 Hybrid for only $359 a month. Experience the difference. At Walker's Rent and Mazda. Stop at the M5240 Vince Road dealer lease for $359 a month for 36 months, $4,000 to its annual approved credit. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year. Leasing may be responsible for additional charges at end of lease term. All prices plus taxes and license fees. Stock fees up to $200 may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost of the vehicle. Must qualify at 6/30/25.
Oh, banana break.
Are you guys, well, on this show,
we usually
have
a banana break.
We do have a banana break on the show, and it's something that I selfishly started because I'm a banana freak, but also because I have a heart condition. I eat a banana every single day. I don't think I've ever gone without a banana for years.
Because of your heart condition?
That's sort of where it started. I always loved
potassium?
banana. Yeah, potassium. But today we have some bananas, and why, Stella? Well, because it's sort of a
It's a crime if you tell a lie.
Wow. Okay. One of them is from a very expensive grocery store.
Don't
Are we going to not say the name of the grocery store?
I guess we can.
Is it Erewhon?
It's
Yeah,
it's
we love tasting stuff from Erewhon.
You got an Erewhon banana?
And
Yeah.
then trying to figure out if it was worth it.
Esther, watch how he's opening the banana.
He's doing it the Joe Rogan way.
Am I?
Well, it's the ape way.
It's the monkey way.
The monkey way. I don't want to say I do anything the Joe Rogan way.
I don't do that. This is a handle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's what I
mean, what's wrong with that?
It's not how the monkeys do it, so that's not how I do it.
You know what? We've evolved.
Okay, so one is definitely smaller than the other. They are both Cavendish bananas.
What'd you say?
Cavendish is the only variety that
Oh,
Americans
okay.
eat. I don't understand why.
Because there's I learned this when I was in Portugal. There's all kinds of other bananas.
I grew up eating red bananas, Saba bananas.
Have you had a pineapple banana?
I've had apple.
There's apple bananas
Apple
and,
banana.
and pineapple.
What's that pineapple banana? Is it small too?
It's small, but it looks like it's got like the outside of a pineapple, but then you start breaking out the pieces and they're banana.
Oh, whoa! I've never had that. I have had a banana full of seeds. In the Philippines, we call them like the wild like pakol, and they are inedible.
Yeah.
Because it's just like thousands of seeds.
I believe in genetic engineering when it comes to getting seeds out.
Okay, what are you thinking?
One smells a lot better than the other to me.
And that's all you've done is sniff. It.
One has a stronger banana smell. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and the other one is
Yeah.
like like almost like nothing.
The Chiquita has a
One of them
strong.
got a
Yeah.
Chiquita sticker on it. Y'all got to be taking the stickers off.
Wait, okay, so I need. Right
You
here.
guys selling Chiquita at a.
Hold on, the other one's
Airwalk?
Dole. I mean, what Dole and Chiquita are like the two big banana brands.
Mine don't have either.
Which one's from Air One?
No, don't say it.
Oh,
That's
she
the whole-
said it.
That's the whole point of
We
this
were
exercise.
we were gonna guess. We were gonna guess that.
Not be told.
We don't do it every day, so we're gonna.
We were gonna guess that.
Okay. Okay, hang on.
We were gonna say the one that was more banana-like is from Airwalk.
The Air one smells way better.
Does it? Well, I didn't believe there would be a difference.
I don't think there would be, and I don't think there is.
Is it just the smell? What's the taste?
Yeah, the taste wise, what the small one is not the Air one.
Well, the one with the blue.
Do you know what
paint,
it is?
Mine's got blue paint on
I think it's less
What's that
the
mean?
banana and more the ripe level because I think that Chiquita is more ripe, and so it's giving off more. Because like I
You're
actually
right.
like the Dole better because I like a slightly. Once it starts getting ripe, it's just, I don't like it as much. I don't like a green banana, but like right after it's green, you know, that's the best time.
That is the best time.
Lila, what do you think?
You're the pro.
Yeah. The smaller one from where Ralph's. Oh,
I don't think
The
you should buy
smaller one?
produce there. They need to add some value to
The riper one.
But like they need to add like colostrum to their stuff.
Yeah.
They got to do something to make me think I need to pay for it.
It
They
needs like
can't-
added
they can't
omega-3s.
Push a banana off the back of a truck and say it's Airwalk.
That's the thing with bananas is that you were saying they're all from the same manufacturer or something.
probably. I mean, look,
Yeah.
like I said, Dole Chiquita. Like there's
Mother Nature.
Yeah.
There's some dark shit with these companies, right?
What?
Oh, yeah.
Like Dole, especially, right? Doesn't it?
Banana Republic.
Yeah, I don't know about the state of these affairs now. So, you know, for
But-
legal
So the term
purposes,
Banana Republic
Comes from like the banana trade and the nefarious way that the business is run in the South Americas. Yeah, bananas. We would take people out of government just
people
so
have
we could
died
get good
because
deals.
of.
Well,
Yeah, so we
another
could
thing
have
about
these-
bananas is because we love the Cavendish variety, they stay pretty on shelves for long.
Yeah.
We keep pushing for this variety, and we are losing other varieties.
Bananas
But there's this
and
particular
Costa
fungus
Rica.
that takes over that is really, really contagious.
Those
in
are the
banana
two reasons why
plantations.
giant
Let's say, for instance, one banana has it, then they have to like burn down the
anteater.
whole farm. So
Right.
The
basically,
giant
if we're pushing
anteater
one variety,
is
we're
going
going to lose
extinct.
bananas in the next
Too many
30
banana
years, is what they're
plantations.
saying, which is
And we do that with everything, right? Like
Yeah.
the monoculture.
So you're a red banana advocate.
red banana, Saba banana,
Okay.
apple banana.
Can we get
Cambodian-
those here?
Yes. In Hawaii, when I go, they have a good variety, but not here.
Yeah,
I will tell you, I have never felt more neutral about any food than bananas. I am like so Switzerland on these. I could take it or leave
What's
it.
better than you used to just not like them?
I used to not like them, and I've been on a journey to become neutral towards them. And I think that today I have achieved it. I think today is the day that I figured out that I finally, on my journey, hit the neutral point.
Okay. Well, that means you're on your way.
How did you get here?
I just kept being given bananas. Like,
Well, I think it's
so-
mostly shame.
you know, a little, like, it's mostly like soccer league banana. And then this guy here, he's like, "Hey, eat a banana. Here, eat a banana." All the time. He's like,
You're a banana pusher.
He's
Wait,
pushing-
that's what I am too.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
a banana pusher. Do you like banana flavored things?
No,
Bananas in pies or
no.
so zero banana.
The only thing that I like is just a banana.
That is super
But-
neutral.
I can say it's not that I like it. It's just that I'm completely 100% neutral.
What about when it's on a stick covered in chocolate?
Never had that.
What about banana pancakes?
No, those are so.
They get slimy. Don't want it.
Gosh, I really want you to taste this thing called Turon. God, what a missed opportunity. It's
We'll
basically
have more opportunities. This is
Okay.
the beginning.
What
of
is
something.
Turon?
Turon is
Just like with Esther.
fried banana. It's wrapped in kind of like a phyllo kind of, and it's deep fried.
Oh,
and
like
it's
a plantain?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Wait, PF
All right,
Chang's.
I can do that.
PF Chang's has banana spring rolls. I'm sorry to be so white, but they're so good.
Okay, similar,
That
but
sounds
it's larger.
horrible.
No,
it sounds good.
With a caramel sauce, like fried. And
Oh,
like
it's
a,
a dessert.
Oh,
So this
yeah.
is the Filipino Turon. And
That's
Well, that's
basically
still
what-
Steven Tyler's toad.
that's what they have at PF Chang's.
That would be
basically.
good.
this will turn any banana hater.
Yeah.
I'm
neutral.
Okay.
You were talking about the sensory deprivation tank. You can't tell when the water stops and the air begins and your
Right.
body exists. That's how I feel about bananas right now. And I know I keep talking about it, but I just can't tell you how special this is for me.
Not to steal your neutrality thunder, but I feel the exact same way about apples. Yeah, like I'm neither here nor there about them. It's like, yeah, if they're there, I'll have a
Right.
nibble, but I don't feel this like
Yeah.
feeling in my chest. But I also don't hate them.
Wait, and I eat an apple every day, and
Right.
I'm like religious about my
Oh,
apple
really?
life.
What's your favorite type of apple?
It has to be Honeycrisp. Like
Okay.
everything else is actually disgusting to me.
Every day?
Every day, a pinch of tart.
Like a teacher or something?
Yeah. Well, I do it because I famously every day I make this mix of Greek yogurt with peanut butter. Whip that up, slice your apple, dip it. It is, you guys.
Oh shit!
It's so good.
Greek yogurt
and peanut butter.
And peanut butter.
Famously.
Famously,
You've gotten famous for this.
Yes.
And what's it called?
It doesn't have a name. It probably should.
Yeah.
Whip that up. Dip your apple slices in. You've got protein. You've got fiber.
That's-
you've got
that's what's
flavor.
really nuts.
Sweet,
Little snack.
tart. It's so good.
But you dip a banana?
No,
No,
apple.
Yes.
The Honeycrisp
The
apple.
banana.
He can't tell us apart.
I thought long and hard about this. And I know you guys have tried every single snack in the world, and you're probably super snack experts. I brought to studio today some of my childhood favorite Filipino snacks. Now, there are American pumps. There are similar things that you guys
You and
probably
your
grew
back
up on
leg.
over
Why
here.
does this
And I
little
want to
leg
know
belong
if
on
you
my
can tell the
thigh?
difference.
Okay.
Filipino
There's a
snack.
chance that we've had these, but we will not remember that we've had them because that ends up happening to us on a regular basis.
Both of these are barbecue flavored chips. One is Filipino and one is American. And I need you to tell me what you think.
At least
one
look
is-
like American barbecue chips.
Hawaii, say more.
But the other one's like American too, because they look like Fritos.
Well, I'm
I
just
got a
saying
fully.
that those look like Fritos, but Fritos usually are just corn flavored or like chili flavored. Or
So it just kind of just feels like a Lay's BBQ.
Which one did you try first? The right one to the.
The orange one.
Okay.
that tastes pretty nostalgic. So
But this,
These
these Fritos are good.
yeah, these
I
are.
don't know what they are.
I don't think this is a good comparison because one is a potato chip and one is a Frito. So whoever designed this game already fucked
barbecue
it up.
chips.
You know what? We'll have a postmortem later. For now,
Okay.
let's just go with it.
Okay, you're right.
these are Filipino.
No, I'm
No,
thinking.
these Fritos have to be Filipino. Filipino Frito.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Frito ones are Filipino and the other ones are just your classic American barbecue.
I don't even know if this is barbecue on these Fritos.
They're good.
They're both barbecue.
Wait, what
It's
do you?
salty,
Yeah,
it's savory, but it's really good. But it's because it's not barbecue.
Why do you think that's that's the Filipino one? Because we disagree.
Because it's not the kind of thing that I can explain. It's a little bit like it was just like
Don't be condescending.
my body reacted it.
Okay.
It's a boom Filipino.
Yeah, it was just like something about it was a little bit different than my experience, and I can't describe it.
Okay, the correct answer is the both of you.
You gotta be.
These are called chippy. Childhood favorite. They're supposed to be barbecue flavored. I don't quite. I see what you're saying. Chippy. Called chippy.
It's very good, but
It tastes like a Frito with a slight something on it.
I'll be the racist one. I don't like them. I'll take one for the team. No, chippy. It's like fake
You like
barbecue.
Fritos?
I do like Fritos, and I do love. But I also, you know what? To be fair, I love barbecue chips. Like if that would be my last meal, like that is my favorite food. So comparing anything, comparing anything to barbecue chips is not going to be.
We
good.
recently did the tier ranking of chips, and we both put barbecue
very low.
That's psychotic. What did you put above it?
with everything else.
What?
Like,
Name names. What's number 1 through 5?
cheddar sour cream
Ruffles
was S
is
tier.
the best chip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
Lay's sour cream and onion, a classic.
Yeah, sour cream and onion.
Salt and vinegar was above it.
Yes.
These are all
Salt and
good.
vinegar. I
Oh.
think you're. I have. Sorry, Esther.
Yeah.
No. Those are all good, but barbecue is still just as good, if not better.
You know what? I think for us, it's because we're from the South and barbecue is not a sauce. Barbecue is the meat itself. And so, but then barbecue flavor became a specific type of sauce that actually we don't put on any of our stuff in North Carolina.
So it's cultural.
And so, yeah, it's, we
Don't
have
take
this
that
like
from
a
us.
version.
Next
Wow.
up, we have. Wait,
Now I just want to eat chips.
These aren't quite. These are not.
The way
These aren't comps.
Okay,
I just
you
wanted
guys
to
stop
talk
Okay.
because I was in charge of buying the Filipino snacks, and I said, "Hey, what is a comp?" And it was hard to find something similar.
Right. Yeah. These are.
And to be fair, she said it's a chip that's barbecue. That was all she gave me for the first one. And for the
Okay.
second
Yeah,
one,
you did
we'll
better
just
than her.
pretend your eyes are closed and you're tasting just for flavor. Just for flavor.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Not
this
for
was
love.
supposed to
We
be
should
a
be blind.
vanilla wafer? Like, that's what it was. Or
Which ones are Filipino and which ones are American?
This looks like a like one of those big millstones.
This tastes like a
Pretty
Salerno
dry.
butter cookie, which is American, but like a different version.
Very crunchy.
I mean, these are a gas station classic for me. These are, and in fact, when I was little, we did a blindfolded taste test in my family of if you could tell the difference between chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla, and everyone in my family failed. I think this.
Family doesn't taste well.
No, they were all the same.
Oh, they were all the same.
Yeah.
You weren't the problem.
No, I swear. I'm sorry.
Is this like a Tim Tam Slam?
no. The cookie might be too hard for an
It's
American.
a wafer,
This one.
and it will soak up
Yeah.
carbs.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like,
That is the funniest thing.
we don't like to work too hard on it with our food.
You know, the cookie's too hard to be American.
Yeah, so that's where I'm going. I think that's Filipino. I think the cookie's Filipino.
I think so too.
Yes, the cookie is Filipino. They're called
All right.
Rostillos. Great job, everyone.
Okay, so this looks like a nacho cheese Dorito.
These are both
Like
Yeah.
a nacho cheese Dorito from a foreign country.
Yeah.
This is why sometimes we
They make us get blindfolded.
blindfold
Yeah.
when we do this thing.
See,
forgot the
see all the
blindfold.
things we learned. It's just
God, Doritos
First of all,
are so good.
An American company would not let a tortilla chip that small get out the factory. You know what I
because
mean?
look, it's three of these makes one of a Dorito.
Oh my God, Doritos are they will ruin my life. They are that girl that will like I will quit my job. I will just miss my shows tonight. Like these,
They're so good. Have you had the Cool Ranch?
Taco Bell shell.
No, the Cool Ranch Flamin' Hot Cool Ranch Doritos.
Yes. Yes.
No, I can't.
Those are really
So
really good.
good. What do we think, guys?
Well,
It's like
Are these little Filipino ones cheese too?
Well, we say cheese, but we don't quite know.
Right. You don't mean cheese.
We
You just
don't.
say
We
it.
might not mean cheese. We're not a big like dairy country.
Right.
Okay.
Just humor me. What do you think?
Well, they taste good if I don't expect cheese.
Right.
Well, this is okay.
They're no Dorito.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing.
You're
can
all
be.
obviously an easy one.
Get it?
They're called Mr. Chips, and this
Mr.
was
Chips?
the Doritos that are Doritos growing up, which is why when we would go to the more fancy supermarkets back home, and there was Doritos on the shelves, it was like, oh my God, like the light would shine, and it was like the holy grail of all chips because otherwise we just had Mr. Chips with
Mr.
this
Chips.
nacho cheese flavor. But
Right.
not-
There's no real nacho cheese in
There's
that.
I
no
mean,
nacho
to be fair,
cheese.
there probably isn't real nacho cheese on the Doritos.
Oh, I bet there is.
Really?
Let's look it up because now I'm curious.
I like how all of these are made. The last round in is run by Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill is a
That's
big
like a big brand or something.
snack company. Yeah. Okay. This one is the
Chocolate.
Real cheese? Yeah.
I mean, we should have been blindfolded. It's like obvious the ones that are turned upside down
Okay.
probably say Hershey's on them.
No. You don't know that. You don't know that.
just go by flavor.
I just want to make sure nobody's getting fired over this.
No one's getting fired.
This was great.
Lola is getting fired.
Hershey's one tasted very Hershey. This one, I mean, it looks like a
Oh, the Filipino one is better.
Thank
kind
you.
of swirl.
It's one of my favorites.
It's a bit chalky.
Kind of poop emoji.
You know what I'm
quality.
saying?
It is poop emoji. It's not poop, but it's poop emoji quality. The vibe is with they're called curly tops.
The Hershey's one tastes more like straight sugar in a bad way.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Hershey chocolate, but this feels like there's something else in there too that makes it a little bit chalky. Like I feel like I could actually write on
Oh, the curly top?
sidewalk with it. Yeah.
Tastes like Easter candy to me, in a good way.
Yeah, I can't vouch for the ingredients, but good luck on the toilet today. But
what the fuck?
Just kidding. It's fine. Okay, here's where I think. Hang on, can I see what it
There's
looks like
more.
Yeah. So one's a Snickers bar and one is.
Yeah.
You know what? It's a different game. We just made a different game.
Yeah. Okay, close your eyes, all of you.
Closing my eyes.
Okay.
I'm not closing my eyes.
All right. I'm not gonna look.
So you can see me closing my eyes.
It's gonna go straight into your mouth if that's okay, so you don't feel.
Okay.
Just tell me when you're feeding me, because I don't want to have a feed me look on my face the whole time.
That's Filipino. The first one you just gave it
Why?
because it's not Snickers.
Damn it!
It's nougat though.
It is nougat.
I like nougat.
Do you taste the nougat?
It's like if you gave a haircut to a Snickers and removed the caramel and the peanut.
So you mean the Three Musketeers?
Yeah.
The Three Musketeers. I don't think that's as good as the Three Musketeers. I don't have that here because we have
less
Snickers.
hairy.
Yeah, the nougat is not. It hasn't been. Whatever they do to the nougat in a Three Musketeers to make it so soft.
You can open
it's
your
not
eyes
like
now.
No, I'm not going to. I wanted to keep. I was in a very special place.
I'm sorry, you're in a fugue state.
So you like that a lot.
Cloud9 was our nougat bar back home. They're called Cloud9s. I do think I did prefer them over the Three Musketeers growing up.
Why?
Yeah.
Maybe because I ate it more, or it's more nostalgic, but I do think it's superior.
Are you shocked to see the snack aisles? I mean, I don't get out that much anymore, but I got to pick up a prescription every now and again at CVS and maybe bop into a gas station restroom, but I'm not a sweet tooth kind of guy. I am fearful of the amount of candy that's on these aisles. Like, it strikes fear into my soul. Like, I just can't believe.
I don't buy any. I just eat it on our show.
How it works.
I can't. It's
We
just
eat
too
so much of it on the show, we don't interact with it in the real world, except in those two instances. When I just see it on the shelves, I'm like, how is this possible? This is scary.
It's so crazy the like soda and candy combos that there's like. I just saw a billboard for Sprite tea. Like, and at Christmas time it's cranberry Sprite. Like, they're just combining and doing everything now, where I feel like if that was happening when I was 7, like I would have had to go to rehab. Like, I can't believe what they're doing to all of us. It's out of control. Like the variants.
And they don't have the little ones. Like, I just want a little peanut butter. I'm a treat. I went in a gas station. I was like, I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna get something peanut butter and something with chocolate. And then everything was mega sized, and I couldn't. I was like, I can't buy this much candy in one package. You know, I walk out of there with some almonds.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah,
Don't share that publicly.
But they were elote flavored.
Oh, that sounds good.
So I'm guessing this is Filipino.
Oh, is this the one where you said you could
Japanese?
eat
I think the Filipinos made it big. I think more
Uh-huh.
Filipinos love it than Japanese people. They're called White Rabbit.
Oh yes.
And
I know about these.
Growing up, we were told that the inside wrapper was edible. I don't know how true that is. That inside little paper.
Now you're gonna watch us eat it.
I mean, I ate it growing up.
I think it is.
Oh, look at that. So thin.
So yeah, they would say like,
It
"Oh, just
doesn't-
eat it."
Why?
Because
Who
you
knows?
need
We
because you
just ate
need
it.
more. What's on the inside
It
of
gets really soft in your mouth.
a water bottle? You're not supposed to put in your body.
BPA?
Yeah, it's got more BPA's.
But it's basically like milky candy.
You can't get it off anyway. So you might as well eat it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why.
You're not drinking.
I'm like nervous.
It's like pick it up,
I'm gonna
lick,
lick the bowl.
lick it.
Oh yeah, you can't get the wrapper off.
I wish that wrapper wasn't on it, but now it's gone. It's kind of like putting a a gel cap in your mouth and letting it melt, so you can taste the drugs. You do that?
Yeah.
This
Oh,
really,
I don't want these drugs to just work for me. I want to taste.
it's not doing much for me.
No.
It's very vanilla.
Once you break into it,
Tastes like vanilla
which
ice cream.
doesn't happen immediately.
It's not easy. You look like you're struggling.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a little
Your brow is so tall.
They're a little bit of like jawbreakers for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Well, how do you feel now that you made us all do that?
I am really happy that you're tasting a bit of my childhood.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit sad that maybe, the chips don't, aren't
Nothing
quite
is
that-
comparable, but it's all good when not compared.
Good point.
So I hope that makes you. I hope that's a compliment.
Yeah.
It is.
It's like if I'm the only
It didn't feel like
girl,
it.
if I'm the only girl in the room, I look really good. But when you start to put like Sydney Sweeney and other pretty people nearby, it's like then I'm a Filipino candy.
Come on.
Well,
that's not true.
While Sydney Sweeney, I know, is every boy's cream dream, I will choose you, Esther.
Thank you.
In if I were to just put on my lesbian hat, I choose you.
Thank you.
She is. I don't know if you heard this. I just saw this morning. She's selling
Yes.
soap made from her used bathwater.
Bath water.
It's a gimmick.
You think?
Oh, I thought she was just selling her
I don't
bath
think she
water. So it's soap.
It's soap that
It's made with her bathwater.
bathwater in it.
Isn't that what La Mer is? Isn't
No.
that La Mer is basically like stock product that they like bless, right? Or they make while like a shaman is doing something in the background.
That's different. To me, this is completely unhygienic. Like this is something that only men would purchase because a woman is not going to buy something from another woman's bath water. Like I don't know.
I think they knew that going in.
Yeah. Like she could have a vaginal infection and not know it. Like
Right.
it just doesn't seem safe.
Yeah, it's a good point. I guess I should throw it away.
Totally a gimmick. And is it something that she's just doing to promote something?
It's something she got talked into, I'm
Yeah.
sure, from because it's that company. Is it Dr. Squatch or
Yeah, it is
whatever?
Dr. Squatch, yeah.
Yeah. So they were like, oh,
Which is a men's brand.
Somebody, oh yeah, some dude had an idea. Sydney Sweeney, what do we do? Well, what do I think about when I think about Sydney Sweeney is her bathwater. And next thing you know,
How is it really happening though?
Yes.
Is she getting in a bath?
Yeah.
How many baths did she like show up at a factory that had a bunch of baths laid out for her, and then she like hopped into one, and then the next?
I
and
think
the
you
next?
just need a tiny drop for
probably what they
limited.
did. I'm guessing what they did is they had the water that they were going to use for this one batch, and they were like, technically, if she sticks her finger in this water, it counts. Like they probably or just stick your hands in this water.
So you don't. Then that's not a bath.
My guess is
I mean, define a bath, y'all. A bath.
Oh, bath queen.
You've
What's a
got to
bath?
be.
Well, a sponge bath.
A bath is not a thing when you put your finger in it.
Yeah, you got to get
Well, what
your
is it? It's a
ass
finger
and your
bath.
pussy in the bath.
Well, that's certainly what they're selling is the idea that the water has touched her in places that you would like to touch her.
You got to.
But
you got to.
And if we compete, I think we sell your bath water.
That's true.
So-
I take a bath every day. I haven't had a shower in like 7 years. So yeah, I would have a lot of backstock of bath water for us.
regardless of how much time you don't
It's
have,
Yeah, no, it's not
even on the road,
even on the road.
how
Yeah.
do you work that out? Because a lot of these hotel showers now are just like the half glass and then just like an opening into you fill the whole bath.
So I'll say this: I can go a surprisingly long time without bathing if I need to.
Okay, now you know your secret.
You were just waiting for a bath every time.
Yeah,
What,
I just
what
don't.
are you scared of with those showers?
Showers just make me so physically uncomfortable. Like I feel like there's no way to stay warm. Like the water, it's not enough water hitting your body at once. I'm also short, so the thing is so far away. Like it's just I'm not getting good pressure ever, no matter what.
Yeah, it's okay. It's very rain-like for you, no matter,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Yes, and I even attached a shower head like at my bathtub so that I could sit and then like wash my hair like under the.
How do you make
That's
sure,
good.
like, what is your time limit then? Because the water does get cold. Like, I feel opposite.
You
I feel
add hot water in the
Oh,
second it
the
gets
whole
cold.
time?
Not the whole time. You just.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I like to call myself a bathtub technician.
You let the drain go a little bit, put the hot water.
You
can do that.
You do it. You just slide your butt over and activate the drain, hands free.
No, not hands free.
And I have a question.
Well,
Sorry.
then you're not quite the queen of hot
Since technician, tell me when you wash your nethers,
Why?
is that the last step and then you immediately leave the bath?
Great question.
Why?
Or do you sit in your
Yes, I
nether
sit
debris?
and I bathe in my filth and my nether debris. Yeah, is that what you want to hear? You feel good now?
Because
You like that?
that's what I assumed about you. Is
Okay. So you knew.
So yeah, that's when you wash and then you just sit in it.
It's 99% water and 1% nether debris. I'm fine.
Yeah, you'll probably be all right.
Yeah, it's enough.
That's what they told Sydney Sweeney.
Oh my God, Rhett and Lee, thank you so much for coming today and being on our show. This flew by. We hope that you'll come back. We're obsessed. Kyla needs to teach you how to dive.
Yeah.
Or
Yes, I'll
something.
teach you how
Yeah, you
to
need to
breathe
teach me
underwater. We'll go dive,
how to
but
hold
also
my breath.
I'll improve on the whole Filipino American snack setup. We'll get blindfolded.
Yeah, seriously,
Yeah,
you
it's gonna
guys
be hard next
better bring it.
Yeah, I'll make it much harder next time.
Where can people find more of you if they don't obviously already know? Good Mythical Morning every day?
Monday through
weekday.
Friday.
Yep.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Just Google it and you will not be able to avoid it. Even if you try to avoid it.
You
if
can't.
you go on YouTube, you're going to see one of our faces.
I just have to ask, what's the best fast food burger or fries? What's the best?
Fast food? I mean, we're pretty big on Shake Shack.
I think Shake
Just the
Shack
burger,
is.
not the fries.
I think Shake Shack
Yeah.
is just a little bit better than In-N-Out in terms of. But,
Yeah.
but I don't. really-
I mean,
burgers these days.
you'll throw Five Guys in the mix there, but
Yeah, I think burgers these days. There's just so many good smash burgers in LA that are not.
What's your favorite?
For the win?
Ooh,
We
I
agree on that.
agree.
We
Wait,
agree on that.
not
For the
Burgers
Win.
Never Say Die. That's
Nope.
been in the mix.
I like Burgers Never Say Die, but they're doing like
To McDonald's.
fancy McDonald's thing.
Yeah, I like
think.
that.
It's
I like
good.
that.
It's very clean, but I like the one that like the burgers coming out of it and their sauce.
What about Heavy Handed?
Heavy Handed is my second favorite.
Okay, what's the best fries though?
McDonald's.
Yeah, it's hard to beat McDonald's French fries.
You guys.
Yeah.
Wow, I hate to hear that. I
Oh,
really do. I don't want it to be true because
It's
I
true.
don't want the best fries to just always be available.
Oh yeah.
I want there to be something better that's harder to get.
Well, you got to eat fast.
That's true.
That can help you out.
That actually
good
hurts
fries
me.
if you're on the East Coast, and also soon to be out here. They're building a bunch. Bojangles French fries.
I've never even heard of it.
Bojangles is like it's kind of the Popeyes of the East Coast, and they do this like fry seasoning on their fries. It's real good.
Okay, last question. What's your guys' in and out order?
Animal style, double. Fries, just plain fries. I don't do double animal style fries as well.
No, I do animal style fries, and then I do double with onions, no tomato, and then I have to remove every other onion ring because that's too much.
It's a whole disc of onion.
Yeah, I do admit that I like that, but you already know that I have smell issues. Do you guys you don't get your fries well done?
No,
no.
I prefer the opposite.
But I will only eat the In-N-Out fries if they're fresh. They're like really like
Yeah.
right after you get them. Like if they have to be like delivered or whatever, there's something happens to an In-N-Out fry. That's not good.
Yeah, well, it's because they're like super
They're
fresh.
super fresh.
Yeah.
They're too fresh. They need that McDonald's like won't
Preservative,
rot for
toxic.
6 months.
Yeah, like how if you were buried like in your casket with a McDonald's meal, like and exhumed 40 years later, the McDonald's meal would just be sitting there perfectly
Pristine.
fresh
Yeah.
amongst your skeletal
And that-
remains.
That is not an exaggeration. It is absolutely proven. Some guy in Finland or something, just like
My
kept his
people.
burger.
I'm not finished. Okay, we gotta go. We love you guys. Thank you. We'll see you next week with a brand new episode.
All right, I gave you an out to finish.
Wait, we should have talked about fast food like the whole time.
Are you seeing signs of basement, crawl space, or foundation problems like moisture, cracks, or settling? They won't go away on their own, and little problems just get bigger. One call can be the answer. Terra Firma fixes everything under your home. Don't waste another day worrying. Call Terra Firma.
Go terrafirma.com.
American Military University honors your service with savings. Military service members and their families can get a flexible online education at just $250 per credit hour. Learn more at amu.apus.edu/military.
This video is designed to help you relax or fall asleep. Before we begin, if you think you might fall asleep, please introduce yourself in the comments. Please also like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I'd love to know where you're watching from. So let us know in the comments and share what time it is where you are. Thank you once more for joining me. Get comfortable, grab a glass of water, make sure you've locked your door, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. Many years ago, I used to work the night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. During the season, it wasn't too bad, mostly families and tourists. We had on-site security back then. However, in the off-season, the winter months were different. The cheap weekly rates we offer attracted a lot of creepy people. The idea was supposed to be to make money in the off-season by renting to snowbirds, older retired people who came to the beach for about a month through the winter. It did not always work out that way. The cheap rates made it possible for a less than desirable element to become long-term residents. I've discovered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical assaults, and more during the winter months. Working the third shift, I would meet some interesting people. The cold weather would mean some homeless people would come in to get warm and grab some free coffee. I wasn't supposed to let them, but it's not in me to be cruel. I would let them grab a coffee and get warm for a minute, as long as they didn't cause trouble. As you can see, night shift in the winter made for some crazy and sometimes creepy stories. I have a lot, but this one is one that stands out because it didn't end well for me. I had a great night up to this point. I had gone to
The ancient world is full of things we were never meant to know. Rituals with no explanation.
The Achaemenid Empire, also known as the First Persian Empire, was one of the most significant civilizations of the ancient world. Founded by Cyrus the Great, and spanning from approximately 550 BC to 330 BC.
Imagine lying in bed, the weight of the day slowly fading as your mind begins to drift. In those quiet moments, your thoughts wander, reflecting on the journey of your life, the choices you've made, and the endless possibilities that lie ahead. What if, instead of falling into the usual cycle of worry and overthinking, you could immerse yourself in the calming, timeless wisdom of ancient philosophy? Imagine letting the teachings of Stoicism, Taoism, and existential thought lull you into a state of introspective peace, helping you to release the anxieties of the day and embrace the gentle flow of existence. Philosophy isn't just for academic halls or intellectual debates. It's a guide for navigating the human experience, and it offers a profound balm for a restless mind. The wisdom of Marcus Aurelius teaches us resilience and the art of inner peace. His reflections remind us that much of our suffering is born from our own perceptions, our attachment to outcomes, and our resistance to the natural course of events. As you listen to his words, imagine releasing the burdens you carry, letting go of the need to control what lies beyond your grasp. In this way, Stoicism becomes a comfort, encouraging you to accept each moment as it is and to let go of what you cannot change. Then we turn to Taoism, with its emphasis on flow and harmony with the universe. The Tao teaches us to let go, not in a passive way, but as an act of trust in the unfolding of life. The Taoist approach encourages us to loosen our grip, to find ease in every breath, and to allow ourselves to be carried by life's currents rather than struggling against them. As you lie there, listening to the principles of the Tao, imagine the weight of expectations, judgments, and self-criticism melting away, leaving you free to simply be. The art of letting go isn't about abandoning purpose, it's about finding purpose within the flow, a path that's naturally aligned with who you truly are. In the stillness of the night, we also explore the beauty of imperfection, the art of embracing the flaws and messiness that make life real. Perfection is an illusion, a fragile mask that we're taught to wear, but it's our cracks and scars that tell our true story. By embracing imperfection, you learn to let go of the relentless.
"7:48 a.m. PST. I'm ending this live stream and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less unless the domestic terrorists upstairs have their way."